todas nuestras abuelas y nuestras ancestras que han caminado, que han abierto brecha para poder transformar las profundas relaciones de desigualdad, de racismo, inequidad que afecta la vida de mujeres indígenas todos los días en el mundo. Un saludo cariñoso a todas y todos los que nos siguen también en las distintas redes sociales que se encuentran retransmitiendo este evento. Agradecer a todas las organizaciones que han hecho parte de la organización. Quisiera agradecer a Planeta ELA, a la Articulación de Pueblos Indígenas de Brasil, APIB, Festivales Solidarios, Media India, la muestra de cine Guayauca, a Culture Hacks, a Casa Ninja Amazonía, a Media Ninja, a Mujeres en Movimiento, a la Muestra Internacional de Cine Indígena de Venezuela, El Hijo Dignidad, Coordinadora Latinoamericana de Cine y Comunicación de los Pueblos Indígenas, CLACPI, a Cadena Radial Federación Guatemalteca de Escuelas Radiofónicas, FGER, en el 120 AM, y a la Sandía Digital en México, por todo el apoyo para poder hacer posible este encuentro. Queremos agradecer a las hermanas en distintas partes del planeta que se han sumado a ser parte también de este encuentro de mujeres indígenas. Contarles, como les decíamos desde hace un momento, que se inscribieron más de 116 pueblos y nacionalidades indígenas en 37 países, más de 316 hermanas inscritas por formulario y por correo, y con esto ser muy enfáticas en que pues dimos prioridad para que estén en la plataforma de Zoom únicamente a mujeres indígenas para que podamos pues tener un espacio entre nosotras para compartir en esta mañana. Agradecemos entonces así el trabajo de las traductoras, el equipo coordinado por María Angélica Ramírez y a todas las hermanas que desde distintas partes nos estarán acompañando. Vamos a iniciar entonces compartiendo que Cura da Terra, si bien yo lo decíamos, es un esfuerzo colectivo de distintas colectivas de mujeres, también se inscribe el día de hoy como un evento pre-ELA, un encuentro previo a la realización pues, de estos encuentros globales de mujeres ELA que ocurren desde el año. La gran cantidad de mujeres que se han anotado para tomar la palabra, nosotras como comité organizador asumimos la responsabilidad del seguimiento, de recopilar todas sus voces, todas sus opiniones, todas sus dudas. Sabemos que la plataforma de Zoom pues tiene sus limitantes y asimismo también el tiempo disponible para la realización de esta actividad, por lo que no podremos dar a todas las que nos hubiera gustado la palabra, pero sabemos que todas tenemos algo que decir. Queremos invitarlas también a que esta sea solo el punto de partida para que podamos seguir con una reflexión colectiva. Nuestros sueños, nuestras palabras van a desbordar hoy. Este es el inicio de un largo y profundo diálogo y queremos invitarles para escuchar su voz, su reflexión, su sentir. Y bueno, con esta bienvenida queremos agradecer todo el apoyo para la realización de estas actividades y sobre todo no olvidar el origen, la historia, la conexión a este espacio. Y para poder abrir nuestro espacio y conectarnos pues con la tierra, con la historia, con nuestros cuerpos, nuestros sentires, nuestros territorios y espíritus, hemos invitado a una hermana quiché, también desde el territorio de Iximuleu, Guatemala, para que pueda pues hacer el círculo de apertura y queremos llamar entonces a Carmen Álvarez Medrano. Es un honor tenerla con nosotras, hermana. Ella es antropóloga, es una sanadora y acompaña diversos procesos también de sanación, autocuidado y también de trabajo político para la construcción de nuestros cuerpos, territorios y espíritus. Bienvenida, hermana Carmen, es un honor tenerla con nosotras.
El honor es mío, muchas gracias. Voy a, compartir esta fiesta de mujeres, haciendo honor a la diversidad del planeta, ¿verdad? Nos estamos juntando. Entonces voy a enfocar el altar para que podamos hacer esta conexión, porque ese es uno de los mayores legados que nos dejaron y pues no podemos empezar una actividad si no hacemos este recordatorio de toda esta fuerza creativa que tenemos en la espiritualidad, las mujeres y nuestros pueblos también. Voy a empezar encendiendo nuestra luz, que es importante. Nosotras en este territorio somos herederas de las ceremonias de fuego. Entonces voy a encender la luz para que toda nuestra actividad sea luminoso, sea para el más alto bien nuestro y el de muchas mujeres y el de nuestros pueblos. Esta representación cósmica contiene en el centro al universo creador y formador, al que nos recuerda que en nuestro ADN está la fuerza creativa del universo. Y también está la representación de nuestro planeta, la Tierra, nuestra casa grande. También está representada la salida del sol y también la luz, todos los fotones de luz que recibimos todos los días. Cada día que amanece, miramos al sol y agradecemos. En el poniente tenemos la caída del sol y también tenemos a la tierra, al suelo, a esa tierra que es una madre y que a los golpes y a las heridas...
Mother Earth is sick, and so are our people. Today, we live the consequences of an economic, social, and spiritual model that has infected our territories and bodies. A virus that puts money above life. In the midst of this extermination, we, indigenous women, make melody of the struggle. While we recover land stolen from us, we insist on celebrating our existence. We sow hope because we, ourselves, are the very earth healing itself. We call upon you to heal our fears and be the midwives of the future. We invite you to gather together because we are as diverse as drops in a river, and together we are the cure of the earth. Mother Earth is sick, and so are our people. Today, we live the consequences of an economic, social, and spiritual model that has infected our territories and bodies. A virus that puts money above life. In the midst of this extermination, we, indigenous women, make melody of the struggle. While we recover land stolen from us, we insist on celebrating our existence. We sow hope because we, ourselves, are the very earth healing itself. We call upon you to heal our fears and be the midwives of the future. We invite you to gather together because we are as diverse as drops in a river, and together we are the cure of the earth.
How our heart goes like
beating
boom,
boom,
boom, boom,
boom, boom.
boom, boom. And from there,
And that is an
invites us to
invitation for us to connect
among us
among
all.
us.
We are going to feel, I invite you,
or I'm inviting
each
you,
of you,
for each one
to
of you,
feel
to feel
your
the
heartbeat.
pulse, the beat of their heart,
and to feel
and to
that
feel that
heartbeat
heart
as you
beating.
feel it.
And we're
We
gonna
are
be
going to
united
gather
in
in a single
one
pulse as
beat,
women
as
who today
women
are
that we are
gathered.
here all united, reunited.
We're going
We are
to
going to be
synchronize
synchronizing
ourselves with
with
our whole
all our
environment,
surroundings,
including
including the frequency of the
of the earth
with our
with our
palpitations.
palpitations. We're
We are
going
going to
to
be aligned
align
with
with
the
the electromagnetic
pulsations, with the magnetical
beats of the
pulsations of
earth.
earth.
and to
and be
palpitate
present
in
in
life
life and
and to
to
feel that
feel
our
that our
energy
energy,
supports
it is
so that the
helping
planet,
our
our
planet,
big
our big
house,
house,
is
to be
inhabitable.
inhabited.
And we
And we're
send
sending
energy
energy
to
to
the
all the
elements
elements to
to
receive
receive
also that energy
that
back.
energy back.
We are
We are
going to
going
take the
to receive
intelligence
that
of the earth,
energy. Ancestors,
all our female and male
we thank you
ancestors. We are so thankful with
for
you
how
for
difficult
all the
this has
hard
been.
work. And we're
And we thank
thankful
you that
for all those
because of everything that you went
difficult
through,
moments that
now
we are
we are
not
in this
here
plane
in
and
this
we breathe
earth
life.
breathing life. We
We're
are
going to
going to
acknowledge
recognize
that the
that the
four
four
elements
elements are
are
in our
within our
body,
bodies and
and
that they are
that is
our
our
ethical
ethical reference,
elements,
that the
that the
planet and the
planet and the
universe,
universe
it is
invite
inviting
us
us
to
to
acknowledge
recognize
the web of life,
the
knowing that as a
life
humanity,
and
we
its
only have
law.
one
We only
opportunity
have one
to
chance
interact,
if we all interact and
and
vibrate
this
together,
is
and that
part
is
of
part of
the
the
responsibility that we
responsibility
have.
that we all have.
We are
We are
going to
going to
acknowledge
recognize the
the creative
force, that
force
creative
within
force
us,
within us,
our power
our
as
power
warriors.
as
We're going to
soldiers.
acknowledge
We are
our
going to
emotions
recognize our emotions
and the
and
beliefs
our
of that we
beliefs
cannot,
that we
of that it
can.
is hard,
We are
that we
gonna
are
fight
victims.
those beliefs that we can, that we are
And the
victims, that
invitation
it's
for this
impossible.
day is to heal
The
it.
invitation for today is to cure
It is to
ourselves,
feel
is to
the
feel
servings
that we are okay and that we
and that we
deserve
deserve
all the
happiness
happiness and
and
all the joy in life.
joy.
We are going to honor to all
We are
of
going
our
to
women that we are here
acknowledge all the women who are
reunited,
here today
and all
and to
each one
each
of
one of
our
our
ancestors
ancestors
that allow us
who allowed
for
us
us
to inherit their knowing,
they allow us to get all this
so and their
wisdom
practices so
for
that
all these
today we can
practices to
make
honor life.
life possible.
And we
And
are
we are going
going
to
to
ask
ask
here
here
at sundown,
in the sun,
where our
when
ancestors are being
where
represented,
our ancestors
that
are
they bless us,
represented, that we are going to ask
that
for
they
their
look at us
blessing,
with
for
accepting
us to
eyes,
go in
that we go
peace with
into
life,
life, that they look at us with approving
for
eyes,
us to be able
that we may
to
make
make possible
life
life in
possible
this
in this
planet
planet, giving more
by
life.
giving more life. I
I end
want to
up saying
conclude saying
that
that
our
our
spirituality is
spirituality, it is
fundamental in our
fundamental in our
life
life, because
because aside
besides
from honoring our
honoring our
ancestors
ancestors and
and acknowledging
recognizing
their
their
wisdom
wisdom
and their
and
learning,
learning, we're
we
also
thank
thankful for all the
all
forces, for all the strength that
their
we're getting from them. And today,
their knowing.
even if we don't
And even though
understand
we
all
don't
the things that we have
understand,
passed, that we have happened,
we
we are
thank
very
this
thankful
thread
for
that
all
has
this
allowed
string
us
of
to be
life
here
that
today.
allow us to be here right now.
We are going
We're
to
going to
breathe, all
breathe
of us
all
together,
together, feeling that particular feeling, feeling our hands holding together, feeling our hearts uniting together. And we're going to feel that we are committing ourselves to take care of our forests, like the planet that it repairs itself and it grows. The spirituality has to do with that direct connection with life and all the elements that are contained in our planet for our healing and our well-being. Our point of views are very therapeutical, and everything is connected, and we need to know that.
A la energía creadora de todo lo que es, por este nuevo día, por la nueva oportunidad, para tomar conciencia
thank you
de
for all the creative energy of all that is, for the knowing of that we need to move forward, to also see what it is that we need to heal, to go in the best frequency with our surroundings, with this planet, in which is telling us that we need to create a profound change in your consciousness. So we hug each other. We're going to feel each other's embrace, even though we don't know each other, but that we feel an energy and that we belong to a bigger network.
Muchas gracias, hermana Carmen,
Thank you
por
so much, Sister Carmen,
espacio
for
para
this
que
space
podamos conectar
so that we may connect
con la
with
energía, con
the
el deseo,
energy,
con
with
los
the
esfuerzos
intention
de las mujeres que desde
of women
distintas partes del mundo están
from different
conectadas
parts of the
en esta
world who are
cura de la
connected
tierra.
in this Cura
Estamos
la Terra
inmensamente
gathering.
muy
We're
agradecidas
very happy and very
con
grateful
poder contar
with
con su
being able to
presencia
have
y
your
su
count on
compañía.
your
Y
presence and your
quisiera
company.
pedir, hermanas,
And I would like to ask
en este espacio y en el
that
que
now in
estamos
this space in which
conectados
we are
con
connected
nuestros cuerpos, con nuestros
with our bodies,
territorios,
with our
con nuestros
territories,
espíritus,
with our
podamos
spirits,
pues abrir,
that we
¿no?
can
La escucha,
open,
abrir
you
este
know,
círculo
the
para acompañar,
listening
para atender a las hermanas
to
que
listen to the
vienen a
sisters
compartir
who
sus
will come to
vivencias
share
y
their
venimos a
lived
compartir
experiences and will come to share
también
their
su experiencia de vida.
experience, their life
La
experience.
pregunta que
The
hicimos
question that we
para
asked
abrir y
to
detonar
open
la conversación en este
the
espacio
conversation
tiene que ver con lo que estamos
in this
viviendo
space
en
has to
nuestros
do with what we're
territorios.
living in different
Y es
territories.
en tiempos de
And it
pandemia
is then in
y
times of a
crisis
pandemic
climática,
and climate
¿cuáles las
crisis,
formas en las que las
what are the
mujeres
ways in
ayudan a
which
sanar
Indigenous
nuestros
women heal
territorios,
our
nuestros
territories,
cuerpos
our
y nuestros
bodies,
espíritus?
and our spirits?
Esta fue la pregunta a
This
la
was
que
the
invitamos a
question
nuestras
that
hermanas
we invited our sisters
en las cuatro esquinas
in the four
a
corners
contestar
to
para
answer,
pues conocer de su trabajo y
to
sobre
get to
todo
know about their work, and
entre
more than
todas estas
anything,
alternativas que
to
existen.
share all the alternatives that we
Sabemos
have.
que las mujeres desde distintos pueblos están
And all the
sanándose
women
para
who from
buscar
different
proteger su territorio.
pueblos are healing
Quisiera
themselves and are
iniciar este
protecting the
espacio,
territory.
no sin antes
I would like to start
recordar
this
a
space
quienes se
without
acaban de
first
enlazar
uh,
que
first
tenemos
acknowledging
traducción simultánea
that we have
en
a
inglés,
simultaneous interpretation
portugués y
into
castellano.
English, Portuguese,
Quisiéramos
and
invitar a
Spanish.
las hermanas
We would
que
like
se
to
encuentren en
invite
sus
the sisters
computadores
who are here in their
que puedan
computers
buscar en la parte
to please
inferior
look at the
el
bottom part,
botón de interpretación,
the
que es este
interpretation button,
simbolito que
that is
aparece
this little globe
que ven
that is here highlighted,
en sus
that you see here
pantallas
right now,
y que al seleccionarlo
and
puedan
to
buscar el
when you
idioma
select
y
to
quieren
find the language
escuchar
in
el
which you
día de
want
la
to
actividad.
listen
De
to this
igual
activity.
manera, a quienes
In
están
the
en su
same way,
teléfono celular,
the ones who
que
are
puedan
connected from their
buscar
phones,
en la parte
that you can find
inferior
at the bottom
los tres botoncitos
the three
que
little
les
dots
van a dar la opción de
that are
interpretación
going
en
to give
inglés.
you the
En este
the language
caso, y vamos
interpretation
a
option.
acompañar en el
Right
idioma
now,
inglés
in
a
English,
nuestra
um,
hermana
we're going to
Nuria
have
Goyo.
our
Ella es
our
una
sister
mujer
Nuria
que
Goyo.
es además
She is a
jefa
woman who
ejecutiva de la
is
organización
an executive
Marsadi
director of the
Women's.
Marsadi Women Advocacy
Trabaja
Organization, and
básicamente
she
en la
also works
atención y
basically
violencia de género,
attending
incluidos
cases of
maltrato,
gender
maternidad
violence,
infantil,
including
mutilación
um,
genital
genital
femenina,
mutilation,
adolescencia
abuse in
en Kenia.
children, and
Ella es de la
teenage
comunidad
pregnancies in Kenya.
Wayuu
She is from the Wayu community and Pueblo, and she is here with us today to share.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
We listen to you, sister.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Nuria Golo from northern Kenya in Africa. I am a minority tribe called Wayu. I have an organization called Marsabit Women Advocacy and Development Organization. Wayu is a small tribe living within the bigger tribes in Kenya, who until the year 2000 did not know their identity. They are living within the host tribe, imitating their cultures, doing what they are doing, and associating themselves with that bigger tribe. But when I vied for election post as a woman rep in 2013, I hear people gossiping, saying, don't vote for her, she's not our tribe. Then after election, our tribe now came together and asked ourselves, who are we? What is our identity? Then we looked back to where we came from. We looked for elders back deep into the roots and found that we are Wayu. And the Wayu were hunter-gatherers. They used to hunt wild animals and gather fruits from the forest. From the host tribe, it is an abuse. They take us as people who are barbaric, outdated, bad-mannered, beggars who have no livestock or property. But we came out, showed our identity, accepted ourselves, and we are now forging forward by educating our children and speaking one voice. We have done fundraising for our children so that they can go to school like other children, and we practice our culture. It is said somebody who has no culture is a slave. All that time we have been slaves. But now we have known our culture, we are practicing it, and we are now free because our conscience is clear. Since the year 2013, we are independent, doing our own things. But I take this opportunity to thank the ones who have given me this opportunity, because If it is not for you, I would not be participating here. But what I want to tell you is that as YU, our culture is very strong. We believe in our ancestors. We know we are connected, and we feel we are reunited. Anytime we have any problems, our ancestors are with us. They bless us each and every day. And we are connected with the earth, the soil, the light, the fruits, the flowers, the air, the species on the earth, and also energy of the sun, and the way we are evolving. And we all have one source of life. Whether you are in Kenya, whether you are in Africa, whether you are in Australia, whether you are in America, we all have one life, and we have one planet, and we are changing with the situation, but our cultures are very strong. During climate change crisis, we have our own mitigation and coping mechanism. We keep bees, and we take our herbal medicine, because among us, we have people who are herbalists, who are medicine men. We take our local medicine, and we rarely go to the hospital. Even delivery is done at home. For climate change, we store our food for a long time, so that during the drought, we are food secure. We have enough food security, and we don't need to go and look for food elsewhere. But we also have our social fabric connected as a society, as a community living together. We are connected with our elders, our women. They guide us, they counsel us, and our social fabric is very strong because we share the little we have with the members of the community who are less fortunate. Of course, in life, we have people who are lucky to have more than the others. And what we do is we share with each other the little we have. We also come together once in a while and learn each other, show our girls to each other, our boys, our children, so that they can unite even when we are gone. But our best blessing is that we are connected with the earth, we are connected with the universe, and we are protected. Most of the time we are protected. Even during this time of diseases, disasters, we pray and do sacrifice. We do sacrifices, we give thanks, and so we are cured. We are protected. Diseases don't affect us very much because they are daily small herbs which you take, whether you are sick or not, just for protection. But there are those you take when you are sick, which are stronger. And so our health is very okay. Even now, during this time of COVID, none of us has suffered from COVID. We are safe, and we thank God. We are connected with the earth. We are connected with the plants, our herbs, and we thank God we are healthy. We breathe very well. We know indigenous people are from all over the world. At this time, I feel I'm connected with each one of you. Though we are very far apart, our spirits are together. We all have the same beliefs, and we have our own cultures which protect us and take care of us, all of us. So even if you are very far away, in my heart, I feel we are together. All of us are together. We are here celebrating one another, getting connected, and feeling comfortable in the hands of each other, because we are one people, because we have our strong cultures, just like anybody from any part of the world, and we are connected. So that is how we are resilient. We are resilient to diseases. We are resilient to drought because of our strong cultures and our strong way of life. Our territories are not protected, if I may say, because we live within the majority tribes, and most of the areas have been grabbed. Land have been grabbed in the name of development by the stronger ones. But we thank God, we still survive. Some people have a little plots which they have bought and they are comfortable. Others are building small houses within each other's areas. And most of our people are not educated. They are just casual laborers. A few are working, but the few who are working are forming associations, groups, and doing all their best to make the community strong and lean on one another in times of problems and in times of happiness. Therefore, I thank you for the opportunity once again, and let's see if there are any questions, maybe which I can be able to respond to. Thank you very much.
Vamos a abrir nuestros micrófonos y les pido por favor que se liberemos a la hermana y que le demos energía. Gracias, hermana Nuria, por la fuerza de tu palabra. Gracias, hermana Nuria, por la generosidad también de tu palabra. Y bueno, ahora queremos también invitar a otra hermana que en este momento, mientras pues en esta parte del continente estamos ya de día, ella ya está muy entrada en la noche. Hermana Yolín Coteurú es Ipili Kanaki de Nueva Caledonia, profesora, vicerrectora de la zona tradicional Yubea Capumé, defensora de derechos humanos.
She's a human rights defender whom we also invite to come with us and to share with us that that answer to that question that we asked ourselves in Cura da Terra in these times of pandemic, of climate crisis. Indigenous women, how do we heal our bodies, the territory, and the spirit?
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes, perfect. All right, so thank you very much. As Andrea kindly introduced me, I'm Yolene. I'm a Kanak woman from New Caledonia in the Pacific region, which is a French overseas territory. And yeah, I deeply appreciate all sisters participating in this wonderful gathering, and I recognize Nuria here and congratulate you, sister, for all the work you've been doing in your country, and yeah, leading this momentum for change around the world, and relentlessly working on the indigenous women agenda. So yeah, this is with humility that I recognize the fact that some of us are working under difficult and life-threatening circumstances, but we have kept the spirit alive, the challenges we faced, and to sustain peace in our homes, our communities. We had to move out of our comfort zone and challenge the dominant narratives on gender and power. And for that, sisters, you are all my heroines of peace. So the question was, how do we heal our territory, our spirits, our bodies? And first of all, regarding New Caledonia, I'd like to acknowledge the government response from the beginning that have been exemplary. And I commend the way the customary Senate have led this process, the inclusion of good advices, very good timely communication from the president, and especially our colleagues from health and social sectors that will come together and share information and try to protect people to the best they can. And because community transmission is a concern for everyone and anyone, and it's not a Kanak problem. It's a country challenge. Knowing how we Pacific Islanders live and love to gather, the culture of togetherness that is also in all indigenous communities have been spread out to all of the other communities also living in our in this little piece of land lost in the Pacific Ocean. So it is the thing that we fear the most, because it could get out of hand. And our biggest concerns is that we have a high proportion of crowded housing in people living in less than ideal conditions. And at almost the end of this 2020 year, which will be memorable for every one of us, we have found ourselves living in a different world in so many ways. And the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic is having and will have differentiated effects on women and long-lasting effect on our communities and our peace and our security. So, and I want to insist also on the fact that being born a girl means clearing a lot of hurdles, starting right at the starting line. We're the ones who know damn well that activism works, and to create that change. And we know damn well that any emergency or crisis presents an opportunity for us to that change. So pardon my French, because I'm so passionate, because we're having this belly-to-belly talk, with all my mothers present here, sisters and daughters, and it's good. It's good because that means I'm alive. I'm still alive, and I care. So as we move forward, an enormous global constituency, being millions of women all around this earth, we stand resolute in our transformative vision of our role as bearer of the breath of life, as I said at the beginning of the session. So for this safe and inclusive society to advance and create also this momentum of change. And we listened, we've been compassionate all of those years. We listened attentively. That's where our strength lay. And it's not empty of any purpose. It's because we want to add value to our movement. And this isn't my character. So, and we are obviously trying to heal our community through our initiative in New Caledonia, giving sense again to this social contract that is unfortunately still neglected to this day, mainly, especially for New Caledonia, for political agenda, more particularly nowadays, with our second referendum being held next month, the 4th of October, on our, independence or not. And as one of our sisters have rightly said last year, and that got me quite, not to say very emotional. She said, we are the ones that our grandmothers prayed for. So there is no need for us to fear moving ahead. And being a Kanak from New Caledonia, etymologically Kanak being taken, from the colonizers, from the native Hawaiian language, Kanaka, which means the human being, is a patriarchal community. I'll say that. And the feminist perspective has been missing from the discussions on conflicts and sustainability and other subjects. But lately, as we've witnessed worldwide protests towards racism, we see that in the States, and discrimination, use of offensive and also discriminatory remarks that stigmatize and are very, very insidious. And oh no, we're not free from experiencing it in also our little islands, and in many cases, it includes even representatives of our institutions. So that's very worrisome. And our ambitions is to creating those bridges and space for discussion, so that women can play their rightful role in decision making and help shape better responses that affect their communities and their lives. And early this year, with the support of the New Zealand NGO Human Rights Measurements Initiative, HERMI, which aims is to measure the level of respect for human rights around the world, country by country, with other Neo-Caledonians contributors such as jurists, researchers, or human rights activists. We could give our perception according to our knowledge and our expertise in human rights in our country. And obviously there is a concern for organizing. And there was an expressed desire to continue speaking in collective voice and to bring inputs at the country level. And next, that will be ideal is to benefit from support through the establishment of an NHRI, the National Human Rights Institutions, or another equivalent structure. And many of us are working on how to provide an instrument or an access to platforms for those who would like to help to make public consultations and so on, but do not have access to a solidarity space like here, where we can share these resources. And here there's an understanding that these types of spaces still remain inclusive and accessible to a large indigenous, a large proportion of the population, indigenous peoples, vulnerable peoples, minorities, women, disabled persons. And as we move forward, part of our response must be showcasing the spirit of solidarity, compassion, and care, especially through these unprecedented times, and to share our realities on field to tangible actions in partnerships with the main stakeholders locally. And the goal is simple. We are not necessarily looking for an outcome in terms of concrete plans, but an invitation to share concerns, our hopes, thoughts on effective response to alleviate human rights violations when they happen. And I am dedicated to ensure that the women and girls are able to play meaningful roles in shaping more ambitious resilience, prevention and response policies and programs. And it is my hope that in a coming month, that with the leadership of the customary Senate in New Caledonia and the partnership of our government, that joint national projects where we can let the grassroots movement among all of our indigenous communities in the region, at least for now, the Francophone islands, with French Polynesia and Wallis and Futuna, the closest to us, may they be Melanesian or Polynesian, to implement also the UNDRIP, the declaration, because frankly, it is quite saddening to see France, and it's not a criticism, but initially, they were enthusiasts ratifying, but abandoning their position. And it is quite dangerous as they set a precedent for other countries to continue to disobey the principles of the UNDRIP without consequence for non-compliance. So yeah, we have to participate in all the system and thematic areas where the UN is working. Decision-making have to recognize also our legitimacy in the matters that concerns our people, ourselves, our bodies, our spirits. For once, they need to be bold in doing it. And there is a need for genuine mutuality. With a few ardent human rights defender advocates, we intend to launch this first conversation and suggest that it could be a start. And with the solidarity Oceanians share, and even if we went through a little bit of chaos through enlightenment, the time is now, and it is ours to shape. And I'm glad to claim that we gracefully navigate through it powerfully and courageously. And yeah, I am really attached to my custom and traditions, to my culture, despite everything. And we will always face fear. I could choose I could choose. I could choose to, to take it as a break, in everything I do. But I fear, therefore, that I will not be able to cross the obstacles it takes to achieve what I want, and what we all want here, and all I see is fearlessness. So yeah, we have to keep this light alive, as our healer said at the beginning of the session. Keep shining and being enthusiastic and in asserting ourselves. Since we are all consider you all as Kanaka, as human being with a capital H and B, and we must put the human being before our customs. So yeah, that was my take on it.
Gracias, hermana. Un abrazo de todas.
Thank you, sister. A big hug from all of us.
Hola.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. We know that it's pretty late into the night from that region, from where you're speaking. Thank you for sharing this space, this such a valuable space, and of course, especially for your testimony. I now want to invite a sister also from the Arctic zone, a fighter who is who also a walker, who has been in our territory many times, supporting, being part of our struggles. This is our sister Eva Maria. I always mispronounce her last name. Fejelmain, Sister Sami, from the Norway territory, the Sami peoples, which occupies more than 4 nation-states, such as Norway, Finland, Russia, and the information that we have recently, even though there are peoples that is not in the census, we know that there is more than 10,000 Samis throughout this region. It's with great joy to know that I know that it's very late into the night where you are. So thank you so much. And it is, the mic is yours. Hi, for interpreters. I will speak in Spanish. The speaker is speaking in an indigenous language. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are, women, sisters who fight, who are here to strengthen us, to be able to defend and heal our Mother Earth. My name is Eva Maria Fjellheim, and my language is Sami in the south, from the Sadni territory, which is the Sami territory in the north of this planet, uh, an, a colonized original territory with the states Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia, like Andrea mentioned. And Sami is where my roots are, my identity, and my struggle. I am a researcher, an activist, a communicator, but the community that strengthens me and that identifies me is to be a Sami woman who fights for our existence. I am a part of our collective where we do, where contribute to the common struggle. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the sacred grandmothers, Matrahka, Sarahka, and Yusahka, the feminine strengths that have taken care of us, guarded us, and protected us during centuries of organization, of cultural and spiritual oppression and colonization, and to the ancestors who have fought and survived and ensured that we can be here, alive, proud, and strong. At the end, also, I want to thank all the women, Sami, and all the indigenous sisters who fight from our diversity and our unity. We are alive. During this time of crisis, which is accelerated in the pandemic, the destruction of our territory, and attacks against our cultures and our ancestral lives, I want to highlight that just being here, gathered among women, original from the whole world, is a great accomplishment. And I'm very sad not to be able to see you all and to be sitting in the same space. However, I feel the strength and the energies that each of us have carry. At least this digital platform gives us the opportunity of uniting our forces and remember that we are not alone. I am very happy, very grateful, and very excited to participate in this gathering, as well as having the honor of sharing some reflection words about these times of emergency and struggle from the Sami territory, such as the value and the spirit of this gathering where we are among women of different uh, peoples and different territories, different geographies, diverse in our collectiveness and our sisterhood. I speak from my own experiences of being part of our collective, and also a great part of my political uh, shaping has been through to the exchange of knowing what political proposals and networks of solidarity between brothers and sisters who are indigenous in different parts of the world, in particular in the Ayala. And I would like to highlight that for many years we have built a sister and brotherhood between the Sami and Maya struggle. And through political exchanges, as well as cultural and artistic exchanges, and I have had the honor of also receiving welcoming representatives who have shown their art and their solidarity with the struggles in our territory. Just 3 years ago, some Mayan uh, compañeras came to participate um, in a i- in a protest for against the building of an aeolic park that is being built in our community in the mountains where my family has practiced the pastoreo de reno for hundreds of years. These are my ancestors' lands, and we believe that they still live in these mountains and that they take care of us. Our mountains are sacred, and don't they only give pastures and refuge to animals who give us life? Mountains are spirits. They are guardians uh, m- m- uh, knowledge for millennia that defends not only this territory but the whole Mother Earth. And in our country, it is said that we need to promote energy, green energy, sustainable energy, because the world is facing a climate crisis. They say that we need to sacrifice a part of our territory to save the planet and to create green employments. But we ask ourselves, who is responsible of that destruction and that climate crisis, and how green is the energy that they want to produce? Here in the Arctic, the strategies and actions of the Nordic states to face the climate crisis go hand in hand with neo-extractivism. The truth is that the aeolic industry is capitalistic and colonizer in our territory. We name it the green colonialism. It is the continuation of the territorial taking off of its territory to accumulate so that the colonial state gathers more money. They are not parks, they are industrial sites that destroy. How can we save the planet by destroying it? Jan, they already commercialized our lakes, our rivers, our forests, our plains, and now they want to commercialize wind and and take our last refuge away, the mountains. An industrial project is greener than an ancestral activity that has cared for the territory for thousands of years. these territories already have a sustainable way. On their visit, the Mayas compañeras did a ceremony and shared solidarity words and support with us. It was a very important presence. They knew what they were talking about, of what we were talking about. They knew, they saw themselves in our struggle because they're living it in their own territories. We united strength between pueblos, between the north and the south, to defend Mother Earth. Solidarity and the mutual exchange is very important during that time of crisis. And I feel privileged to be able to be part of of follow up in our different peoples, starting with women in this gathering. And to finish off, to fight is not only to be in protests, raising our voices in the street. Let us also remember that every day we are fighting. We are fighting when we talk about our dignity, when we decide to speak or sing in our languages, when we use our knowledges, when we continue with our ancestral practices, even though the system doesn't allow us. In these pandemic times and ecological and political crises, we are alive and we resist. Thank you very much.
Gracias, gracias hermana por tu voz, por tu fuerza.
Thank you, sister, for your voice, for your strength. And it is important to name those allegiances that how complicit and also sharing of knowledge as part of the ways in which we women heal and that we care and defend the earth. Thank you for defending memory from to furthering the decolonization that we need to do. Now we would like to also call into the space the interpreter doesn't hear audio. There is no audio right now. Andre, we cannot hear you. Thank you, thank you. Yes. Here we are with a technical issue, which is resolved. To thank Eva again, to thank her the strength and the potency of her word, how she also names that weaving allegiances and doing actions among women for the discolonization of our political endeavors is so important and so urgent. And it's also part of our own initiatives of the peoples and the indigenous communities to confront the crises that we're facing and that we're already living. Now, on Indigenous International Indigenous Women's Day, we want to thank all the grandmothers who opened up, paved the road for all of us, all the ones who have been taken from life for having rejected silence and fear, and all the ones who today, the interpreter does not hear audio right now. Grandmothers María Hernández, Felipa Choc, Adelina Caal, Matilde Colchoc, uh, uh, Commander Ramona, Marcia Berta Cáceres, and all of the women whose fights have been invisibilized by the hegemonic history. And that's why we have weaved this space to honor the women who are fighting today and putting their bodies on the line to defend life, to care for life, and to walk into life. And in this, we also know that there are strategies and violences against our territories, and that during this pandemic, they have been exacerbated. We also want to give the space to a powerful sister, strong sister, a guardian, also from the territory, the Amazonian biomes and territories. Welcome Sonia Guajajara, an indigenous woman who is in the Brazilian territory. Welcome, sister. It is an honor to have you here in this space.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Andrea, for moderating this so beautiful and strong panel. I'm very happy to be today here together with all these women from all over the world. This shows very well the connection that we have among us women, among us indigenous people from all over the world. I want to remind you uh, a, a phrase from Sailor in a recent live. She said clearly, the mother of Brazil is indigenous, but most of people insist to be proud of this that European, this invasive, that colonizer, oppressor that is very present until today. 5 centuries after the European invasion in Brazil, where many women, indigenous women, were raped, were abused, harassed, were violated. And those events are very alive until today. So we women, we came together to join in the front line in the fight for justice, for freedom, for equity of participation, autonomy, to guarantee that our voices never will be silenced again, to our voices to reach the legal structures. And we meet as women, indigenous, non-indigenous, to strengthen this fight, defending our territories, defending our Mother Earth, because Mother Earth uh, give us our food, our life, and every day we listen these signals, this screaming of Mother Earth. And when she screams, it's because she's bleeding already. And many people are not understanding that. But our concern is that what will happen when she stops screaming, when she remains silent. We, women and indigenous people, we are water, we are forests, we are the earth itself. And as I said, in the first March in 2019, we fought for our territory, which is our bodies, which is our spirit, which is this space that give soul to our body, this body that feeds our spirit, the spirit that connect us with ancestrality, that give us strength to continue facing this fight. We lived already so many periods of attempts of extermination, and now we have a new huge violence, which is the pandemics of the new coronavirus. That pandemics that already killed in Brazil almost 800 indigenous people, infected almost 30,000 indigenous. These numbers today are 3 times higher the lethality of indigenous people compared to the general population of Brazil. That shows that we are in an emergency situation. We are in emergency state. And as if this wasn't enough, of fighting the coronavirus, we are also fighting against the increasing in clearing in our territories that comparing this period with the same period last year, it increased about 3 times the clearing and deforestation in the Amazon forest in relation to past year. The wildforest fires in the first days of August were more than 20,000 fires. And when the Amazon forest burns, when forest burns, we feel it as if our history is burned, as if our history, our way of lives, they are not only trees, not only soil, not only biodiversity that is burning. Our identity is burning. And it's because of that that today, the International Day of Indigenous Women, is also the same day of the Amazon forest. And we need to join together to join our strengths, and together we will break this model. We women, we have all the conditions and strength enough to face the system. We need to dominate the system and never let the system to dominate us. This capitalist system that is here every day telling us which place we are to take. The system that every day is attempting to oppress us. We need to break frontiers, break boundaries, oceans, to together derivate together. We need to continue fighting for equality and participation. We need to increase the participation of women in all the spaces, in space of the organizations, but also fight for spaces to occupy spaces of power. And we need more and more to have impact and occupy spaces in politics, institutional spaces. We need to occupy those places that are taking decisions over us. We have a very good start with the Indigenous women occupying as a deputy in the National Congress, the first women, Indigenous women elected as federal deputy. We have Nara, coordinator of COIAB. The Brazilian Amazon today is led by an Indigenous woman, and we have also a participation of women in 2018. I was there as a candidate to vice president of the country. So we need to increase the participation of women and occupy those spaces. And I give you this call to call other women here, young women, old women, to start to do this connection and strengthen the voices and collective fights. And together, we need to look for this cure of the humanity to save the Mother Earth. So that's all. Women, we are together. That's our fight. Happy International Day of Indigenous Women. Happy Amazon Day. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada. Muito obrigado, Sonia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sonia, for this message that comes to us, which is also the Amazon Day. Let's not remember, let's not forget, just like she told us from the epistemologies of women, that we're also that territory and that land, right? We are that territory body, which is also very important. That's why it's so important to care and defend the earth, the land, just like we care and defend our bodies. We want to remember to remind the sisters who are just joining us that we have simultaneous interpretation. We have interpretation in Portuguese, in Spanish, and in English. We want to invite you all that whether on your cell phone or here in the Zoom application app, you can look for the simultaneous interpretation option. If you're on your cell phone, at the bottom right part of your screen, you can see three little dots and the word more. You can find the interpretation option and choose the audio in which you want to listen to the gathering. And if you are in your computer screen, you can look for it in the little globe at the bottom that says interpretation and you choose. So if you're in your computer, at the bottom right hand side of your screen, you look at the globe that says interpretation and there you choose the language in which you want to connect. If you are on your cell phone, then we go to the bottom part of the screen, more interpretation, and then you listen to the option in which you want to listen to the interpretation, the language. Interpreters are doing a great job. First, we also want to thank a number of community media also who has also um, come to this broadcast. There is the Escuela of Radiofónicas Timbo TV in Uruguay, Roma Red de Uruguay of Medios Alternativos, to whom we also thank for taking this conversation out of this space so that more sisters who could not come to this call could still listen. So we continue being grateful for that. And also letting you know, we know that our dreams and our words are overflowing this space. Cura de Terra is going to be only the beginning of a long and profound dialogue. We want to listen to you all. We know that the amount of time and all the different um, words that have already signed up are very many and diverse. So we're also doing follow-up to folks who are not able to speak by recording a video of, for 5 to 10 minutes, answering to the provoking word, question about this this gathering of like in the midst of a pandemic and climate change, how do women heal our body, our spirit, and our land? You can you can publish it in your networks with the hashtag Cura da Terra and tag Planeta Ella or other accounts so that your work can also be part of this weaving and a song for the future. Also to our email. Our we as indigenous women, our sole existence is resistance. eh, and we are the medicine for the earth. We're going to try to do this to try to gather and systematize all the words that we're not able to speak in this circle of word. And here we have the participation of many sisters. This you could sing, maybe sing a song, share a drawing, a video. You can express yourselves in regards of what this space had made you feel or think. And we also want to thank the over 700 sisters who are listening, looking at us live by from Inalinja rules in the different languages that are being broadcasted live in this gathering. We would love to have enough room for all of us, but we also know that these platforms have their own limitations. So now we want to thank Sonia, who shares with us from Brazil. Now I would like to invite a sister from this territory in Ishimuleo, Guatemala, a fighter, a Quechua fighter, a tireless and brave woman whom we follow and we admire very much. I want to ask Maria Kukchok to please take the word and share with us her answer to the question of this space. Welcome, Maria.
Bien, ¿me escuchan?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Bien.
Good. I want to tell you, the first place, that I'm not in a very good health shape right now. I have some health issues, but I still want to say thank you to a lot of you that we are connected. And I want to start with the thoughts that I've been hearing, listening, with the thoughts that I'm already interpreting in my mind and in my imagination. I feel like I'm already in the woods with a lot of sisters that I've been listening right now. Very wise words. We are thoughts. We know all the ancestors' knowledge. We are healers. We are doctors. We are defenders. We are leaders. We are mothers. We are creative. We are women in the whole meaning of the word. In this special day, in a International Indigenous Women Day, let's have in mind and in our hearts that the fight that we have is for all of us. There is no color. There is no social class. We are on a planet called Earth. And when we say a planet Earth, it's because the Earth, it's healing us. Y por eso cura la tierra, and that's why it brought us together, all of us, in a global scale. The pandemic has all of us confinated. It has us traumatized. It has damaged us. But if we analyze, those things are created by the men who want to see us kneeled down, who want to see us killed, who wants to grab our lands, who wants to destroy our native villages, our ancestors, all the sons and daughters that live in these communities in the Amazon. But there's still people, they are women, they have offered their lives. And Maria Magdalena Kuchok is saying hi to you from the Mayan territories in Guatemala, in the region of Quechua. They are women who have given their lives, like Adelina Maki, a woman who was Quechua, and she was super strong, and she organized the communities and the sisters and the brothers for all to access the land, and the result was to kill her. And who are the responsible for this? The Guatemalan military, the corrupted military people who rule us. I also want to mention the assassination of in the years of 79 and 80. I want to invoke Maria Margarita Chuche, who also was killed for the cañeras in the grab landing in the regions of our territories in 2012. If we compare the years, even today, the people, Kekchi, the women, we keep being resilient. We keep being resilient, but the result is the criminalization and the assassination for raising our voices, for the communitary organizations, for defending our rights, for defending our territories. We go to jail for that. What is going on in our surroundings? We are facing a pandemic. In my case, as a human rights defender in the territory, I have suffered this discrimination. I am suffering criminalization. I am suffering all these assassinations, all these persecutions. It hurts me. Right now, I'm released on bail for being an interpreter from our native language to Spanish in our justice courts for violations to our even human rights. That's why I'm criminalized. I am an indigenous interpreter, and the law, that's how it's said, that we need to have all interpreters in all the social and justice environments, and even more in the justice courts. We need these interpreters. Who are attacking us? Who are the responsible ones for the sisters to suffer this much in the different continents and all Mesoamerica? We are facing COVID-19, coronavirus. We are suffering confinement, pandemic, but the women, we always go forward. We have no fear because all this information that they're brought for the government by the government is for us to go to the same companies, the pharmaceutical companies. But now this is not the time to consume medications. This is the time for us. This is for us to demand our medicine plans, and we are healers, we are doctors. We need to be united with our people, with our community. We also help women to give birth. We are psychologists. This is the time for us to go and help our forests, our woods. This is the time for us to go and use the plants, and we have to be more united with our female and male ancestors. Let's ask for their advice. Let's ask for their wisdom. This is what the pandemic brought to my region. This happened to me. That's what I'm saying it. Besides being by myself, besides being so independent, I've seen thousands of people going down, and how many organizations exist and they haven't done anything. I'm so sorry about the word. I'm sorry about what I'm saying, but we need to talk about the reality that we're living in. We don't need all this documentation and words and written words and filed letters who are blown by the wind, and we don't even know where they are. We don't want that. We want actions. We want facts from the reality, from the perspective of our communities, of our ancestor communities. We are wise. We have wisdom, but we don't want people to come and impose anything to us or to give us anything away, something toxic. This is what we're analyzing right now. A lot of people is dying because a lot of people is consuming the food that is not our food, that is just junk food. So Maria Choc is talking to you right now because this is the experience that I had the last days, in which I have faced a confinement. We have a pandemic that the government has banned to us to organize, and the government banned for us to be organized. Also, no mobilization, no transportation. Oh, but in my surroundings, there are a lot of extracting and transnational factories and companies, and for them, yeah, they gave them permissions, and there's no ban, there's no prohibitions to them, because they are the ones who have the right on the constitution to do whatever they want. Of course that we also have rights as indigenous villages, but we are in the lowest scale of these corrupted people. But then this is where the question rises. Why the government gives them the permission, but to us, we are prohibited to do, because that's the owners. Those companies are the owners of the Amazon. Those are companies that they're not even from our countries. They come from the exterior. They're foreigners. And what are they doing in our land? We have suffered, or this company kicking us out. We are victims of these companies, even sexual assaults. They have because all these private and extracting companies, they have no security measures in our land. But we also have suffered all the fires when they set up on fire our houses or lands. Who is these people around us? All these people is Russian and Canadian companies associated with our governments. And they have come to our surroundings without consulting us, without consulting the people, the indigenous people, our communities. And that's why que Maria Choc, she has resisted. She's being resilient with these violations to our rights. Maria Choc is telling you, is right now on released on bail, and I have to be arrested at home, and today I have to go to the justice courts, and next week too. What is the purpose of me going just for being an interpreter from my native language to Spanish? That's my crime. For being with my sisters, for being with my brothers, that they have asked for this justice because they have never been heard. Just for defending our rights.
Hemos vivido un conflicto armado en Guatemala 36 años.
We have lived an armed conflict, and we had this conflict, and we came to peace. But are we really in peace? But no. Guatemala hasn't experienced peace. We haven't experienced freedom. We haven't experienced enough full state of peace. That was another strategy for the companies, for these millionaire companies. Now they are the owners of our lands. They are taking. I hope that I'm giving you my message, and I hope that this message is now in your hearts. I'm very thankful for your attention, but Maria Choc is facing right now all this injustice. because of these foreigners companies, and the land is the one that we're defending because the land give us all the sacred food, and the land is ours, and that holds our spirituality. Thank you for all the sisters from the different countries. Let's be together, let's be united, and let's listen to each other, and let's not feel alone. Thank you. Hugs to everybody. Hugs from Guatemala and the Quechua lands and the Quechua communities.
¡Bravo! ¡Bravo! ¡Fuerza,
Bravo.
Mayra! ¡Increíble!
Bravo, bravo.
El
Ya, aquí estamos varias.
Gracias, María, por el coraje, la fuerza, su valentía. Usted es una inspiración, una mujer valiente. Y justo compartir, hermanas.
Thank you so much, Maria, for your courage, for your valiance. Just like you were telling us, she is a political prisoner, just as many of her sisters and brothers in their territories for defending the land, the mother of all struggles, which is the Mother Earth. And that's why it's important to reiterate in this space, which is an invitation to for us to also articulate our actions to reclaim the freedom of the political prisoners in all the indigenous territories and peoples who are being harassed by multinational corporations who appropriate, destroy the earth, and don't respect it. And also from this Cura de Terra space, we also demand the freedom of the political prisoners in Guatemala and the Mapuche political prisoners and the political prisoners in Honduras, for all the brothers and sisters who have been kidnapped for defending life. And it is for us to just tell Maria from this space, to tell her you are not alone, and that we're going to continue amplifying and sharing her powerful voice. Thank you for this space. This is such an important space too. We are getting a lot of messages from different social media, thanking the sisters, thanking their testimonies. And we also want to thank the ones who are watching live outside of the Zoom channel, thanking all the sisters who are still connecting to this call. We feel very honored to have your presence here. And now we are going to give the word to another one of our sisters. She is a NASA sister who is a counselor of the rights of the indigenous rights in Colombia, UNIC, in Colombia. She defends human rights in the indigenous peoples and the visibilization of the who have been victims of the armed conflict in Colombia. So we give the welcome to Aida sister from Colombia, NASA Colombia. Thank you so much. Welcome to Cura de Terra. Thank you so much. I want to send a big hug to every one of the sisters, compañeras, in the struggle and resistance from the different corners of Mother Earth. In that sense, now I want to thank the space, to Cura da Tierra, for having invited us and for having put our voices from what we have been walking, from what the indigenous women have been walking alongside our peoples who continue looking for the defense of life, territory, dignity, and rights. I would like to then, based on the question, we, men and women, have considered, and in particular, I want to share what this journey of the pandemic has been. And we then said that if the pandemic was a virus created to eradicate many of humans in the planet as an economic development strategy. We also considered from spirituality, from reading, and from the wisdom of our elders, it is that Mother Earth is also sick, has also been violated. Mother Earth is calling us and has sent us messages that in the outside concept is probably called climate change. And from our vision, in the roots, is that there is a crisis, just like the ones who spoke before me said it, because they have cut the trees down, because they have finished off the animals, because they have violated the water, because the air is also contaminated, but also the thinking, the thought is contaminated. That's why today the death is put in front of life. That happens to us in Colombia. However, we were also doing the analysis. If we are the 5% of the indigenous population in the world, and 95% is the one who says that they put the hope in the 5%, but it is the one of which a high percentage is destroying it. So we were saying, who is the hope then? Who's going to cure this wound that Mother Earth has? But because she's wise, as many of the wise ones, she called us to order. And one of the orders was to do a halt, to stop a little bit, to reflect, to continue. I had been in this exercise of orientation of our indigenous and authorities uh, in this process, in the midst of tears and laughter and lots of struggles that many of us women go through. But in this halt, it also had me reflect that this struggle is so important. The reivindication is so important, as well as not abandoning our grandparents who wait for us at home, our children, our sons or daughters, because they also need the orientation. And it has also called us to reflect a little bit on coming back to our roots. It doesn't mean that we have left it all, but I think that some practices are sometimes abandoned, especially for us, which are in that exercise, in that hasty exercising of leadership. Communities have called us, but today Mother Earth called us. Some of the wise ones from the Sierra Nevada of Santa Marta said to us, spirits are also asleep. They are tired, and we need to do something. So this pandemic also gave us the possibility of harmonize ourselves with them, of communicating with them, of offering to them, with them as well, to feed ourselves, to nourish ourselves, and gather strength to continue fighting for what today is a struggle. It is a struggle because we want our children and the sons and daughters have that opportunity of breathing, of traveling through the river, of walking through the roads, of moving in our territory, of being free, of being at peace, of developing our life project. And that is what I think is our big struggle, our big challenge, and we've been doing. But in the case of Colombia, we have denominated in today's times that we are in a total genocide. And I don't think it's only Colombia, it's Latin America, the Avia Yala and the world territory. Because the right, the right governments have want to displace and assault the territory like they did for many years. And today, with a lot of strength, if, regardless of the many struggles and the conquests, there is a need of rights where racism and discrimination has set in, xenophobia in particular against women and girls. Because in these times of pandemic, we have had a lot of girls being raped by the public forces, like what happened with the Invera girl from Risaralda, the Nukak, as well as others who are invisibilized, because now they're not looking at the indigenous woman as a human woman with their whole rights, but they're looking at her as an object that they can do anything with, and it is promoted by the state itself. And it is one of the struggles and challenges that we have in Colombia to eliminate this kind of practices against indigenous women. The other situation that we're living beyond the pandemic of the COVID is the armed conflict. Because today we have said we are not at home, we are in the territory. Because in the territory, we take care of ourselves from the authorities with our own mechanism of protection that we have, which is called the Indigenous Guard. It is an exercise of peace where we integrate young men, girls, and older and the elders. And they have been taking care of the territory, protecting from the exercise of social and territorial control. But we have found ourselves to have a lot more strength. Like our Guatemalan sister said, in Colombia, they also signed a peace between FARC and the government. But peace never came to the territories and hasn't arrived. On the contrary, the armed groups reinstated. The ones who were from the FARC now are dissidents, the paramilitaries, the same public force, because they all work together for narcotics, mining, and the extraction of our natural elements. And that is why us, the indigenous peoples and the rural communities, we are a hassle to the economic development. That's why they persecute us. That's why they kill us. That's why they murder us. That's why they're recruiting our own people. That is the system that today we need to face. But we then consider that we need to move forward, that regardless of the tears and the death, death, we need to stand up. We need to get up, not to fall down. We need to gather strength because that is where the spirit of Mother Earth lies, because that is where our peoples are. That is where our children are, our boys and girls. That's where our youth is. That's where our husbands are, because for many of the husbands, they have been killed, like assassinated, like mine. And many women are the victims because we have to take so many of the functions that we have already been carrying. But that gives us strength because I also gather from what the sister from Brazil said. We have to advance to be able to break those models and practices that today want to destroy the territory and the peoples, and in particular, we, the indigenous women. But what do we have to do there? We have to unite from wherever we are, because Mother Earth has called us and listening to this voice, uniting our spirits, uniting our wisdom so that we protect among each other, to seek mechanisms for allegiance, to create alliances. This is a space of alliance, that our voices are heard, that it is not my voice, but our community's voice. Also, that we have allies from the national and international sphere, because our voices, not only our voices are enough, the voices of many are also enough, those of us who fight for dignity and life. And that we seek mechanisms to make what we are practical. If we need to walk, let's walk. If we need to cry together, let's do it. If we need to cry, let's do it too. If we need to sing and dance, let's do it because we need to give strength to our lives and to our spirits. But if we need to unite to save Mother Earth and our peoples worldwide, we need to do it from the different dynamics of the visions and the cosmovisions, but also from our practices, our different practices that each of us have, which are very valuable. And I know, like our elder said, we are going we're going to live through time and space. Even though we have this hard reality in Colombia, we still have hope. In these past times, we have had more than 10 massacres of the Aguay peoples in Chocó, in Cauca, in the Valle of Antioquia, but we still continue with the hope that we have all of the possibilities to resist and to fight for our rights, to fight for our lives, but in practical actions that take us to unite those forces that we need as indigenous women, the indigenous peoples, and the whole of society
Muchas gracias.
that helps us save this planet. Thank you very much.
Ana, fuerza.
Muchísimas gracias, Aida. Nuestro cariño y nuestra solidaridad con ustedes, a sus territorios.
Our love and our solidarity with you for life, for justice, also for that peace that we so wish, so that they stop expropriating our territories, our bodies from the communities. We also want to thank, because of the strength of the spirits too. Remembering that Indigenous Women's Days was in 1983 was created during the second encounter of organizations and movements in Tijuanaco, Bolivia, in honor of the fight of Bartolina Cisabas, Guerrera Irmar, who was against the colonization and died and was killed in La Paz, Bolivia, was assassinated. That's why every 5th of September we give tribute to women like Bartolina, like all of the women who are part of this space and who are now connecting from many channels, so that their actions and their gestures can also be shared and known by all, and especially supported by all. That's what we also want to do, a space to listen to each other, to amplify. Thank you to all the women who have already given their word, and thank you to all the women who are going to share as well. Now we want to do a brief pause to be able to, catch our breath, drink some water. If anybody needs to have a brief moment of rest, the next 5 minutes we're going to spend to first to refresh ourselves, and we're going to come briefly. We'll see each other soon. This is just a pause. Now we're just going to have a little rest.
La Madre Tierra está enferma. Nuestros pueblos también. Hoy vivimos las consecuencias de un modelo económico, social y espiritual que ha infectado nuestros territorios y cuerpos. Un virus que pone el dinero por encima de la vida. En medio del exterminio, las mujeres indígenas hacemos de la lucha melodía. Recuperamos la tierra robada. Insistimos en celebrar nuestra existencia. Sembramos esperanzas, pues sabemos que somos la cura. Las llamamos a curarnos el susto y a ser las parteras del futuro. Las invitamos a reunirnos, pues somos tan diversas como gotas en un río. Y juntas somos la cura de la tierra.
Eu, Alapiti, sou do território indígena. Meu nome é Watata e eu, Alapiti, sou do território indígena do Xingu. Eu nasci e cresci na aldeia, né? Quando eu fui para fora, conhecer o mundo do branco, eu conheci o pensamento dos brancos. O governo brasileiro que vai ameaça o nosso povo. Eles rasgam as nossas florestas para que o indígena vá lá para consumir na cidade dele. Os nossos rios estão todos envenenados. A gente não bebe água dos nossos rios. As florestas também estão sendo rasgadas. Porque dizem que antigamente já aconteceu tudo isso, né? Essa destruição todas. Tá aí, vai destruir tudo de novo, né? É o homem que está destruindo, o Caraíba que está destruindo. Tudo por quê? Por causa de dinheiro. Por que uns têm que ter mais e os outros menos? E esse dinheiro não vai pagar vida. Por que o não indígena não pode aprender isso? E se a floresta acabar, não tem mais para o meu filho nem para o seu filho. Não importa se você mora aqui, se mora do outro lado do mundo, acaba para todos nós, né? Eles merecem isso, né? O mundo merece, o nosso futuro merece tudo isso. Então é a mesma coisa o nosso planeta. E o nosso planeta está ficando muito doente e a gente precisa curar ela. E a gente precisa de apoio de todo mundo. Bom, nós somos a cura, né? Porque os filhos que a gente vai trazer, a nova futura geração, é a gente que tem que cuidar. Mulheres do mundo inteiro. As mulheres hoje que querem, que respeitam a floresta, que respeitam a cultura indígena, isso é uma forma de cura, né? Nós, jovens, que temos que defender esse planeta.
Muchas gracias, hermanas. Queremos pues ya retomar el espacio y el círculo de la palabra. Agradecer nuevamente a todas las personas.
In the circle of the word, we want to thank everybody who are connecting from the different channels, the broadcasting channels, who are sharing the signal of this gathering. We want to thank all of the sisters who have generously also given this space from their morning to come to this meeting, to share their thinking, their feelings. Now that we're seeing how sick Mother Earth is and our peoples too, we suffer the consequences in this of this model that has created a virus that puts money before life. And now in this extermination, indigenous women want to make a melody out of the war. Now we know that we are the cure. And now we want us to continue sharing our thinking, our words, our doing, to share. And also to thank the Guatemalan Radiophonic School and the Radio Diarios Comunitarias in Uruguay as well, who are sharing the broadcast of this gathering. I also want to share, sisters, that we're going to be doing a follow-up to all the testimonies and all of the words that are not able to be shared during the gathering. This is only the beginning of a long and profound dialogue. We want to invite the sisters to record a video, sing a song, paint something, and to be able to share it on the email reto@curadaterra.com, or to share it in your social media to continue weaving this conversation collectively, so that nobody is left out. We know of the limitations of the space and time as well. There's also sisters who are in different time zones. And well, to invite you all to continue together, to be able to share, to weave, and continue creating chants, songs for the future. We also want to let you know that after this encounter, this Cura de Terra gathering, we're going to have a musical and artistic space in which Indigenous sisters are also going to share from the movement music, poetry, and singing. They're going to share their thinking and their feeling. And this is going to be broadcasted through Facebook Live in Planeta L and also on Instagram. The interpreter here is no audio. Celebration. Right now, we want to call within the different folks who we have invited in the continent, who has also prepared her presentation, and that has also asked us for a space to for the collective word, to our compañera Adriana Guzman, an Aymara women, a fighter from Bolivia, whom we invite to take the space.
Hi, can you hear me? Good afternoon, sisters, and all the women that they're here right now. I am Diana. I'm a young woman from Aymara. I want to start just saying thank you for the space. Thank you for being here all together and bringing all the energies that these nets are useful to pass our energy. Afayu is the energy, so a lot of afayu for everybody. Sisters, women, let's keep walking with our hearts, with our energy, with our strength. And all the women who have spoken, I want to thank you for making a path for everybody, for us to that we're seeing you. There is a phrase a quote that I really like. Let's all walk together, looking forward, but also looking backwards. We're seeing your path and we're following your path, and looking, but also recognizing our roots and memory. Thank you so much for this space. Thank you so much for Cura da Terra. To all the sisters, thank you, Andrea. Thank you for all your strength, for your fight. I want to ask permission for this circle of words, for this space. I want to ask permissions to the Coke Mother to recognize, to keep looking at us and keep recognizing us. I want to start talking about our grandmother Bartolina, that in 1781, 1782, she was tortured. Her hair was cut by the Spaniards. The Spaniards used to like throw rocks at her, urinate on her. She was humiliated. And this is the message for us to not defend our land, to not defend our wisdom or knowledge. And that's why we're remembering this day, the September the 5th, the Day of Indigenous Women, for this cruel assassination of Bartolina, for our grandmother. We keep walking with her memory and her strength. And we keep walking with all the rage for all these assassinations, for all the attempts to kill us and to kill our knowledge and to kill the recognition of our daughters, that they don't want to no longer be women or indigenous women. Also, against that assassination, we are fighting. I want to tell you that we're talking from a territory from Bolivia. We are suffering a coup, a state coup from the government from 2019. It started to humiliate our sisters, our grandmother, and all the Aymara women from the same way that they have humiliated our Bartolina grandmother. One more time, they have thrown rocks to our grandmothers, spill on them, and humiliate them. And we wanna make our voices be heard. That we thought that our world has been transformed for more than 300 and 500 years of humiliation. This coup has been built on the people, built on the women, to humiliate our indigenous women for the sexual violence, that we cannot go to the police, but because the police responds to the military, how can we help get the help? It's been 9 months from that coup. And this hasn't been released in the media because, of course, this is a power, but this has been a punch to all of us as people, because all the companies and all the owners of the lands that they have stolen, all these land grabbers, all these people with the economical power, they have created this coup just to recover the people authority, to impose their colonialism, to impose racism on us, for us to be ashamed about who we are. And to them, we want to tell them in the world, because in the world they're doing this, we're not going to go backwards. We are not going to be ashamed no more. We are going to recognize as women, as native indigenous women, as defenders of this territory, and we're going to recognize ourselves as defenders of our knowledge, because in our knowledge is our existence and resilience. We are going to resist racism, and we are going to name them. We are going to point our fingers to them. The attack that it's been occurred in Bolivia, it's been everywhere, and this is a lesson for everybody in the world, in Ecuador, Bolivia, Brazil, Venezuela. We have a saying in this matter, all the women from these countries and territories. This is a lesson for the world, for the indigenous people, to not for. In Bolivia, there is a plurinational government, and there's a lot of genocide, and this is. They have imposed a colonialist education, and they have imposed this perspective in our schools and university, and they want us to feel ashamed of who we are and for speaking the language that we speak. And I wanted to say that in our regions, there are a lot of fundamentalists and racism that is attacking all of knowledge and is attacking all of our people. And we as women, as indigenous women, it is important to find ourselves, to find our knowledge and wisdom, but also with that wisdom decide which is going to be the path. In Bolivia, for 13 years, we are trying to build a government, a communitarian government with education, a whole structure to decolonize, and the government is giving us a coup, is giving us the question is like, are we gonna still are we gonna still need this governments, structures, and these institutions and these health or organizations. We have to build our democracy to fight these racism and genocide. And that's the purpose that we're here now. What is going to be the path that we're going to follow? For all these people that it still is racist with us, for democracy, to find our democracy. They have abused us and they have used us as decorations. And what is the path that we're going to go to? I want to talk about the pandemic. In an international level, the pandemic has been declared as the sickness of the Mother Earth. We are not taking the responsibility. We are not taking the fault. If there's a damage to the land, to the Pachamama, the Mother Earth, the fault is the extractive companies. It's not our fault as humanity. The women in our villages, in our communities, in our towns, we have fought for these rights. We have fought against the mining companies. We have fought against the extracting companies and all these transnational food companies. We have no responsibility in this crisis that exists in this weather, in this climate change. The responsible people is the big capitals, the big companies, the big entrepreneurs. I want to say about the pandemic in Bolivia. The government has used this pandemic to continue with their genocide and the elimination of the people. They're not giving health services anymore to our old people, to all the sectors of that they are resisting this coup. We have experienced a pandemic with permanent persecution, going to jail, incarceration. We cannot be heard. We don't have the medical equipment in hospitals, ventilators. We don't have them. But we have recovered all the ancestral wisdom. And if we still standing up, it's because our grandmothers, they have fought and recovered the medicinal plants. We have recovered the huira huira, el eucalipto, el matico. We have healed ourselves by ourselves in the women in our town, in our villages. We have recovered the traditional medicine and the ancestral plants, and we have learned in these times how to resist the pandemic, and we have learned that the fear kills, and we have to fight that fear, and we have to recover that ancestral knowledge and all the medicine that we can use that they were used by our grandmother. Our grandmother have taught us to tell the fear to go, that we need to fight. There's no time for fear. We need to talk to our fear, to our strength, and to recover that force to keep fighting. That is the type of knowledge that we need to circulate among us, that this fear that the colonialism imposed to us and the governments, our military governments imposed this fear to us, these massacres. 36 brothers and 2 women were massacred in Bolivia, and they have disappeared in our people. These massacres in our governments is killing us. We are fighting for our spirituality, and we have done a lot of work to recover our force and our strength to keep fighting. At last, I want to say thank you. I want to repeat freedom to all the people who is politically incarcerated in all the territories. No more genocide in Colombia. Stop killing all the women and men, Native people. We need justice. Justice for Valdez, justice for Berta, justice for all the killed sisters in the defending of our lands. We are going to recover our lands. We are going to recover our knowledge, and we are going to walk together. Hayaya sisters, hayaya brothers, everybody. We keep here the fight to defy the fire to pass our energy because we resist, and that's how we resist. Thank you, hermana, sister Sayaya.
Gracias.
Bravo.
Ay, 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 ay.
Gracias, Adriana.
Estamos juntas.
Yes. Muchísimas gracias,
Thank
Hayaya.
you so much, Hayaya, Swarmi. Thank you, sisters. Our love and our solidarity hug and sorority hug for that struggle, the hit of fascism against our peoples that also hit us in these territories, solidarity and accompaniment. Thank you also for your resistance in that territory. We accompany you and we're with you from this place. We want to thank the sisters from the Bolivian territory and also remind you again that on September 5th, a woman like Bartolina Sisa said no and stood up against colonialism and also stood up to remember that dignity, that ancestral dignity that accompanies us, which is a legacy. Thank you for all of the struggle. And well, we continue here also invoking more sisters who are going to share their testimonies, their lives, and who are going to help us also together to continue asking us questions of where we're going and what do we do from what they are doing. I would like to call in our sister Rufina Edith Villa Hernandez, a very beloved and admired sister from the Mexican territory, who, from her experience as well, has a lot to share, and to whom that we have a lot to learn from the fighting of the defense of water, and that we want to call Sister Rufina. We know that she has been accompanying us here from early. Thank you for attentively listening and for being part of this gathering. We give you a loving hug to your community. Welcome to Cura da Terra.
Acompañándonos temprano. Gracias por la escucha atenta y por estar haciendo parte de este encuentro. Le agradecemos y un abrazo cariñoso hasta su comunidad. Bienvenida a Cura da Terra.
Pues buenas tardes a todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very happy to be in this space with you to celebrate this struggle, this fight that so many women have been doing in the whole world. On this day, I feel very excited uh, to give my word. I know that it's a space where many women and many people are listening to us. I'm going to share from what I have lived from the time I was a little girl. I was little. I learned that our natural surrounding is very much important to our life. A natural surrounding that is healthy, where my mother would go and take the plants, the medicinal plants, to heal me, to heal my sister, and also the fact that we work on the field, that we go uh, to um, sow seeds of milpa, that we make our tortillas with corn and with avocado, the way that we did it before, all women, and to work with our husband, work the land with our husband. Yes, uh, having a lot of financial needs because women's work has not been valued, nor has the work of the agricultural work been valued. I joined an organization of indigenous women in on 1985 to be able to sell our um, our art, uh, which previously was only for for the way we dressed and for our household. And because of financial need, we had to start selling. But immediately in those meetings that we started having, we saw that it was important to go attacking the different issues of women. We have worked on the topic of human rights, focused on women's rights, preventive health, environmental care, doing different actions, and also the acknowledgement of our indigenous culture, Anagua indigenous culture, because very often the husband wouldn't allow us to speak the Anagua language to our children. And we started seeing the importance of that our culture doesn't get lost because of all the knowledges that it encompasses, because of all this cosmovision of the care that we have of our nature, also because of the service, the community service that is necessary, and the roles in our place, in our community, because of the way of working the mano vuelta and transferring these knowledges to our children, to our grandchildren. And well, in this sense, we have been working and doing projects, uh, financial as well as educational, in the Indigenous Women's Organization here in this municipality of Cuetzalan in the state of Puebla of our beloved Mexico. On 2008, we began one more fight, one more struggle for the defense of water, for the defense of the territory, to prevent that invasive projects arrived to take away what belongs to us. On previous years, in 2009, 2010, there was a whole process of building a territorial ordinance that would be able to help us as a tool to defend our places, because there started to be a lot of greed because of what the rich call natural resources, and that for us women, they are our natural surroundings to which we belong, and of which we don't feel as owners but rather caretakers, because it is a gift that has been given to us and that we have to preserve for the ones who are coming after us. So on the year 2014, we had the threat of extractive projects, of mining, of hydroelectric projects, and fracking in our territory. So what we did was, it, with this ordinance, doing a lawsuit on the Mexican state for not having respected this ordinance here in our municipality. And later on, we started organizing as well in neighborhoods and auxiliary groups and then municipalities to be able to do informative assemblies showing people all of the damages that those projects provoke, cause, and that as a peoples, we could not allow that they would come to us because once they get established, it's very hard to then take them out. We had an experience as a Pillatlali group, a nearby municipality called Samaxtiplan, where they arrived and through trickery they started doing the exploration. And when people reacted, they were they were already closing the springs that they were using for their daily life. And also in a municipality called Olincla, we were accompanying the movement of the women who didn't allow the entry of the machinery to where the river was, which the company wanted to occupy for a hydroelectric. This movement, where we unite not only our municipality, but also other 24 municipalities in the whole region, we were able to stop a quadruple hydroelectrical, a river on a riverbank that they tried, where they tried to put those four hydroelectrics that were going to greatly hurt the whole region because of the drought that there could be. And also because when they would open the doors of the hydroelectrics, it could flood all of the lower parts of sowing, of cultivation of our brothers, of our people, Totomaca as well as Nawa. In the year 2017, we in our municipality had the threat of an electrical substation that they tried to establish and that they tried negotiating with us, and through trickery, they said that it was electrical energy for the municipality and that there wasn't enough energy to give to the population. In reality, that substation was going to make make it so that through high tension cords there would be a line to other municipalities so that they could start working on their projects, on their extractive projects. So we all united, and as an assembly, we didn't allow for that electric substation would be established, which would then give place to the mining projects to come in. And also in the municipality, they wanted to put up another hydroelectric in a little town called Cuamono, which belonged to the same municipality. And they were already starting their work. And before in Tacobizacta, there was a mining, and there the project was Atexicaco 1 and 2, and it was going to hurt 3,000 acres of this place. We were on this struggle, and we didn't allow for them to establish that electric substation. We resisted as a peoples, not within the terrain where they wanted to set it up, but on the side in a peaceful way, because our struggle has always been peaceful, to not put our sisters, brothers and sisters' lives at risk. Consequently, because we didn't allow for that electric substation to be set up, because the Federal Commission of Electricity never sent us the whole project that the ordinance asked for, so that we could know truly what it consisted, what that project consisted on. The response was to send some black pages, and that was the reason why we didn't allow for anything to be set up that we had no knowledge of. We didn't know the magnitude of the project, how it could affect us in our region. The consequence that we had was that they did a lawsuit against us, against the, on the PGR in Puebla in January in 2018, and they made us appear, and they told us that we had an investigation file because we had not allowed that the Federal Commission of Power did a public work. So during all of 2018 and 2019, we attended when they asked us to have a dialogue with the PGR and with the Federal Commission of Power, because what they wanted to do was to scare us so that we wouldn't oppose to that substation. But because we here in our municipality, our assemblies, we always were informing people, to those 5,000 people, that every 2 months we would gather to inform. There was a lot of strength by other organizations, other groups in different parts of the country who supported us so that we wouldn't suffer from greater problems. But we also uh, went before the human rights uh, organizations and representatives of the new United Nations so that we would have their support. So now with this new government that we have, they let us know that that file had been taken off from over us, and that we didn't have anything to be fearful in that respect with that lawsuit. Now we continue here in this territorial ordinance. We continue also working in our organization, in the Indigenous Women Organization, especially to protect what is our Mother Earth. We know that we have to take care of our natural surroundings. We don't want for transgenics to invade our communities, nor that the interpreter has lost the audio. Monsanto,
con mucho entusiasmo
with a lot of
y
enthusiasm, and I thank again to for you to have allowed me to give these words, this testimony of life, this struggle, and I admire and respect all of the women who are in this struggle, and my biggest homage to all the women who have gone missing for having the bravery of defending their peoples, of defending women, of defending our Mother Earth. Thank you very much.
tener el valor de defender a su pueblo, de defender
Abrimos
a las
entonces los
mujeres
micrófonos
y
para
de
enviar nuestra
defender a nuestra
energía,
madre
nuestro
tierra.
agradecimiento, nuestra fuerza.
Now we open up the mics to give our love, our appreciation, and our thanks to our sister Rumina. Thank you, Sister Rumina. Thank you all.
Y bueno, esto es los micrófonos para enviar
And well,
un testimonio muy valioso.
now here is a very valuable testimony that comes to us from the territory that now we know as Mexico. Thank you so much, sister, for that strength to defend Mother Water, because we know that she's water. She's life. Now we want to invite our sister who visits us, who will be joining us from Sarayaku and from the Quichuas communities in Ecuador, Patricia Gualinga. Welcome, Pati.
Good afternoon, everybody here, the sisters. It's an honor for me to be here. And I say hi from the Amazon in Sarayaku, Ecuador, to all the sisters, all the indigenous sisters in this special day. It is an honor to be here with you and be sharing all of our experiences, our fight experiences and stories, resistance, resilience stories, to be on the front line to defend our territories. After saying hi, I would like to mention that thank you to all the grandmothers, all of our ancestors. We are the result. We are the result of that. I'm so proud of having grandmother, aunts, mothers, and they have fought and they have left a path for us to walk on. The Sarayaku people and its women, we like to fight, and we have demonstrated throughout the years, throughout the generations. We have demonstrated in our fight, anti-oil fight, in which we haven't allowed that the oil companies destroy the territory Sarayaku. We have also demonstrated to take or to make radical decisions. We don't take halfway decisions. Sarayaku women, we take radical decisions, and we say no to the oil companies. It goes against to our values, to our rights as communities. We have seen with a lot of pain all the happenings that they have occurred to our sisters, that they have been a lot of exploding oil extraction. Since 2013, there is a lot of movement from our women, and we have said that we experience physical violence, sexual violence, territorial violence, all from these oil extracting companies and the mining companies, and we cannot allow that. They have we are not longer being silent. Now we want to talk. We have to be the leaders of our own voice and not let anybody else to speak for all. It has to be us, the ones who speak, to defend from our sentiments, from our emotions, emotions that only women can have, and risk intuition that only women have. We cannot trust in fake promises, in promises that supposedly they want to develop our lands, but that the only thing they do is to damage our structure, our social structure. And I think that the indigenous organizations, they have to see us as an strength, as a support for these organizations. And this has been demonstrated in these critical apocalyptic times. Everything has been shown in the spot. The COVID, the pandemic has brought everything to light and to the spot. A lot of people were expecting that these companies exterminating us, but no, we're not going to allow that. Our knowledge is there intact. And our people, we always use our wisdom, our ancestral knowledge, to the roots, to the trees, to the nature. And we haven't experienced a lot of deaths in this region as it was expected, but we did have some loss. Some people have abandoned us because we have not been prepared. This has been a surprise for us, but we have been here. And the indigenous people have not only suffered the pandemic, we have also suffered the climate change. All this region, we have suffered the climate change and the climate crisis. In Brazil, there's a lot of fire forests. Here, there's a lot of flooding. There's an overflow of water from the rivers from 30 meters, and they overflown our cities and destroy our infrastructure. This year, 2020, put everything on the spot, all the misery, all the corruption from our governments, because our indigenous people, not even our left governments or the right governments, they have been nice to us. And we have to be in the front lines and with all the allies, with women. We have been looking for support and assisting people. And that's our way of healing, to fight to defend our territories, to just take our people and be together and be present here together. And this event is very important for us because this is women who feel the same, and we are in the same territories, but we have to be together and defend our lands and our territories and go by our principles, or the principles of nature and energy that bring us life. What is the conservation of nature? All this pandemic and all this thing that we have been living is the consequences of the decisions that have been made by men. It's the fault of the government and the industries. It is a consequences of an over-exploiting of the mining resources, wood resources, the food resources, and that, as indigenous communities, we have to point it out. A lot of women have died, and they have been persecuted for making their voice to be heard. They have burned our houses. They have persecuted us. But we're not going to be silenced. and we're gonna still be here, and we're gonna keep reporting these things, and we're gonna keep protecting each other, and that's the role that we have to play by, and that's the role that divinity and nature has given us to us, and we are the change that the world needs. This world that it's in crisis, the energy of women is the one that needs to generate this change. So that's why I'm very content for all these women to be connected in this space, the same way that nature is connected, the same way that life is connected, connected with her energy, with earth, with her feet on earth, and our head looking up to the sky. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak. A big hug to everybody here.
Por favor, prendemos los micrófonos para que energía, Patti.
Everybody, please turn your mics off to send Patri energy. Thank you.
Así es justamente como nos dice la hermana.
That is the same way that Patri tells me, connected in the energy of women, like the sister says in the chat, connected in the energy of the earth. Thank you for that strength, for these words from the living jungle, sisters, from everything that you work through through these years of also walking in the world to take the words of the communities and the voices that we want life, that we want justice. We also want to give the space in this blog to our sister Sara Omi. She is from the Embera in Panama. Welcome, Sister Sara. Hi, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you well. Good afternoon in my Embera language. This is for the Mesoamerican. I also unite to the words of congratulations for all of the strength, the energy, the struggles in which we all have been part of during this process. And as a young woman, giving continuity to that spiritual legacy and cosmogonic that we have within our territories. And it is timely to send my virtual hello, a strong hug to each of the ones who are able to today share our words, our energies, our hopes, and more than anything, following that work of struggle for continuing our resistance alive as indigenous women and as indigenous peoples within our territories. From Panama as well, we don't escape all those vulnerations against our violations against our rights, our territories, that acknowledgement that needs to happen, that indigenous women must have recognition, and also to have access of quality in healthcare during these times of pandemic, that precisely our traditional knowledges are what are saving lives, in this case in our brothers and sisters in the community, but also that we are seeking social justice so that precisely these knowledges are valued, that they may be also put on in the agenda, on the agendas of public policy in our countries. And as an indigenous woman on this framework, we are precisely looking, we are raising our voices, uh, seeking our participation to be listened to, not only confronting our issues, but also uh, offering alternatives, uh, just like my sisters who have spoken before me in this movement, of how we want to see our development in our territory, that it is important that our rights are respected, right to effective and whole participation, that we are consulted on within our territories, within our communities, precisely so that we seek in community the necessary alternatives from Mother Earth. And here I'm very grateful to share in this space of unity, that the strategic alliances among sisters is important, because precisely listening to these strong voices, energetic voices, also allow us to transfer the same energies to continue fighting in our territories, in our communities, in our own families, and more than anything in spaces where we can raise our voice and say that Indigenous women are present. And this alliance, I think, is the most important one to be able to continue defending our rights. From Panama and Mesoamerica, a big, strong hug to all my sisters, my fighting warrior sisters. Aho.
Gracias, hermano.
Bravo.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. And thank you for also connecting from the community, which I know it was also gonna do a small pause to refresh ourselves, to drink water. I know that also the translators and the team who is making it possible for us to have the possibility of understanding each other, they also need to stop for a moment. So we want to request that you don't leave. It's going to be 5 minutes so that we're also able to tend to our needs and connect again to listen to the testimonies of more of our sisters who are healing and who are defending life and the earth. So I'll see you briefly.
Eu sou Célia Chacriabá, venho do território Chacriabá, em Minas Gerais, sudeste do Brasil, porque nós vivemos numa região semiárida do bioma cerrado, que é o segundo maior bioma brasileiro e que queima muito mais do que o bioma Amazônia. Que os povos indígenas estão chegando 1 milhão no Brasil, mas a gente não faz a reflexão quantos povos indígenas foram enterrados, quanta diversidade foram enterrada, quantas línguas foram enterradas. O que está em curso hoje no Brasil é um genocídio legislado, é o próprio Estado brasileiro, é o próprio Poder Judiciário autorizando a matar os povos indígenas. Todos os territórios indígenas no Brasil que eu conheço só foi demarcado depois da morte de alguma liderança indígena. Porque estar vivo parece ser algo tão comum, mas para os povos indígenas o que está em ameaça hoje é o nosso modo de vida, é a nossa identidade, é a nossa relação com o território. E nós, povos indígenas, nós somos o termômetro do mundo, porque o dia que os povos indígenas dão o último suspiro, isso significa que a humanidade também já não vai conseguir mais respirar. E eu acredito que não se pode curar o mal com a mesma enfermidade. Mas quem tem território, tem lugar para onde voltar. Quem tem território tem mãe, tem colo e tem cura. E as mulheres representam como essa cura do século XXI também. E as mulheres indígenas sabem o que é isso, porque quando pergunta para nós se nós estamos com medo, nós temos respondido que apenas quem tem cicatrizes profundas sabe o remédio que cura. Nós, mulheres indígenas, temos cicatrizes do processo ainda do estrupo da colonização. Mas nós rememoramos essa cicatriz não exatamente para lembrar da dor, mas para entender as possibilidades e os caminhos de cura. Indigenizar os corações também, retomar as nossas práticas ancestrais, o nosso jeito de entender o território, porque o território é para além do meio ambiente, o território é a totalidade da nossa vida, porque o corpo é território, mas o território também é corpo. Então as pessoas nesse momento, muito mais do que pensar a política, nós precisamos pensar o reencantamento pela vida e o ressentimentar. Nós temos um desafio de tentar reflorestar os corações.
Eu sou Maria Leonice, hoje eu resido na terra indígena 7 de setembro, aldeia Paiteca, Coal, Rondônia. Então, o respeito a nós mulheres, né? Eu acredito que tem que existir porque é nós, mulheres, é de nós que surge a vida. E por isso nós vemos influenciando os nossos filhos que vêm nascendo e todos que nos rodeiam a respeitar não só o meio onde nós vivemos, mas também respeitar aqueles que chegam até nós. Hoje, a sociedade não indígena ela influenciou muito a desrespeitar esse meio onde nós vivemos. Muitos deixaram de respeitar os animais, a floresta, os rios, né? Os espíritos que nelas habitam. O nosso planeta, a nossa mãe terra, ela pede socorro. A gente vê isso no mesmo tempo quando você observa o clima. A gente vê todo esse impacto que está acontecendo nesse território. Eu acredito que a terra hoje, ela diz para nós que se ela não for tratada, ela vai morrer. E com ela, todos nós que vivemos nela. E por isso que nós, povos indígenas, nós pedimos respeito também por nós e por tudo que nós temos na nossa comunidade. Porque só através do respeito, eu acho que a gente vai conseguir avançar. E eu acredito que as mulheres, com conhecimento, né, nosso, junto com os nossos pajés, nós temos sim como curar, né? Mas isso também não só depende de nós, populações indígenas, depende também da sociedade não indígena entender que eles também fazem parte, porque se nós vamos tratar, nós queremos curar, mas nós não vamos conseguir se a gente trata de um lado e eles ferem de outro lado. Então a gente precisa da união dos povos indígenas, né, entre homens, mulheres, crianças, jovens e anciãos e todos os conhecimentos dos povos indígenas, mas também da sociedade não indígena. Por isso que nós estamos aqui buscando, né, junto, formar essa aliança para que nós consigamos tratar a cura dessa terra.
Muy bien, ya estamos de regreso después de esta breve pausa.
Now we're back after this brief pause. Thank you so much to all who are still in this collective conversation and also the ones who are following the live stream through the different media that the Cura de Terra are being covered by the media today in the International Indigenous Women's Day, and that also honors the work of women in so many communities. We want to begin once again this circle of the word, inviting one of her sisters who is also in the North American territory. We want to invite Maya Chipana. Maya Chipana.
Hola,
Hi.
Manaya, Nyoka, Sutin, Maya, Chipana, Nyoka, Kani, Quechua, Warmi, Brooklyn, Manta, Pachi, Ñañas, Pachi, Ayus, y yo estoy tan orgullosa de estar,
so proud
de ser indígena,
to be indigenous, especially
este día que es Día
today,
Internacional de
which is
Mujer
the
Indígena.
International
Me
Women's
llamo
Day
Maya
of Indigenous Women.
Del lado de
My
mi
name is
papá,
Maya,
soy
and on
quechua
my father's
del
side, I'm
altiplano de
Quechua
Bolivia,
from the
cerca,
Bolivian
bueno, nuestro
plains.
pueblo
Well,
se llama Charcoyo
our pueblo is called
y
Charcoyo,
queda cerca de
and it is
Salares
close to
y de
Salares
Potosí.
and Potosí.
Pero yo también tengo una
But
mezcla porque
I also have a mixture
del lado de mi mamá
because on my
tenemos
mother's
mezcla
side,
de italiano y
we
bueno,
have a
me
mixture of
crié en Nueva York.
Italian,
Entonces,
and
soy un poco
I was raised
de
in Nueva
todo,
York.
pero yo conecto mucho con los Andes y
I
mis
connect
abuelos como nunca
with
aprendieron
the Andes,
castellano,
and because my grandparents
entonces
never
es súper
learned
importante
Spanish,
para
it's very
mí
important for me to
aprender
learn
quechua y
Quechua
runasimi, ¿no? Y eso
and
es parte de
Nasimi,
lo que yo quería
and that is
compartir
part of what I wanted to
en
share
este espacio
in this
sagrado, en este
space,
círculo de mujeres
in the circle
indígenas.
of Indigenous women.
Yo estaba pensando mucho en
I was
esta
thinking a
pregunta, ¿no?
lot
De
about
qué
this
es,
question
cómo es curar
of like
nuestro
what it is to
espíritu y
heal our spirit
nuestro cuerpo
and our body
y mente, ¿no? Y
and
yo creo
mind,
que
right?
gran parte de
And I
eso
think that
es
a big
hablar
part
con
of
nuestros
that is
ancestros.
speaking with our
Y a mí me
ancestors.
enseñaron que cuando hablamos en
And
nuestros
they taught me
idiomas
that
nativos,
when we would speak in
nos
our native
escuchan,
languages,
¿no? o sea, siempre
they listen
entiendan
to
y
us.
siempre los
They always
espíritus nos entiendan,
understand,
¿no?
and the
Pero
spirits
porque
always
también
they
es,
always understand
es por
regardless.
energía.
But it is
Pero
because it's through
yo
energy.
estoy
But
yo
I
estoy
am
como realizando eso ahora, la importancia
realizing that today,
de
the
hablar
importance
quechua, ¿no?
of
Porque
speaking
es
Quechua, right?
mi abuela, mi
Because it's
abuelo,
my
como mis
grandmother, my
tías,
grandfather, my aunt, like my
nunca
aunts
hablaron castellano
and
y
my
yo
aunts,
hoy hablo
and
inglés,
they
hablo
don't.
castellano
Now I speak
y,
English, I speak
y
Spanish,
siento una conexión,
and I
siento que
feel
perdemos
I feel
una
like
conexión con la
we
tierra
lose this connection with the
cuando
earth
olvidamos
when we
esas
forget
palabras, estas
those
lenguas.
words and those
Y
languages.
también estoy sintiendo
And
mucho
I'm also
hoy,
feeling
especialmente
today,
porque
especially
vengo
because
recién vengo de como
I just came from
un círculo también sagrado
a
con mi
sacred
familia,
circle with my
que
family
estamos por la noche
in
rezando.
which we pray at night.
Y estoy recordando que
And
pasar
I'm
tiempo con
remembering
niños, con
that
animales,
to
con los
spend time with
ancianos,
animals, with
eso es
children,
todo,
with their
eso
elders.
sí, pues cuando dedicamos tiempo a
If we
ayudar a nuestros
dedicate time to
ancianos, nuestros
helping our
abuelos,
elders, our
yo creo que ahí
grandfathers,
viene mucho de la
grandparents,
sanación y al
I
mismo
think that a lot
tiempo
of healing
a los
is
otros
that's where it
abuelos,
comes
a los
from, and the
niños.
other
Y yo no
grandparents,
soy
to the
madre
children.
todavía,
And I'm not a
pero
mother
soy
yet,
tía,
but I am an aunt,
super tía, tengo
super
muchos
aunt.
nietos,
I have
muchos
many,
sobrinos, perdón.
many nieces and
Y
nephews.
bueno, quiero nada más agradecer a
And
todas
well, I
las
just want to
madres del
thank
mundo,
all the
especialmente las
mothers in the
madres
world,
indígenas,
especially the
que
indigenous
en este
mothers,
círculo ahora
which now
estaban
in this
muchas
circle,
mujeres, mis hermanas,
there are
con
many
mis
women,
sobrinos. Y quiero
many
agradecer a
sisters with my
ellas, ¿no?
nephews.
Y a ustedes también, que tal
And I
vez
want to thank them
las
and
que
you,
están mirando
the ones who
ahora,
are watching
a
now,
los que me están escuchando,
the ones
me
who are
imagino que
listening
también
to us.
son
I
tías
imagine
y
that now
abuelas
they're
y
all
madres.
aunts and
Y quiero
mothers.
reconocer esa fuerza y ese
And I want
poder.
to acknowledge that
Y
strength and that
quiero
power.
agradecer y
And I
nada
want to
más
thank
ofrecer una palabra de
and offer
agradecimiento a nuestra
my
luna
word of
también, ese vientre sagrado.
acknowledgement to
Y
our
siento
moons.
muy como
And I feel
feliz de estar aquí,
very
también
happy
como
to be here,
recordando ser humilde,
remembering
porque
this,
yo nada más
because
estoy caminando paso a paso y
we
siento que
just
estoy
I
aprendiendo
just keep
mucho,
walking
y
step
gran
by
parte
step,
de
and I
eso
feel like I'm learning a
con
lot.
ustedes,
And a great part of that is
con las mujeres, ¿no?
being with you, with
que
women
son orgullosas de ser
who are
indígenas.
proud to be
Y
indigenous.
yo también
And
quiero
I
decir
myself,
que
I also want to say
seguimos, ¿no? En esta
that we
lucha
continue in
de
this struggle
amor, de
of love,
familia, de armonía,
family, of
paciencia y
harmony,
compasión,
patience, and
porque
compassion,
esa tiene un valor
because that has
como súper
value,
grande, como
a super, super big
la
value.
verdad, tener compasión hoy en
And to
día
have that compassion today
es todo,
it's
porque es lo único
everything,
que tenemos,
because
¿no?
it's the only
Nuestras
thing we have,
tradiciones
right? It's
siempre,
our tradition,
o sea, por lo menos los míos y los que
at
me
least
enseñaron mis abuelos,
my own and
siempre
the
tener
ones who
compasión
my
a otro,
grandparents taught me
que
was to be
siempre podemos
compassionate
ser
towards
mejor
the other,
y dar
because
a
we could
otras
always be
personas
better,
otra
and to give people
oportunidades de ser mejores,
other chances of being
y
better,
también a nosotras,
and also to
a nosotros
ourselves,
mismos, de disculparnos, ¿no?
to
Por
forgive
cualquier
ourselves
error
for
o
any
lo que
mistake
pensamos
or that
fueron
we think,
errores que
what we
cometimos.
think was a mistake that we made.
Y bueno,
And well,
quiero
I
ofrecer
want
esas
to
palabras
offer those words,
y también
and
gracias
also
por el
thank
tiempo
you
que están
for the
dedicando
time that you're
a
dedicating
escuchar
to
a
listening
todas esas mujeres
to
y
all
todas
these
esas también como
women,
familia y bueno, pues
family, and well,
eso es todo.
for that. That
Gracias,
is
muchas
all.
gracias.
Thank you very
Chao.
much. Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you, sister, for your word. And well, we want to thank all who have connected to share that in this space, in this circle. We are giving some, in this circle, we're giving shorter interventions. I know there's a lot to say, and the sisters have been invited to do an participation of 3 minutes to also share a message about their territories and their communities, so that the greater amount of sisters can participate. So thank you, Sister Maya, for your intervention. Now we want to call in our sister Alicia Ortiz, Alicia Coriz from Santo Domingo Pueblo, please, so that you can take the word. And also to remember the brevity of the interventions. Thank you.
All right, greetings everyone. I'll introduce myself in my traditional language. So, Kuatsi, Emera Hopa, Alicia Coriz Medicana Ese. Bulkwitz kukutirana anya ese giwa mesata shrotsana bulkwitz. Thank you all for allowing me to be in this space. I am from a small village called Giwa Pueblo. We live alongside the Rio Grande River in the central area of New Mexico, and located in the southwestern area of the United States. And you know, I guess with the COVID-19 pandemic, our community was greatly affected. We had unfortunately have had some of our community members pass on due to contracting the virus. And I also would like to take this time to express my deepest condolences to you all if you have lost community members during this pandemic. And so I guess in response to this question, while in the pandemic, it was almost like a wake-up call for our communities of the hyper productivity that capitalism has placed upon us. And we continue to work in order to try and help our families and our people survive in that settler colonial society, whether that be within our tribal community boundaries or in urban areas. And as we continue to operate under colonialism and capitalism, we have to make these decisions that may sacrifice our connection to our culture and language. Also, our participation in our ceremonies and other sacrifices. And so this pandemic has stopped many things, work, school, and has urged us to find creative ways to ensure survival, but also providing another reminder of taking care of ourselves. And one way of doing that is through radical care. So radical care has the ability to help find hope in our dark times. And I believe that all the care that we provide our people is radical. It's a threat to the settler society. It's caring for one another as relatives and maintaining our reciprocity with our environment and the gifts of its knowledge. Care was and is our solution in immediate crisis and ensuring that we have a future for our children. Our care has been used during our opportunities to engage in things like food sovereignty and knowing that the connection it comes back to our mother and our corn maiden spirits, and the knowledge is being reclaimed. So despite the pandemic, even within the pandemic, extractive industries are taking advantage of this time to disrupt and attack indigenous lands and neglecting the voices of indigenous leaders and our communities. So in order to combat that, we have to continue to undermine all things that represent these forces that are attempting to conquer nature and our humanity. And also I wanted to recognize that our care comes together in the form of mutual aid as well. So when our United States government does not uphold their responsibility of following these treaties and providing beneficial resources to our communities, we cannot die waiting for them to help us. So we continue to express solidarity, not charity, and providing that communal care through respecting the sovereignty of our communities by asking what they need rather than just assuming their needs. Also, our way of providing Indigenous radical care is not through only just donating supplies, but continuing to help us build a more sustainable community. And so we continue to look through each other as resources, through our unique skills and resources that we possess, and we share that with one another. I guess following that process of practicing solidarity and not charity, mutual aid continues to mobilize our people and help us to see clearly the injustices that settler colonialism has done and what we can do to join together. You know, finally, I think in order, I guess my urge to you all is to join a revolutionary organization. I have been blessed to be a comrade with the revolutionary organization, which is called the Red Nation, and it centers decolonization, anti-imperialism, revolutionary socialism, and queer Indigenous feminism. And we all collectively continue to work together to educate our communities, learn the theories of like Marx and other revolutionaries, and understand what it means to put it in practice and uplift the voices of those that are unheard. And so helping our community build that movement. And as we said, our existence is resistance, and we continue to be resilient. And so from Turtle Island to Palestine, we continue to demand liberation for all. and we ask, what's your commitment and what are you going to do? We can't just talk about it. That was said by one of our comrades, Larry Casus, who continues to, who had lost his life at the age of 19, fighting for liberation and ensuring that his community was safe. And so thank you again for allowing me to speak. Naitra Tuateko, thank you for coming, and have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Muchísimas
Muy
gracias.
bueno. Gracias.
Queremos agradecer la
We want to
participación
thank the participation of our sister's participation. We want to thank Alicia Collins de Santo Domingo Pueblo, and invite at this moment our sister Ana María Fernández Yupa from Venezuela. Hi, good afternoon. The speaker is speaking in indigenous language. Good afternoon. In my language, good afternoon, women, fighters of the earth. I'm going to briefly tell you so that we all have the opportunity to say what is happening to us as indigenous women. I have been, my family, my uncles have been murdered, and my brothers, because of the fight for the land. It is very sad to right now be in this moment, but that's the way it has to be so that everybody knows. This we cannot hide because it is very hurtful to be persecuted and criminalized in front of the governments and the landowners. I am 37 years old. Since I can remember, my uncle, more than anything, my uncle, Sabino Romero, fighter, was murdered for fighting for the ancestral lands that belong to us. And that fight has been accomplished because that struggle has been very strong, because blood has been shed in our communities. The death of the cacique Sabino Romero and also my brother's death. However, I wasn't interested in the struggle for the land. Not thanks, but because of those deaths, because of my first brother's death, fighting for the land, one time he came to me and said, I am going to fight for the lands. And if one day something happens to me, I'm going to die happy, because we don't have a land. We don't have plains, because we have been in the last mountains of this Perija Sierra. Back then, they killed my brother for fighting for lands that belong to my maternal side's grandmother. And I organized as a Yupa woman to have an organization of women, of 40 Yupa women, to fight for those lands. And since then, we have been organizing, and from the struggles that we have won, because those lands have been won over, we have had, the audio was lost. Then they killed my two brothers. They killed two more brothers of mine. Then they kill another brother of mine. And recently, they tortured my sister. They tortured her for 7 days in a room, and they would tell her that she had to give my brothers away because they were not fighters, but they were delinquents. Where my brothers always have fought, and we have land now, thanks to the shedding of their blood. It is very sad and painful, this story. The story is very sad and painful. And as indigenous women, nobody can keep us silent. We have continued this struggle wherever we go, and whoever has to know it, well, they have to know it. My sister, when they were torturing her, I was at an event that was called Ella, and I had to come. And I said, my sister needs to come out of there because I'm going to rescue my sister. And struggling and trying everywhere with a lot of people who came with us on the radio, struggling with indigenous women, fighting, and then more from the ones who belong to the organization came with me. They set my sister free. She was at this CPC. I went there by myself. Of course, a lot of people around me uh, paying attention to what would happen to me. And I entered and I said, I belong to a women's organization and I come to rescue Mari Fernandez. I didn't tell them that it was my sister. When my sister came out, she said that it was horrible, that they had her in a room locked in, that they had put a gun inside her mouth, barrel, so that she would give my brothers away. That we had our four remaining brothers so that they could murder them. And my brothers, even so, are still in the struggle for the land because they say that the land cannot go to landowners' hands because those lands right now have been recovered because previously there was no forest. Now, 15 years, from 15 years that there's tigers, there's lions, there's a forest, there's many wild animals who have been recovered again. Previously, there was none. Now there is. So we need to protect our lands as indigenous, as people who hurt for these lands. This struggle has been sad, that I have been suffering with my family. We as indigenous women have been um, denigrated, mistreated, especially my sister, who in 3 occasions has been incarcerated in a room, and they have done all sorts of things to her. They have even tried to rape her. They don't do it because we are a very strong group of fighting women, and there we are, standing up to the fight and putting the struggle aside. Nowadays, I have to do a coordination, a health, an indigenous health coordination. That's where I am. I'm also taking criminalization there because they tell me, oh, there goes the 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 thug's sister, and I say, if my brothers are dead, how could you even say that? If I don't feel that way, right? I feel like a fighting woman. I feel like a fighting woman. And I am doing that coordination right now, fighting for the health of our indigenous brothers, so that I've also thought about doing a health house to recover the medicinal plants. Now with this pandemic, we need to recover medicinal plants for us to be able to cure ourselves with the medicinal plants. And that way, to be able to tell this pandemic of COVID-19 called coronavirus that we have those plants and we can give them to our paisanos to recover our plants. I think that I'm gonna stop here to give an opportunity, a chance to my other compañeras to speak. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sister Ana Maria. We hug you. We embrace you very, very tightly. Thank you for your bravery to continue working. Now we want to invite Sister Maggie Marcia, a water defender from the Guachiquel territory in Guatemala. Welcome, Maggie.
Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Hi, can you hear me? Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you, everybody who's here. It's a great pleasure to be here all this day with you. Just to tell you a little bit about the work that we have done. Sadly, in Guatemala, like in all countries, you can feel that we are dehumanized. We don't feel like humans anymore. I am from the Mayan indigenous origin here in Guatemala. And we started a very strong fight. I'm going to share a little bit with you. If they allow me to share something with you, I'm going to explain to you a little bit what's going on. We started a fight with in 2008. We started this movement with young people from the indigenous people from Guatemala and how to include youth people in the cultural recovery. And now we're trying to promote making decisions in public spaces, but we don't have a very public space where young people can make their voices to be heard. And we're seeing that possibility to do something different. And I joined this organization in 2009, 2010, and we were talking about this topic, and we started to fight to make this viral, this information, to make it viral. Where we live in the department of Solola in Guatemala, we have one of the most wonderful lakes of the world, the Atlitan Lake. In this lake, especially, there's a lot of population, indigenous population from different ethnicities, indigenous ethnicities. And then we have the mestizos brothers, a lot of foreigners that they have incorporated to our lives. We have a little bit of everything. How do we start this process? And from there, that's how my fight started and my activism started. And some of the brothers, they talked to us about the mega collector. There is how the process started. The mega collector, to tell you a little bit about this, is a mega infrastructure in the Atlitan Lake that it is around 150 kilometers, and they want to have like pressure pipes to extract the water from the lake for them to take advantage of the resources from the lake. In this case, the people who offers this mega collector, they are going to save the lake waters. That's what they claim. They want to implement these structure pipes in this lake, and these waters are going to be translated to a lower point to the populations to give them like a treatment or to separate the solid and to make fertilizers, organic fertilizers. But these fertilizers, they go to the big companies, to the private companies, the ones who are like fighting against the indigenous people, and they are the same companies that are stealing, they're grabbing our lands, and they're extracting our resources. At the end, this mega collector supposedly is going to clean the water of the lake. And this is a way of making the lake as a merchandise. We're not only talking about the topic of fertilizers, but also the water itself. Some hydropower companies are getting involved too. And they're using this water to generate electricity. But the electricity is not for the communities, it's not for the people. It goes back to the companies. At the end, everything goes back to the companies and the advantage of these companies for them to have all the resources. And that's how things work here. And with the rest of the water, they want to do a mono harvest. There is a lot of sugar cane plantations. There's a lot of banana plantations too. But of course, they want to use this water just for monocultures. And the people who's promoting this, it's a lot of the institutions who are claiming to be in favor of the water. But actually, they are supported by the government. And at the end, there is a fight that we have been doing for 8 years, 8 years in which we have been fighting and talking about this topic, and they have been threatening us. Sorry. For us, it's also a fight of powers. It's a fight about the capitalism system. This is the system who want us to be killed, who wants to be assassinated. This is the system who want to burn all houses. This is a bigger fight. And this is one of the ways that we can break this system. How are we being affected by COVID? A lot of the forces are going down because a lot of people is scared about contracting COVID. But one of the things that I want to highlight that COVID is opening a door to us, that is to go back to what we were, to go back to what our grandparents taught us. And another lesson is to go back to processing our own food. Everybody is planting their own food and harvesting their own food, something that it hasn't happened before because of the consumption topic. This whole process takes us back to the global encounter. There's a lot of women here. There's a lot of women here and sisters who have suffered the same. But at the end, this encounter needs to keep us stronger. Today, this participation is just for me to tell you what we have been doing here, but also to start from here a stronger process, a process in which we can get together because the union makes the force, the strength. And I know that if we stay together, we can accomplish a lot of things. For Andrea, thank you so much. My best energies for all the sisters that are here watching us. Especially, I want to make a petition to all of us. If we can write a letter or a memoir of all the participants as a reminder for us, if you are in China, I don't know what place in the world, if I'm here, I can support you. Even if I'm not there with you, I can support you. There is a document that says there, I'm here with you, with your fight. Those are my words. Thank you so much for listening to me. And hi to everybody. Take care of yourself.
Te queremos. Muchísimas gracias por la fuerza de la abuela Lago.
Thank you so much for the strength of the sister Lago, who is here present in Cura da Terra with the testimony of Maggie's testimony. And we are in agreement that we can create and gather a manifestation, a collective voice of what's being said in this space so that all women can also share it to finishing this journey. Thank you for being able to concretize this. I want to share our sister Onésima Linkeo, Mapuche, defender of the Mapuche children. Welcome, sister. And my sisters who are listening to us, who are participating in this gathering. First of all, I want to thank this invitation, to thank the word of all the women who came before us, to thank also the presence of the women we're here, and that through this connectiveness in which we are today, through confinement, which is the product of the world pandemic and this illness that are so harmful for humanity, to say that the energy is felt. We feel that our puyi and our spirit's energy, our ancestors' energies, beating in our hearts and running through our veins, through our blood. Doubtlessly, today is not a day in which we celebrate as such, but we remember and we uplift the memories of our grandmothers, of our ancestors, of our companion sisters who have been assassinated, who have been criminalized, of our sisters who have been violated, who have been silenced, not only in their territories, but also even in their closest and most intimate spaces. Remembering that today the memory of each woman is uplifted, every woman who has uh, defended our mother, the earth, the place from which we come, the place where we feel, the place in which we connect our feet, from which we are roots. And remembering also the memory of our sisters and our Mapuche compañeras who are not here today and who left us, who were silenced, and who are not in physical presence here today, but they are in spiritual presence, and they will live in the presence and in spirit of our hearts and the next generations that are coming tomorrow. Remembering Magdalena Valdez, a woman who 4 years ago was assassinated for defending the land and the rivers. Remembering our sisters and our ñaña, the Kitreman sisters who gave their lives and gave the struggle through their word, through conviction, and through the love for the earth, and defending the rivers, defending the earth, defending our ceremonial spaces. We remember each of the girls also who have been silenced and who have been abused in a brutal way, physically, sexually, and mentally in our territories. Doubtlessly, being woman is hard in itself. Being an indigenous woman is even harder. To be an indigenous woman and poor is even harder. But within those hardships that we are framed and we're told, we have a great strength behind us. And that strength and that force that is implicit within us is hereditary from our ancestors. I do not conceive life, the thought of life without fighting, because we need to remember that our ancestors fought so that we may be here today. It's hard to keep the way. And I got excited many times because it hurts me a lot to hear my compañeras in other territories talking about their pains and their lived experience. And I realized that we have so much in common, not only in our strengths, but also in our enemies, which is identical, which is the same, which is extractivism, capitalism, which clearly looks at our nature, it looks at our ceremonial spaces, it looks at our spirituality as a form of being able to take resources and turn it into the very useful money for them. I always wonder, do they think that tomorrow, that money, that gold, those richness, they're going to be able to eat it, to drink it? They're not going to be able to do it. And maybe then they will lift up their memory and say, they were right. These Indians were right. Because that's the way they say it, despectively, knowing that the word, not knowing that the word Indian is part of nature, of life, of value, of the essence, of the Newen, of the energy. We lift up the memories, we lift up the strengths, we lift up our power. And me as a defender of Mapuche women, girls who have been brutally violated because for the police, by the Chilean state and Argentinian state. And I also know that not only the Mapuche girls have been violated, I know that many girls in many corners of the world have been silenced because they are the seed. They are the seed that we as women sow on this earth. It is the seed that we as women, as communities, have been watering every day so that they lift the flags of fight and they are the present and future defenders of what we're fighting for today. I make a calling to continue together, to continue united, and to continue in that strength and independently of this confinement, of this separation that has us today and that has us connected through this cybernetic connection where we all look at each other, that we don't know if we're safe or not, that if they're looking at us, where we don't have complete certainty, we know that our spirits are strong and that they are doing earth and that they're doing white chan, like we say, that they're doing fight and resistance every second and in every instant of life. To thank this beautiful space, to thank each one of you, to hug each other infinitely, to tell you that independently that we cannot see each other in the eye, as it is very, very us, to say that we're here and that we are seeds and that they may silence us or they may kill us, but we're going to be many more, the ones who are going to stand back up. Because, like Berta said, the bullet only breaks the body, it eliminates, but the word stays. And that is the message. And the message of our word is the message of the land, of life, of our spirituality, and of our ancestors. That a big, strong hug to everyone. Very grateful. Liberty for the Mapuche political prisoners who today are still on a hunger strike. They're still on a dry strike with an indolent state, which is the Chilean state, before the petitions that they only need to the 169 convening that they need to they need to to do it, but it's too hard for them. That's all, my friends.
Díganos la tabla del 8 a Mariam, tal vez de ustedes si la escucha se le queda. Muchas gracias, hermana, por tu palabra.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sister. Thank you for the strength that you bring from your peoples, the Mapuche peoples, who have been an example of fight of struggle for us in our territories.
We want to
Now we
invite
want to
you
invite
to our
sister
sister
Kereshu,
Kerechu, who
leader
is
of
a
the
leadership
Itati,
in
of the
Itati
Caballos.
community.
Welcome,
Welcome,
sister.
sister.
Querechu, seu microfone está desligado.
Hello.
Agora sim.
Good afternoon, everyone. To all the sisters around our planet. It is a great honor and pleasure to be participating in this moment of healing for the earth. And all the speeches right now that have been done so far, all of them represent me somehow. And so I was thinking here during the speeches from each one of you, and I keep thinking how we as women are unique with all of our hurts and our pains and with all the things that we carry within us that are the same. It doesn't matter the country, the state, the city, where we are all in this unity of the same feeling. And I live in the indigenous territory of Morro dos Cavalos. I am of Guarani people from the Atlantic rainforest in the south region of Brazil. And in this journey of mine as a leadership, it has been a great challenge to secure a place of our territories and our allowance to be in our own territories has been greater. Ever since the 1500s when Brazil was invaded, our territory has been the first to be affected with all the ships that have come and which have taken our riches from us. And many of the ads which were provided to us in that time through the path of the discoverer who narrates that the land of Brazil, which he discovered, and he makes an ad of the trees, the mines, the earth, the trees, and the food that was within our territory, and also and from about the indigenous women, which was greatly marked in our history. And today we still suffer this on our skin, this propaganda. And I imagine at the time, at the period when these people came to Brazil, the way in which we were treated, the way in which we were tortured and exterminated in order to build the Brazil that we have today. And so our history is a story of all the peoples that inhabit this country, which was established with violence towards indigenous women. And today I feel this very strongly around all the regions that we walk through, which are the names of places, the names of rocks, of women. They're indigenous expressions which represent the abundance of fish, abundant quantities of fruits. All the regions of which we have passed, we can see an indigenous name registered on it and mentioned. And today, after over 520 years, we are here in this resistance. We, the indigenous people, sometimes we have to adapt to many things, but we have never allowed our essence. We have never left our essence, which is the essence of protector, of harvester, of seeder, and of the generating of life apart from anyone else. And I say this with the most certainty in life. No one on earth has the recipe of how we are going to recover our earth except for indigenous women. We have this very strongly within our wombs, pulsating this life, which is everything, which is gestating our territories, birthing and feeding our children, which are the medicines which we carry towards our communities and our children and our younger, older ones, our elders, the medicines with which we receive the babies in our villages. All of this comes from this empowering, strengthening, especially in this pandemic's time in which we are all isolated. And all this isolation that we are going through, I see a lot of it. The women coming up with ideas and making campaigns, doing whatever they can so that we can secure a space to host these people, because the state is not offering the state. We know of our pain, so we search to do this in every way that we can and create the space in order to be able to accommodate our community. And I find this very rich. I always say that I'm very proud to be indigenous. I'm very proud to be an indigenous woman, more than anything, more than any president or governor which has been through this country, because none of them has created a project which guarantees the protection of life, a protection of the forest, the protection of the waters, the protection of the seeds, as we indigenous women have done up until nowadays and keep doing. And so in this way, I would also like to bring here to all of you in this moment that we unite around the world to speak about the healing of the earth, so that we have here in Brazil forests, indigenous people from various practices, but we all fight for the same objective. We have to have this guaranteed. We have been guaranteeing in the Constitution that we have our rights. We have projects of laws that guarantee our rights. But up until today, governors are not doing this today, and we have been doing this for ourselves. Many of us indigenous that are occupying the spaces, many of us indigenous that are occupying political spaces, so that we can give this to our communities. And to finish my speech, as a proposition for us to think together, how are we going to be maintaining and caretaking of our forests? each one of us in our own place, so that we don't fall into this hype of focusing on one space, and everyone just goes to that space, focusing on that space, and all of a sudden there's a different space in which we open so that these things can happen. So fire and the businesses that have been entering our territory, so that we have this challenge to do this together with our warriors, with the politicians from each city, to present this challenge, to fix the error and the mistake where there had been one, so that we can protect the protected areas, but also fix the areas that have been deforested, where we have broken things, how can we fix them? Where we have burned things, how can we remake them, these spaces, fix them, so that we are able to manage our territory as seeders, harvesters, and protectors of our spaces. I thank you very much. Once again, I'm very happy to be participating, and we are together in this great journey.
Invitamos inmediatamente al espacio a la hermana quiché Ani Ventura Puac. Ella es una mujer maya quiché diversa, ajkij, educadora de las ciencias políticas y sociales. Bienvenida.
Gracias,
Thank you
Andrea.
so much. Thank you, Andrea. Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody who's here. I'm super excited. I can name myself Ki Maya, Quiche. It's been a long time, a lot of recognition process, a lot of racism, a lot of discrimination, a lot of migration situations that I have experienced. I come from a family in which the ancestral knowledge was abandoned. There's been a time in our minds where we realize that we need to recover this. I've been working a lot of with young people in the politics field, understanding their social processes with these territories, and not like the state has been done, that just like take away all the knowledge that we have been building with our ancestors. We need to be aware that we have inherited a lot of processes of this transition from authoritarian systems with a lot of ethical and symbolic. We have been living for more than 10 years as a dictatorial system who has there's been a restriction about women's rights, and there's been a dictatorship as a repression to disarticulate all the power from our people. And there's a lot of social control, especially with women, and we need to be punished because we don't obey them. The state is looking for women to have a passive role and for us to avoid the violent acts. Why are we relating the violent acts with women? Why are we relating violence with women? The worth of our women is no, and no is no, and we have a saying in this table. And we need to say we don't want hydropower industry, we don't want extracting industries, and all these religious processes, they also have consequences on this process. El Popol Vuh, our sacred text, there it gives us a lot of examples how in the sacred moment of creation, how the goddess and gods, they didn't allow humans to speak for us.
Que nosotros las entendemos como mujeres dos veces concebidoras, dos veces comadronas, dos veces atardecer y dos veces anochecer, y es hasta ese momento en que ellos logran
In this moment that we realize how creation is made by women in all their sacred texts that we have, like Popol Vuh. I want to think that these beings that created this world from our first grandmothers, that was us. The whole state is conscious about our revolutionary power, but of course, for this system, it's better to call us violent, to call us rebels. We have so many adjectives from the state, and this is an attitude. Is this attitude that they always want to impose us as passive people? How do we heal? That's the question that I want to raise. But not only in these times, we do have to be aware all the majority of women who have been victims of violence and this pandemic and all the side effects, they leave their pain in silence with their families and communities. We want to do a reconciliation with the sickness, but this is not the worst pandemic. There is an exterior structure that is controlling us. With or without this pandemic, they keep violating us. As a young woman, I want to introduce you to this context. With all these practices and our ancestors, we have been discussion about spirituality and how are we also think about all the extracting practices that they have been affecting our communities. These people who extract our knowledge from our communities to promote our culture just for marketing. We're gonna support our Mayan sisters that they're not alone in this process. With our decisions, and these decisions affect everybody. All these women who migrate from their communities, they put in evidence that not everybody can be safe from the virus. In Guatemala, there's a lot of Mayan women who are on the streets, who are like in the traffic. They're like running among the traffic to sell you masks or sanitizer, and these women are still exposed in the street. All these women who are in the front lines of the COVID, there's no protection, there's no recognition of these women, and they keep doing their work at the hospitals, giving birth or helping other women to give birth, and there's no instruction that help us or that protect women in these vulnerable times. We know that we heal with the use of water because in our territory or indigenous territories, we have a lot of issues with mental health, like depression and stress. They're raising progressively in mostly in this time. So now we need to become stronger with these healing processes that we have. This white psychologist is been affecting us and it's been very dangerous to our communities. It's not enough to offer our healing. We cannot be falling down with this sacrifice that is damaging our bodies and our lands, because we need the state structure to support us and to recognize us. I'm gonna send you, each one of you, a big hug for sharing this space, but also I want to tell you that there's a long path to walk. Hugs to all of you, hugs to sisters, hugs to the grandmothers, hugs to the mothers. Thank you for your life. Thank you for your fight. Thank you for this digital space that is saving us, because there are a lot of women, a lot of indigenous women that we need to recognize ourselves, our sisters. And that's all. Thank you. Woo!
a Liani. Muchas gracias a las mujeres que con su fuerza nos están acompañando en este espacio. Queremos entonces agradecer y ahora
Thank you so
vamos.
much to all the sisters who are joining us with their strength in this space. And now we go from the Quiche territory to the Aymara territory. We invite our sister Yola Poma, who is also part of this circle of the word. Welcome, Sister Yola.
¿Escucha?
Can you hear me? That's correct. We can hear you. First of all, it's a pleasure to see you all and to say hi to all of you who are present in this important event from Bolivia to share how is Andrea and everyone saying hello cordially from Bolivia, from the city of Elanta, where we are today. Yes, that's correct. We are the the Aymara indigenous communicators. I'm also the general communicator of the communicators nationally in Bolivia in the original coalition, and we as communicators are accompanying communicationally our different organizations, which is the Pact of Unity. And truly, in these past months, what Bolivia has been living is worrisome, because in Bolivia we have lived a coup d'etat, or a post-coup d'etat, which now is accompanied by a pandemic that we're living. And truly the consequences, now Bolivian sister who was saying before about what is going on in Bolivia, but now we are living that post civic military coup that has affected the indigenous communities the most, a coup that has created that has been given to an advancement of 14 years that had been done for the struggle, for the peoples, for the organizations of our mothers, of our grandparents, of many who have also even passed. To that struggle of those moments, we have been in a moment. I won't tell you that we were crying, but it was a process of change, a sudden change, and the process of change is noticeable in notorious in Bolivia, because from the communities they can be noticed, and also the work that has been abandoned. We don't say that our brother ex-president Evo Morales. I think that we have been, as every Bolivian, as every person, we have been with those difficulties. Always, no? We have our ups and downs. But yes, we also think that it has been a mistake, or there have been people from the middle or high class who have been accompanying this. And also we have been missing the accompaniment by the indigenous people, almost at the same proportion. And there we see people who have not been committed in their in their endeavors. We don't say all of them, but I think that there have been traitors, internal, not only from the government, but also within our organizations, people in organizations who have been losing the way in the indigenous struggle and in the fight of the history, and they have been treasoning the history. That story has shown us that there have been traitors within us, among us, traitors who don't seek the common good, but who look for their own good. So those difficulties have taken us to this. Also, we know that there is a pandemic. In this pandemic, there is a lot of people who truly have died. Yes, our self-proclaimed government has said that life and health, when it has not done anything for health, when it has not even allowed us to use aspirin, where it hasn't even allowed us to use any medication, and even worse, they have not given us any alternative to medication for those who were sick so that they could heal. But instead, it has condemned. And people, I think that we have gone through the same circumstances that have been shared. A lot of people here in our communities, in our cities, they have been healed empirically with the ancestral knowledges that we have, that one has. So that's a struggle also towards the pandemic. There's also something in regards to funding that in Bolivia for 14 years has had a, a guaranteed financial stability. Now in Bolivia, we are living a stability where there's no economy. Today, we feel that there is not a flowing economy like we had. Now, we are living that dictatorship, which is affecting us as a humanity. And also, I think that moment of um, of speaking up internationally and also saving Mother Earth and saving women and the indigenous peoples, that these illnesses truly are a war that they're waging against us, which is COVID-19 against humanity. We think that it is now time for us to be able to express ourselves before those people who are, like we say, that those those scientists, if God has endowed them with that knowledge, it's not to harm humanity, but it is to uh, do a good development, protecting Mother Earth, protecting humanity, protecting the natural resources. I think that also we need to focus uh, on these men who have invented this illness. Surely, with those intentions, we already know um, on a worldwide level, we know that it's a political and economic hegemony of power, and behind that, our resources are there internationally. We know that in every country we're living the same because they're beyond politics. It, we did have a coup in Bolivia, but beyond that, there's our natural resources. And in the natural resources are within the indigenous territories. And that's why now, if they kill us with the pandemic, I think that it's it's better that the indigenous peoples disappear. And in Bolivia, there is whole communities who have become sick, which the government hasn't. There hasn't been health care. Not only that, the people have died from COVID. And we would like to denounce and share that people have died because of people who are sick of other illnesses. Uh, Maybe somebody has an accident. They have also died because there has not been healthcare for them either. Now the cases have the healthcare has been reduced to only people who have COVID-19. There's people who, beyond having before, who haven't received healthcare, even though they were sure that they had that illness. Now the attention, every hospital has told us that they had collapsed, and when we ask ourselves, who is there? It, no, there's no information that shows us the beds that are full, that all the beds are full, that has shown us a collapse. But in the margin of that, there is, in regards to this illness, thanks to this illness, the government and its followers, who are the outright parties, Carlos Mesa, Les Villas, who's right there, the ones who have prepared this whole coup, we hold accountable. We hold them accountable for this inhumanity that they're doing in Bolivia. And today, I think as people in our country, we feel that in the end we are defeating that illness. It is believed that communities have been rebelling and we have had an uprising where people have self-organized, and also to say that the Bolivian government, beyond all of the limitations that we have, there is social consciousness. And I think that social consciousness, it is is to recover democracy, and then we would surely have to self-evaluate again. And that's not bad to have that self-evaluation, to have a self-criticism, to continue on the right path. And right now, Bolivia, well, we are waiting for the elections on October 18th and recover democracy from fascist hands. That truly today there is no freedom of expression. Nobody can give an opinion. And if they even hear this, maybe they will be persecuting us. And it's not that we make these things up. These are realities that one is living. There is women who are detained, eh, women who are persecuted politically, because Bolivia is living worse than in the 80s. In the 80s, history tells us that the country has lived a coup, but now it's even worse than that. There is no human rights. And even in the margin of that, I think that the Bolivian peoples, our indigenous communities, are truly worried. And also, in one voice, we are manifesting. There is self-gathering or self-organized gatherings where people have been defeating that fear and that confinement in our homes. We have been defeating that. And an example of that is the last struggles that we have been having in this month of August. And the government said something like, "Oh, all the people who have mobilized are going to die," and we don't think that it is so. What we know is that people, we know how to heal ourselves, and we resort to our ancestral knowledge, and it's always good to rescue, right? So that's what I would like to share with my brothers.
La comunicación. Creemos que más allá de que los comunicadores
I think that beyond being alternative communicators who are also being persecuted and silenced, these moments are also to reflect that at some point we were in the power. Possibly there was no emphasis in communication. Of being so, we would have had a way by the people, not by the government. Now these experiences are teaching us to differentiate state or peoples. At some point we said that we as communicators wanted our own way as organizations, so that at a certain, but those who were collaborating with Evo president did not understand us, and because we have not been understood to this point, we don't have it. And now I think people have realized that that way that we have so much been talking about was very important for the communities, because the communities will always stay, be it left or right. So I think also we need to gather
Mas eu
these
vim aqui fazer
ideas, and at
convite,
an
porque
international
vai
level, it
acontecer
is also
também
time for us to
nesse
support
momento também no
each
dia
other
5 de
and to
setembro,
tell
no Dia
them. For
Internacional
example, in
das
Bolivia,
Mulheres
there was
Indígenas, esse
the
momento de resistência
Tercera
que
Cumbre. There were
rememora
people,
também toda a
brothers, I don't want to
resistência de
name
Bartolina Sim.
everybody, but there were brothers at an international level who have had that idea of saying, for example, like this government is, they didn't want the indigenous government of Evo to participate. But now, if we realize, story tells us that we were right. We were with an indigenous government, and it was our obligation to defend. We didn't have the capacity to defend, and at some point we have gotten distracted. We have lost the power, and now we realize the consequences. We are living worse than in Argentina. In Argentina, I think it has been less than Bolivia. Bolivia now, I think we are more subjugated. And Bolivia, at some point, we have made history by winning, but also they want to silence us, and they also want to make like an example out of us. They want to make an example out of us for other countries. Like we need to make women quiet so that other women don't speak, right? So it's the same thing that they're doing here with Bolivia, that they want to quiet us down, and for other countries to not uh, uh, come out. And in Bolivia, we're not going to let that
Desconfiamos dos
happen
outros quando se trata
because
de
here, our
problema,
youth,
também de sua
women,
felicidade. E, portanto,
I think it has been a moment of doing a
eu lhes
reflection,
agradeço pela
to
oportunidade
reflect
mais uma
at this
vez.
moment of not,
Se vocês tiverem
had it
qualquer
not been this way,
pergunta,
maybe the tendency of not believing in an indigenous government and a brother of us would have continued. And so now there is a lot of youth, and even the same right, the same youth
que
who
comparado esse
has
período
gotten together
com o mesmo
has
período do ano
realized it.
passado,
And now we
já
say
corresponde
we're
a um aumento
wrong
de 3
in
vezes
supporting
mais
this fascist
o
government,
desmatamento
and all
na
who have
Amazônia.
taken us to a disaster, an economic disaster, a disaster where there is no respect for human rights, there is no law, there is no constitution, where the armed forces are more favored than this one, and the police, when those entities should be the ones who are with us, but they are not. And we have also learned that the brother Evo Presidente has suppressed. Sister Yola, excuse me, we need to continue with the word because a lot of sisters from other territories are waiting. So if you could please conclude with your word. I know that we have a lot to say and we need to continue weaving in more spaces to continue expressing. That's right, Hermana Andrea. So I think it's a moment of more than anything to finish, to have that at an international level. We cannot forget the history, do not forget where we come from, and to inform ourselves as the peoples, because when it says the peoples, when a peoples is well informed, it will never be tricked. Thank you so much for giving us an idea of the of an update on the struggle in Bolivia, which we are following attentively. And now the Sister Bache from the peoples in Argentina. We right now want to thank the general translation team for this incredible labor that you have done to be able to help us to understand us amongst each other, and that sisters in other territories could listen. We want to speak with all of you. We know that the time is very limited. We apologize for those who have those who have a little connectivity. So now we're going to rearrange so that you can participate. We want to thank all of you who are still connected to this space, to be able to continue tending to what is being shared and the testimonies and the struggle and the strength of the sisters that have participated in this circle of word in Cura da Terra. We want to then thank this time. The indigenous people are very, we dialogue a lot. Our assemblies could last for days, and sometimes the limitations of this digital format make it so that we don't have all the flexibility that we would like. So in this moment, we're going to thank the translation team, which is now beginning to leave from their participation at this moment. And we're going to stay with the transmission in the original languages of the next interventions that will be done in the gathering. And we know that it's been a marathon, and we would like to ask for everybody who's in the room to please give a big applause for the translation that they have done up to now, that they may have a pause. So I please ask for an applause for the translators.
Gracias.
Gracias.
¡Buen trabajo!
Bravo, bravo.
Muchas gracias. Ahora sí, Bache. Y disculpa que te pidamos que cortes tu palabra, pero pedimos para que podamos seguirla rotando con todas las hermanas. Muchas gracias.
Ya, ¿cómo están? ¿Cómo están todas? Y primero, muchísimas gracias y qué bueno verte de nuevo, al menos por vías virtuales, André. Y bueno, a doña Yola y a todas las compañeras que están participando, ¿no? Que a principio fuimos muchas, más temprano, hora argentina a las 14, éramos como 100 y pico. Ahora nos quedamos con 91 participantes, pero siempre es entendible de que muchas de nosotras estamos también trabajando en los territorios desde nuestras organizaciones de base, por lo tanto, más allá de eso, transmitirles de que desde Argentina, norte de Argentina, nosotros los pueblos HOM también estamos siempre en lucha y estamos muy preocupadas nosotras las mujeres originarias de los 3 pueblos indígenas que estamos en esta provincia que se llama Chaco. Somos pueblos Wichí, Com y Mocoví. Estamos preocupadas por el avance del femicidio, de los femicidios que hay en nuestras comunidades y que al mismo tiempo la justicia tarda mucho en poder responder a esos llamados de justicia, como lo que había pasado hace un año ya, por el caso de María Magdalena Moreira, que fue enterrada viva en el patio de la casa de su pareja. Y hasta el momento no hay, digamos, una apreciación, si se quiere, una contestación por parte de la justicia acerca de este aberrante caso, ¿no? Y también contamos con varios casos, como en el caso de Juana Gómez, como en el caso de Natalia, y otros tantas hermanas que fueron asesinadas en manos de hombres que se creen machos, y realmente es una situación bastante compleja.
Julie, this is a very complex situation.
Es muy tardía para nosotras las mujeres. Y en cuanto al tema de los territorios, también...
In regards to the territories, there is an advancement of occupations by companies, by these companies that we call the multinational, such as Monsanto. And today the territories are being occupied by transgenics, and they are damaging Mother Earth. And therefore, the communities of the indigenous communities, we are claiming, as we are telling the state in this space, in this situation, that I apologize, the audio is not of enough high quality to be able to interpret.
Y en cuanto al tema de educación, hay un retroceso, lamentablemente, con respecto a eso. Hoy día es como que no hay tantas herramientas para poder seguir trabajando en las comunidades indígenas, en las escuelas. Por lo tanto, es uno de los reclamos también por parte de las comunidades indígenas de la zona, y que al mismo tiempo, en estos tiempos de pandemia, también las comunidades hemos perdido hermanos, que fueron más de 17 fallecimientos de las comunidades, y esto fue, digamos, a raíz de la visita de funcionarios nacionales que no tuvieron, digamos, si se quiere, no sé, un cuidado antes de venir a los territorios indígenas, que anteriormente no había infección, pero lamentablemente hoy por hoy nos encontramos con el tema de la expansión del coronavirus en la zona, y que al mismo tiempo también en los territorios wichí hay rebrotes, entonces hay preocupación en ese sentido. Pero en cuanto al tema de las luchas de las compañeras, realmente hay una fuerza increíble por parte de nosotras, de todas nosotras las hermanas indígenas de los distintos pueblos, de poder seguir tejiendo las mingas de luchas. En el caso de la comunicación, que somos muy pocas, pero seguimos muy fuertes en el sentido de poder seguir tejiendo la palabra, desde la lucha de nuestros pueblos, la lucha de nuestras comadronas, si se quiere, y todas las hermanas estamos muy fortalecidas en ese sentido. Y hoy por hoy no tenemos miedo en hablar, porque anteriormente teníamos miedo, pero ahora ese miedo se nos fue y estamos en estas instancias de lucha, de participación y de reivindicar nuestros derechos. Entonces eso es muy emocionante, y también me emociona ver a muchas hermanas participando y hablando y compartiendo sobre todo acerca de estos espacios de minas de saberes. Así que no me quiero extender. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación, y a todas las compañeras también un saludo, un abrazo enorme.
Muchísimas gracias, Bashe. Qué alegría verte. Un abrazo virtual hasta el pueblo Com, hasta esta parte de Sudamérica. Y gracias por este diagnóstico también de lo que está ocurriendo con las mujeres y las comunidades. Quisiera invitar en este momento a la hermana Ángela Cook.
I would like to now invite our sister Angela Cook to continue using her word. She's a member of the network of indigenous communicators in Guatemala, Junaoj, and also inhabitant. Thank you. Welcome.
Creo que Ángela está teniendo problema de conexión en este momento.
Listo.
Hermana Ángela.
Muchas gracias a todas.
Sister Angela, thank you everyone for being here. We also say thank you to the grandmothers and grandfathers who allow us to today gather and say our word. Surely the struggles and the resistance of each one of us in the different spaces is very hard. We feel identified with many of what has been said. We continue resisting and also remembering the struggle of our grandmothers, the journey that they have paved, the way so that we can be here today speaking, making the word ours, because we are not willing to stay silent or for somebody else to speak on our behalf. To be a woman, an indigenous woman, and to take the media has been a big struggle, because they have seen us as subject, as a touristic, something alluring touristically, and because of our languages, but never as political subjects. Our opinions and our struggles have been minimized or invisibilized. Before this, we continue resisting regardless of the oppression, the stigmatization, the criminalization. Continue resisting to defend our territory, body, earth, and memory. In the midst of this crisis generated by coronavirus, but also it is important to have the state gets gains from our bodies and our knowledges. During the pandemic, the exchange of the food that we have grown has guaranteed that our food security and sovereignty has allowed us to survive the crisis. It hasn't been neither the state nor the companies. It has been our own ways of living and economy. That's why we oppose the extractivist and monocultive and hydroelectric projects and everything that seeks to exploit Mother Earth. The word unites us in the networks now. Not only do we denounce and give evidence about the issues that historically have hurt our peoples, but we also create spaces that we're listened to and articulate. The word is a way of building and creating a world where our multicultural diversities and dignity are not tried to be taken away by a model of death. On this day of International Women's Day, we take the word to say that we are political subjects. We keep the memory alive, and that's why our own ways of life continue being for us to stay here. And however, our seed does not die.
agradecer el espacio que nos han
I
dado.
want to thank the space that you have given us, and surely we'll to continue articulating, because only articulation, force, and rebelliousness and joy can make us be able to walk together in a work that seeks to delegitimize the struggle and the resistance of Indigenous women. A big hug for all of you. Thank you so much, Angela. All the strength, all the energy for the word of the women of the UNAOC network of communication, our accomplices in these spaces for the struggle and the defense of the territory. We want to invite Ismael Leon right now. Invite Ismael Leon right now from the Isbeli Guarao, Venezuela. Good afternoon. I am saying something in Guarao. My name is Jumeli Giron, and I am here from Venezuela, Venezuela. And well, also to congratulate all of the fighting women, the hardworking women, entrepreneur women. In the midst of the pandemic, we, the Guarao, in order to heal our spirit, in the midst of this, we started, when we work, we weave, we started weaving or knitting, and we started asking our grandparents, our ancestors to help us, right? And to give us the strength for us to stay alive, all of us, and to be asking our grandparents, our mothers. And that way, we started working, and to not lose our culture. And so, in the midst of all of this, the pandemic of what's happening now, we also asked to medicinal plants. In that way, we also started to drink those plants from what our ancestors sent to us. And that way, we also start working, taking care of each other, right? Of everything. And we work with art, craftsmanship, and we're all a group of fighting women, hardworking women, and we are here working with our art. And I am very blessed to share this with you. I know that my other sisters, my other indigenous sisters are watching me, fighting, hardworking, and well, I'm very grateful to participate, and well, grateful. Thank you, Sister Yusmeli, for those guaraos made by your hands, which are our legacy, which are the um, which were made by your grandmothers, and they are our inheritance. I know that talking in front of the camera is not one of your favorite activities, but I want to thank you for giving us your time. Thank you so much for sharing your feeling from your community. We feel honored with your participation in our space. And we want to continue thanking you, the ones who continue being connected from early, the ones that have eh, continued coming in. Our translation sisters made the decision of making a greater effort and accompanying us for a few more minutes, for which I want to thank you profoundly from the bottom of my heart, because you also help us so that others can continue connected and can continue listening to the testimonies of our sisters and compañeras. So now we give the welcome from the Quechua territory to Sister Monica Chu, a diverse woman who, with her work, with her life, her activism, gives us life lessons of dignity every day. Welcome, Monica. Thank you, Thea,
Thank you very much.
Lucia. It is a
I'm
pleasure to be
glad
able
to
to
share
share
with
with you
you
all. Saludos from
from
Chimotu,
the
from Altabebara in
department
Guatemala
of
City.
Altagracia in Guatemala. Those
We,
women
we have
are holders of
we were in
invaluable
all our knowledge
knowledge
was
with
inherited by our
heritage from
ancestors
our
to
ancestors
and gives us
that
the
give
strength to
us
continue
strength to
fighting
continue
as
fighting.
indigenous women.
And
This
this
5th of
September
September,
5,
it is
we
a day of commemoration where
celebrate a
the
day of
indigenous
us,
women are
indigenous women. We test
send
our
more of the good energies,
good
and we raise our
energies and
voices
we
to
raise
say
our
that we
voices
exist
to say that we
and
exist
that
and that from our spaces
we fight for
every day we
equality of
fight
rights.
for
For me,
rights
it is a
equality.
great
For
honor to be
me,
able to share with
I'm
you
so
here.
glad to
My name is Monica
share with
Bonilla
you.
Chucat.
My name is
I
Monica
am
Chub.
a
I'm
transgender woman.
transgender.
I speak Chi. I
I
speak
defend human rights and
freedom of sexual
indigenous freedom
sexual
and
freedom in the
the
indigenous
territory where
communities.
I live.
For us,
These
this space
spaces are
is
very
very
important
important to be able to
to
visualize
visibilize
the
the fight
the
and
struggle and the
resistance of
resistance as
we women
indigenous women,
trans-indigenous,
because it is one of the challenges that we have,
because we fight a lot of challenges
and
as
we
the
have
right to
exercised the
participation.
right of
We
to
have been
participate,
silenced
and we have even
and
been harmed
physically
physically
harassed
by using our
because of
Mayan
the
ancestry.
use of our culture.
We will not
We
identify
don't
ourselves by a culture that is
identify
not
with a
ours.
different
We always
culture.
live and
We
culture
always
our
live and
cultural
practice
identity.
our cultural
But in
identity,
reality,
but yet we
machismo
suffer
persists and discrimination
sexism
against
and
all of us exists.
discrimination against
And that
us.
is something.
And
That is why
from here,
from
I
here I
want
have
to
been
fight
arduously
hard
fighting to
to
visibilize
visibilize
my
my
community
community
and to have
and also
access
to have access to
to
rights
the rights that
that have been
uh, uh,
violated.
rights who have been abused, because we have not
We don't
had
have
health
right
access to
to
health
health,
and
to
to
our
work.
work.
But most of our
Most of
compañeras
our
are sex workers,
girls,
and the majority or all of us have the ability
they are sexual workers, but
to be able to
we all
continue
have the
surviving and moving
capacity
forward.
to
We have the
work
ability to say that
and
yes,
to
we
say
can.
that we can.
And truly,
And
for
for
me, it
me,
is a great pleasure to
it's
be
very
able to
good
share
to
with
share with
you
you
and to continue with fight and with resistance,
because
because the fight
the
is not
fight
only
is not
mine.
just
The
mine,
fight is from all of
it's
us
of all
women,
of us, from all
because
of us women,
the
because all the
issues that
problems
you
that you
as
are
compañeras
suffering,
have suffered, that all
that
of you
you
have
we
lived, we have all
also live
lived.
that
We
in
have
our
also lived
flesh.
ourselves.
From
From
our
our
experience,
experience, we can raise our
we want to
voices to
raise
not
our
allow
voice for not to allow that other people
others
speak
speak on
for
our
us.
behalf. And
And I
I
call
hope that
you
we can
to
continue
continue
together,
together,
to
to
continue
continue
fighting,
fighting,
to continue reaching
to
all those
reach our
dreams and all those
dreams and
goals
the lives
that we have
that we want to
set
live.
in our lives, right?
I
I thank
thank
you all
you
so much for this
for this
space.
space,
I know that it's a very short space that you're giving us, but
the words
from
that are
these words, I
mine.
send you all
I
here a
send
big
you
hug. I
health
salute you with
and I hug
my
you with my
heart, and I
heart
send you
and
good
send you good
energies from
vibes from
here, that they
here.
may come to you, that we
And I
continue in the
ask you to
struggle and we
continue
continue
our
in the
fight and our
resistance to
resistance
never be
and not
silenced.
to be
For
quiet
all, because
again.
all of us united will
We
never
united will never be
be
defeated.
divided.
I
Thank you so
feel
much,
hard
and
for
salute to everybody. Thank you so much, dear Monica, for injecting us with your strength, with your bravery, with your dignity. A lot of love to you from here, and we continue here honoring the space of the word, and grateful truly for all of the sisters and their bravery of naming themselves and saying that they're women, because that is who we are, women, and that we are diverse, and we're not only the stereotypes that have been tried to impose, and that it's why it's important that we occupy the spaces and we share our histories, stories. We now want to invite two very powerful sisters from the Guayú territory. Please welcome sisters. Angela Weiru and Angie Hernandez. We hear you. Oh, please open your microphone. Okay.
que prendan su micrófono.
Just for you to turn your mic on. Well, in the meantime, we'll invite them when this space ends. We're gonna go to now we're gonna go to the to the healing ritual with dance and with art. So if you wanna continue, Luzmila Carter and Hermana Maria Carrizo, Hermana Hilda Lenze from the Sami territory, Sister Mariela Tash, a Quiche poet, who are going to share their art with us, and the special participation of the Eleja Criava sisters. Okay, I think that is coming up. Oh, I see that you fixed your microphone. Welcome, sisters. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Angela Urarillo, belonging to the indigenous organization Makira La Sali, which has been that which cannot be sold. This organization is committed to the defense of water in the territory, located specifically in the Mara municipality in the Zulia state. There is a group of Guayu brothers who are defending this cuenca that is in a great part of the Zulia territory, Maracaibo, San Francisco, La Concepcion. And from there, when there is a drought, great part of the population in the Zulia state has used this water. I want to highlight this because this very year, 2020, a group was present, a Russian company with the name of Vostokol, which did not have a license or permits to enter by the states. They penetrated this territory, and they tried to arbitrarily take the territory. And thanks to the autonomy and the popular power of the indigenous and their ancestral knowledge that has defended this territory, it allowed, with the power of the municipality bodies and people from the state, to speak up and the complete rejection of it. And with this support, they were able to come out of this, get out of this community, allowing the opening of, of a well where they penetrated and were trying to take out this very wanted mineral that they really wanted, without thinking about the consequences of that this could cause in the territory. Our indigenous brothers' autonomy in hand with the defense of this was what allowed and has allowed to consolidate this whole process of struggle. And I also want to highlight that today I am doing the regional coordination of indigenous health during pandemic times and during times of economic blockades, which has not been easy within the territory, because we have our indigenous brothers, as you have very well mentioned in your stories, with the rights who have been violated, especially the right to health, to life. This whole economic fight, economic war, and this pandemic of COVID-19 has allowed us to directly go to the traditional uses and the conservation of memories, the respecting of the memories of our grandparents, to take care of them, to go back again to their roots. And I say that to you as somebody from the state and also as a Guayu woman, that getting close to these indigenous communities, we have heard a lot of stories from indigenous patients with chronic illnesses who have gone back to the medicinal plants and have revitalized and in this whole process of Mother Earth, taking advantage of the resources, and at the same time to go to our spirituality, to believing again, to our dreams, to our roots. I also want to highlight that there are groups where there is no support towards the indigenous peoples and indigenous health, because they have the colonial thinking where their interests are more important than anything else. And no, I feel very happy and grateful for the opportunity and for having allowed us to be in this space to do this, to speak before the world about the situation that Venezuela lives, and that it does not stop even before all the obstacles that may come up. And we want to continue with the hope to continue consolidating strengths.
Angie.
Thank you so much, Sister Angie. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Angie Hernandez. Well, currently I am a member of the Ayaqua Foundation and the Wenesian Women Foundation. Currently, with the topic of the economic blockade or blockage, what happens in the Socuya territory is just a part of the whole global context or a juncture, which is happening to all of us. Venezuela, being one of the pioneer countries in indigenous rights, the issues, we need to mention that the compañero Chávez, deceased now, was one of the ones who pushed the rights of the indigenous peoples internationally, also highlighting that our ancestors, our women, our indigenous women from all of the 54 peoples here in Venezuela have fought for participation within the legislations, have had participation, which now in this concept of the blockage has made us go back 10 years because now we're legally recognized, but it's not something palpable that we can say, okay, our rights definitely are applicable. Now, all of this context of war since 2017, we had only had 74 sanctions, and now we have more than 300 sanctions applied. And from this economic blockade has made it so that within territories there is trafficking, contraband, and always indigenous women are the ones who are the guardians of the territories where the minerals are there, where the water is there, in the border zones where the illegal commerce takes place, and while all the war force armed war forces converge, which has made it so that this empowerment that the indigenous women had has been going backwards, and it has affected us greatly. And I'm more than recriminated for being an Afro-descendant indigenous woman, and it has also complicated all of the situation, aside from the pandemic, which is all over all of us. So it has brought a high number of prostitution, um, young pregnancies, teen pregnancies, unwanted pregnancies, sexually transmitted infections, because there has been an issue of access to health, a more effective access to health, even though some efforts have been tried to, to be made. So people continue in the territories, indigenous people continue in the territories, fighting for the territory. It would be sad after having reached so many laws in our favor to not be able to continue applying them in this moment, to continue advancing in this moment. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Angie and Angela, sister from the Wayuu territory. We send your love, our strength, and also our solidarity. Thank you for reminding us that within our cosmovisions, the knowing of our sisters and our brothers um, are alive in these times of pandemic times. There is no division in our cosmovision about the natural, material, spiritual, and social um, frame, and that the fight will be won with solidarity, with a sense of solidarity, of union. Thank you for the work that you're doing in your territory, regardless of all those adversities uh, that you have described. Now I want to invite Sister Josileia Caingan, a sister defender of the Caingan indigenous of the south of Brazil, anthropologist and human rights activist. Welcome.
Are you okay? Are you feeling good? Oh, I would like to speak to the indigenous women that are here in this moment, sharing in this moment, on this live for the healing of the earth. And I would like to remind us indigenous women that this live around the world for the International Indigenous Women's Day for the healing of the earth brings up many voices that are here connected. We are the daughters, we are sisters, we are grandmothers, and we are and also our ancestors are present here through each one of us. Together, we are speaking about our fights for the healing of the earth, but for the social healing, for the healing of the whole world. Sisters, my speech is plural. I deliver here the voice of many indigenous women that are sharing with me my thoughts, the fight, and the living experiences. These women which compose me because we are collective bodies. We are the mothers of many children, the ones which have come and the ones which have not come from our wombs. We take care of them, we feed them, we make them stronger, and we provide them with life. And it is with this intuit, the generation of life, which I would like to propose a reflection to you. The calling for the healing of the earth and our strategies to build and promote this healing make me think that we need to always remember that we are the earth, each one of us. Our bodies being in our territory being just those same things. So our territory is our body, our territory is our spirit, as the indigenous Brazilians women have already been saying. In the letter of the Indigenous Women Assembly of this year of 2020, we reinforce the thought that the earth is the generating womb of each body, of each spirit, of each territory around the world. And this territory needs to be taken cared for by all of society, because our people have always cared for it. Our role in this moment, my sisters, is to promote the sharing of our knowledge, of our wisdom, what we have been doing for a long time, but in a stronger, more urgent way now, so that we can promote the continuation of life today in our fights for our territories, for our survival of our people, and for the marking of our lands. Fighting for our rights is fighting for the right to live. This is what it represents. And we have already said that life and territory are the same thing, because territory gives us our food and our traditional medicines, our health, and our dignity. We fight for the education of quality that is dignified and respects our ways of life, our societies, and our differences, that qualifies our knowledge. And we do not allow the indigenous knowledge that is not indigenous wants to be overpassed by us. We are fighting for our health in a very grave moment, which is the COVID moment, that has been daunting our people and invading our territories and producing many victims, and has been taking many of our indigenous people. And so we, the indigenous women, have been facing it together collectively with the wisdom of our traditional medicines. But we have also been fighting that the state is doing its own role in integrating the public politics of health, of which the state is abided by. We are fighting for the children and adults which are affected by COVID-19, but we are also mostly concerned about our elders, which are living riches, and our libraries of our cultures and ancestralities, and who are passing away. Our grandmothers are safeguarding the memories that are very sad of the things we have already lived in the past. And unfortunately, this has been making many of them sick within their territories and sick within their spirits, to see that many lives are being taken away from their children, and their children are being taken, unfortunately, by COVID-19. The spiritual sickening of our elders also has been taking many of them, as I've said, as it is the case of the Kayapo matriarch Bekweka. We cannot forget, we cannot allow, we cannot stop speaking and to bring the voice of these grandmothers. There's also racism, which is practiced against our identity, against our existence, and the denial of our identity in many moments. There's a very strong political crisis here in Brazil, which is governed by an authoritarian government, which, apart from trying to break down our democracy, it also creates division amongst people. It divides the Brazilian people and society, and it feeds fanatism and racism, which is structural, and promotes the inequality. And we, the indigenous women, are suffering the pain and the search for the healing of life within our territories. The indigenous territory have been responding very well to the climate changes in our ways of producing and managing our forests, and it shows that we are qualified to teach how to use the resources of our planet appropriately. The way in which we are exploring the planet, this society, with uncontrollable consuming, it doesn't give Mother Earth the possibility to replenish nature. And we need to commit towards the use of our natural resources so that this generation and the future generations may guarantee life. We need more engagement and less development. Today, we are the narrator of our own history, and we are fighting to tell it and speak about our memories. We are no longer only part of our narrative. We are today now the multipliers and protagonists of our spaces, but we need strengthening of these indigenous women, of us indigenous women, in these spaces where decisions are made. We need to be there so that we are able to combat violations and violences against human rights, of which we are unfortunately victims from these violations at all moments, at all days. And so we need to guarantee this strengthening, this, because it is also guaranteeing the protection of our territories, of our culture and our identities, and bring the way in which indigenous women care for and strengthen each one of their people. We need to make a calling so that we can continue together as indigenous women, connected by our ancestrality, and all around the world and every continent with the resistance. And so I would like to highlight the voice of one of our indigenous who have spoken here. We need to create a manifesto of indigenous women of this moment that we are living here now. Thank you very much for this moment of sharing with all of you. Thank you very much for this moment of showing that we indigenous women are strong and we are strength and the voice of resistance for a dignified world and for a better world for all of society. Thank you very much.
Gracias por tu fuerza, obrigada. Que
Thank you for your strength, obrigada. We are very happy, we're very grateful for all who have shared their word. Now we want to invite the sister Wakera Urenak so that she can also take the word and share.
Wakeura.
Estão me ouvindo?
Sí.
Ai, que lindo.
Estão conseguindo me ouvir direitinho?
Can you hear me properly?
Obrigada. Cumprimento vocês.
I salute to all of you with Erehe. Here in Brazil, it's already night. My name is Wakriaka Krenak, and I'm from the east of Minas Gerais. I'm a biologist, and I work in partnership with the Chilean Krenak Institute. And today, my message is stop killing us. Stop destroying Mother Earth. Stop killing our rivers and contaminating our waters. because we are the original people and we are suffering with all the contamination that is coming from men's greed. And there's still time to heal the earth. And this time is today, it is now. It is our union which is created right now. We need to create one echo and one voice to speak towards humanity that there's still time. We still need our people. We need to bring our river back to life, a river which was killed and destroyed on the 5th of November of 2015 by the Vale Company of Mining, because this company has warned that this development, what kind of development, kills and violates our bodies and violates our rights. We need to be united, and we need more love to heal the earth. Stop trying to kill my people, the Krenak. Stop trying to silence us, because when you try to silence an indigenous woman, another one is born with much more strength and another one is reborn with much more power in her voice. We will never be silenced in the face of society, because we are strength, we are resistance, and we resist for 520 years to this long process of colonization. We are bringing it together. We need to bring together our Atlantic rainforest of Minas Gerais. And today, the fight is that so that you can breathe and so that you can drink clean water. Today, our fight is this. But if you don't see it, this fight, and does not unite to us in this purpose, tomorrow we will see a great battle for a glass of water. We must unite. Right now, we need to open up our eyes today and right now, because Mother Earth is asking for help. It is yelling for her children. But tomorrow, it may be your children yelling to Mother Earth for help, and she will not be able to help us because man will have destroyed oil. This is my message for today. This is my message. And for the healing of the earth, we need to have faith, we need to have love, and more than anything, we need to be united. I am saying strength, my relatives, strength to indigenous women. We are the body, and our body is our territory. Our territory is our spirit, and our strength comes from Tupã, comes from God.
Thanks very much.
Qué maravillosa, gracias hermana por dejarnos con ese mensaje tan lleno de energía y que va a acompañar justamente nuestras
Thank you so
luchas.
much for leaving us with that message full of energy and feel supported by these different sisters who are in the territory that unite to your voice, that say stop killing us, stop the extermination against our peoples and our communities, because what we want is life and dignified life. So thank you so much for sharing your words. Sister Itzina Chavantek, who was invited for this gathering, as well as many others, has had connectivity issues. She hasn't been able to be present in this call. And well, to honor their intervention as well, we want to share with you this short video to share their testimony.
Boa tarde a todas as mulheres indígenas do Brasil e do mundo. Eu sou Cicinã, Proó Cicinã, do povo Chavante, aqui do estado do Mato Grosso, bioma Cerrado, Amazônia Legal, Brasil. Bem, primeiramente eu quero felicitar a coragem.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for the courage and the potency of all the people who are involved for this gathering of indigenous women. It is a resistance that we are creating face this pandemic process that we are not only facing in Brazil and in Latin America, but the world is facing this pandemic. I don't want to prolong myself very much because there are more women coming up, We are many and we are diverse. We are many and we are diverse, but we have many things in common. Amongst them, we do not accept anymore no kind of violence to women and indigenous women and children for defending nature and for wanting the healing of the earth. Last year, I was in Rondônia State in Brazil with a diversity of indigenous women, and although it was diverse, many of them have the same point in common. They are defenders of their territories. And for being the defenders of their territories, for not allowing the deforestation, the illegal deforestation and mining, many of them have been violated, have been suffered aggression, but many of them continue to defend the healing of the earth because many of them believe because we as women will reach the healing of the planet. Last year I left a message of reflection in that gathering which I'll bring here so that it can be shared in this moment for with a lot of indigenous women around the world is to tell you, my relative, to you indigenous women, that although we face all these violations and violences that I'm sure you've been through and we have been through, is to tell you that you are not alone. I protect you. I trust you. And you are a warrior. I believe that this small reflection, if we strengthen these actions amongst ourselves, we will continue strong and resistant. You are not alone. You are a warrior. And I trust you. And I protect you.
Muchísimas gracias a la voz y a la potencia de Tzitzina Chamanté, también una
Thank you so
hermana.
much to the voice and the strength of Chipina Pamanteng, who has been our accomplice and our support for this space of healing of Cura da Terra. I feel very happy that you have been able to have your word come to this circle. And with that, we want to thank this prolonged assembly of women, to the women who are connected here from the morning time until now. And well, we want to say to you, Indigenous sisters of every corner of the planet, today, September 5th of 2020, we gather in this circle of the word, hundreds of women of so many diverse spaces as there are drops in a river, speaking about our actions, our thoughts, our dreams, and our struggles in times of a pandemic, ecocide, genocide, and a world pandemic. We opt in to hope. We know there's a lot more to listen to and a lot more to say. And that's why we want to make the calling to listen to other sisters who from their heart share their experience, but also to answer together to the following questions, which are seeds for the future. Territory. In a context of expansion of the capital, where extractivism, the displacement of earths, the forced displacement because of the climate change and the structural changes um, extinguish life, how do we heal our territory and our body? Because when our bodies and our mothers and our grandmothers' bodies have been uh, victims of war and patriarchy responds with violence to our organization, how do we heal the body? When the monocultive of development colonizes our desires, when religious fundamentalisms plague our communities and eradicate the knowledge of our grandparents, how do we heal the body? Our dreams and our hopes are overflowing, and Cura da Terra is an example of it. This was only the beginning of a long and profound dialogue. We want to invite the sisters, the ones who were not able to sign up to speak your word, because we want to hear your voice, your reflections, your feelings, and your ways of healing. We ask you to please record a 5 to 10 minute video, write a poem, uh, sow a seed, paint something to give to this gathering, and you can record this and send it to RETO at curadaterra.org, or publish it in your social media with the Cura da Terra hashtag, and tag us with Planeta Ela, Elijo Dignidad, Casa Ninja Amazonía, a PEEP, and to be able to share your word. We want to share your word and do a weaving and a song for the future to tell you, Indigenous women, that our existence is resistance, and this has been said, that diversity is our strength, such as life itself. And that's why together we are the the healing of the earth. We thank the Indigenous women in so many parts and territories who have connected to listen in community radios, to look at the broad, and we want to thank you as well before doing our closing circle to invite you to the artistic part. There is a portion of celebrating with music, of honoring the memory from a place of joy. And we will have the participation of diverse sisters who are going to present songs, that are going to present their art, to share with us the joy of being Indigenous women as well, and of being alive. To share among participants, there's going to be sisters from different territories, artists, sisters in different ways, such as Luz Mila Cardio from Calacala in Bolivia, Sister Maria Carrizo from Argentina, Maria Latash Quiche in Guatemala, Sister Celia Chacriaba from the Chacriaba peoples in Brazil, Sister Miquea Sanchez from the Soque peoples in Mexico, Sister Ignacio Nachiquel in Quetzaliahualbis, Popomam sister as well from the Deishimuleo territory. So we want to thank for this space of word, and now we're going to systematize this collective word of women to write together a manifesto, and that we can share it in our different spaces. We now want to welcome, before doing the circle of closing of the word, do not disconnect. Now the music is coming later. Luz Mila Carmio is coming, and the Indigenous art from the Indigenous women. But we want to close the circle of the word in the same way that we opened it, with the permission of our grandmothers and grandfathers, accompanied by by Carmen Hermanes Medrano, our grandmother, to help us also to who has helped us to receive the word. Thank you, sister, for accompanying us through this whole assembly.
The first thing I want to tell is to honor each one of you, your missions, your gifts, your actions, your creativity, your strength, your courage, for being curators, for being warriors. Is there the change we want to see in the world? I want to close this feeling that the day today in Maya calendar is Chichin, and the nahual has the representation called Cabagüil, and it's located here, and it connects with the pineal gland and has two looks. So today, what I have listened, I think there's a lot of strength, a lot of life, a lot of pain too, that have been expressed by all of you, that you felt in your heart. And the other look I want to invite you to do is to inside. I think we Indigenous people, we have a spiritual and scientific inheritance to heal all our pains and all our loads. We don't need to load all this weight, all this pain, and we need to light these loads. And we can do that recovering our feelings. Our feelings many times have been only feeling the pain, the sadness, the anger, and thinking that the elements are deeply revolutionary. The earth is deeply therapeutic. We can do rituals in collectives or each one of us to use the earth as therapy. The earth with its kindness can receive our pain. We all know that the earth is feeds on organic matter and regenerates all the energy. And also we can ask Mother Earth, please take all this that hurts us and we don't want to have this anymore. And the earth certainly will receive it and will regenerate. And in change, we can offer our life, living, living it, doing our job with joyness, uh, doing good, and it's important to do that. Maybe some of you that are very young, but we that already walk this way, we know that the body get ill, but the body is our vehicle where it is contained water. 70% of us is water, and we need to clean our inner water for not being charged and dense. And with this water, we recognize the emotions, the feelings that we carry, and the water can help us to clean this pain. The soil, the earth is deeply therapeutic healer. So we can put our hands in the soil to get healthy and to make them to create new things. I want to tell you that the pandemics as an emergency situation generates in our body in a biological level are stress hormones, and all that goes to our blood, and we need to help that. That's why I like to recognize that the earth it's a very good healer, and in change we give her all the work we do. That's why we need more than self-care. It's protection. We have the defense, but we need to include the protection in our life. And that protection is first in us. We need to protect us because our spirituality is based fundamentally in energy. And we know that in the vibration level, to give that to the earth and to give a break to the earth, we need to heal ourselves. That's the invitation I would like to give you. Look to each other again. Don't feeling that guilt or that if we are taking care of us, and it's the opposite. If we care us, we are giving enough, and look inside us. And if we need to go to the forest, to water sources, to cry, to leave our pain, we can do that. And after that, we will be lighter, walking with joyness, trusting in our strength. When we heal, we are capable to recover our power and even our victimization. I want to tell you that one of our main presents to us as Indigenous women after a hard war was to heal our victimization and not asking for permission for existing. We exist. Many of you said that. So let's feel that in our heart. Let's feel that we deserve to get healed and that our power can be multiplied, divided as seeds. I want to say that as closing, an invitation to hug ourselves, to take care, to love it ourselves, and to give us this present of life. So
Mas eu vim aqui fazer
I
um
am sending you
convite, porque vai acontecer
very
também
good
nesse
energies.
momento também no dia 5 de setembro, no Dia Internacional das Mulheres
nos
Indígenas, esse momento de
levantamos y podemos
resistência
con
que
conciencia
rememora também
sentir
toda a
que
resistência de
nosotras
Bartolina
tenemos
Cis.
en nuestro
Get up.
ADN esa memoria del esfuerzo creativo del universo y que somos capaces, como muchas de ustedes dijeron, que el cambio está en nuestras manos. Así que un abrazo grande y mi invitación es que podamos poner simbólicamente nuestra frente en la tierra para recibir esa gran fuerza, esa gran energía. Así que
Lots of hearts. Thank you very much. I'm honoring the life of each one of you. Thank you, thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
¡Vamos!
Por esa fuerza para autosostenernos y también para acuerparnos, porque si no nos autosostenemos, pues cómo acuerpamos a las demás. Eso es muy importante. Algo que hemos aprendido de sus enseñanzas es que nadie da lo que no tiene. Y entonces por eso nos
It is
toca.
very important for us to remember what you have just said to us, that we cannot give what we don't have. So let us be reminded of being loving to ourselves. Thank you so much, sisters, for being in this assembly for so many hours. We are on Zoom and broadcasting the next part. So whoever wants to continue, you're more than welcome. If you want to continue the party, we're going to have artistic participation, and it's this part that's going to conclude our Zoom transmission. And then immediately we're going to go to the Instagram platform, in which other sisters are going to connect, to share music, to share joy. Whoever doesn't have the Instagram platform downloaded on their phone, you're going to be able to keep seeing the broadcasts in our YouTube and Facebook channels that you can find in curadaterra.org, to be able to see, to dance, to sing, to enjoy alongside all the women who have been present in this space. Thank you, because your work is work for life, sisters. Now we're going to continue with this part, and in this moment we also want to thank
before to
we're
go
going to go
into
to the
artistic
portion, the whole team
you
who, with
can't
so much
imagine
love and
all the
effort, has
people
made
that
this
is
possible.
involved with all
To thank
of
the translators who,
we want
regardless
to
of
thank the translators,
how tired they were, they
thank
continued
sisters for
here with
this
us. Thank you for your
service
service to help
help
us.
us.
Thank you for
Thanks to the
the
sisters that
sisters
are still connected. Now
who
that I
connected
can
with
see
us.
the
Thank
chat,
you, Sister
Dina,
Dina, Jackie, Kinich. Thank you
thanks
so
for
much for
being
being here
here,
today, dear
dear
Estela.
Stella. Thanks,
Sisters and
friends,
friends, you who are an
sisters, your
inspiration, know that this is the first space that we want to organize many more, so that we're able
a
to
lot
continue
more
sharing the word,
to
and that you
share the
continue
word.
to stay up to date
So
with
pay attention to the
curadaterra.org.
website,
And now that we're broadcasting live, so now we're going to continue
so
into
let's
the
go
artistic portion, and we're
to
going
the
to leave
artistic
you
part.
with the interpretation
We
of our
leave you with the
sisters.
interpretation with our
So you're welcome to continue the party. Thank you so
welcome
much,
to
sisters,
continue the
for your
party.
existences.
Thank you very much.
The broadcasting continues.
Dia é a cor da América Latina, é da cor das vozes das mulheres indígenas. 5 de setembro, Dia Internacional das Mulheres Indígenas. Nós somos sementeadas como nas vozes de guerreira de Bartolina Cisa. Estão matando nosso território, estão deixando a terra doente e detonada. Precisamos salvar nossos biomas,
e florescer, entender que a terra é sagrada. É na diversidade do país, aonde a cultura expressa. Muita gente se pergunta aonde o Brasil começa. Será que é mesmo lá em Brasília, onde impera o poder, a desigualdade social? Ou será que é no nosso território do povo tradicional? A resposta é muito clara, mas é invisibilizado essa luta das mulheres. Talvez nós não contribuímos para que o Brasil seja um país de primeiro mundo, mas do Brasil nós somos a primeira. Não contribuímos dessa forma, onde a cultura é engolida e matada, onde o valor está no dinheiro, se não tem, não vale nada. Hoje em dia ainda me lembro das palavras de uma liderança, pois palavra como essa eu guardo como herança. Um certo dia lhe perguntaram como era a cerca, como era o território de antigamente, pois essas terras não eram nossas e dividimos para muita gente. Ele logo respondeu: o território é cheio de ciência, o limite de uma terra está em nossa consciência. Somos mulheres do norte, do sul, do centro-oeste e do sudeste. Ainda tem as arretadas que vêm lá do nordeste. Somos mulheres parteiras, cantoras, poetas, benzedeiras, indígena politizada. Nós fazemos o enfrentamento, ainda que não sejamos belas ou recatadas. Não somos recatadas, muitas vezes nem somos e nem estamos no lar, pois temos um pé no chão da aldeia desse território sagrado e o outro do lado de lá. Nós fazemos a diferença, na luta nós somos o fermento, nós sofremos o primeiro golpe desde 1500. A luta começou há 5 séculos e não é amanhã que ela termina. Nós precisamos gritar e marcar nesse processo de demarcação, gritando junto com as mulheres indígenas. Em tempos de enfermidade, precisamos de alimentar de mais amor e ternura. Enquanto não existe remédio, só a solidariedade é o que cura. Em tempos tão enfermos, nós vamos continuar a gritar, pois a orientação do nosso pensamento também vem da força do cocar. Muita gente se pergunta como se faz para se tornar mulher indígena ou negra. São perguntas agressivas. Para se assumir, assuma sua luta primeiro, pois ser mulher indígena é ter beleza, conexão com o território e a ancestralidade, é ter o pertencimento, a herança com a identidade. Mas nós mulheres somos firmes, aqui segura pela força do cantar. Ninguém vai continuar queimando a nossa resistência, porque nós permanecemos vivas pela força do cantar. Lá em Brasília, e na demarcação dos territórios indígenas, eu vi indígena ser queimado, negro violentado. Eu vi a justiça cega e o direito ser sequestrado. Mas a nossa força é espiritual, é o que sustenta o nosso existir. Quando eu vi barrar emendas constitucionais com a reza de fogo das mulheres indígenas Guarani. Respeite as mulheres originárias com as forças ancestrais, porque certamente não somos nós as imigrantes ilegais. Inspirada na mulher indígena, uma mulher entendedora, que direito é aquilo que se arranca quando não se tem mais escolha. Se perguntar quem somos nós, pode dizer que nós somos as mulheres que insistem nos rituais sem permanecer, que entendemos que estamos em guerra, porque nós acreditamos que a ciência do território é aquilo que nos governa. Cura da terra, terra da cura, cura da terra, terra da cura, terra, cura, terra da cura, cura da terra, terra da cura, cura da terra, terra da cura, cura da terra, terra da cura, cura da terra. Wake tu, inche de cran. Wake tu, inche de cran. Wake tu, wake tu, wake tu da gri, amba oi predé. Curina, wake tu ho ho, wake tu da gri, amba oi predé. Curina, wake tu ho ho, ho ho. Estão adoecendo as nossas terras, essa terra que eles detonam. Nós precisamos gritar junto contra o fascismo. Fogo nos fascistas e não em nossos biomas. A terra pede socorro, porque as terras se faz em nós. Em tempo de alimentar com amor e ternura, nós precisamos fortalecer as nossas vozes. Porque quem tem território tem lugar para onde voltar. Quem tem lugar para onde voltar tem colo, tem mãe e tem cura. A cura da terra é pela cura do nosso corpo. A cura da terra é pela cura de nossos olhares. A cura da terra é pela cura da humanidade. A cura da terra é pela cura de nossos espíritos. A cada indígena que tentou ser assassinada, elas não morreram. Elas permanecem vivas e sementeadas em nossas vozes. Nós somos a semente que vamos ser plantada. Nós somos a semente de um futuro que não permite ser silenciada. Nós somos a semente que vamos apagar o fogo da violência. Porque a cada vez que uma sociedade cala, o racismo fala. Uare! He, he, anapue, he, anapue, he, anapue, he. Ware, he, anapue, he, anapue, he. Nós somos a cura da terra. Nós somos a cura do mundo e da humanidade. Salve nosso planeta ela, é salvar todo mundo, é salvar a respiração. O pulmão do mundo é indígena, o útero do mundo é indígena.
Mana, un fuerte aplauso, mucha fuerza. Realmente sentimos la conexión con la tierra y el llamado es a eso, a que nos podamos conectar, a poner los pies sobre la tierra, a sentirla, a hacer la cura de la tierra, que es algo que creemos que es importante y urgente. La tierra nos está hablando, la tierra nos está diciendo algo, nos está enviando mensajes, tenemos que escucharla. Tenemos que escucharla y agradezco profundamente la energía, la fuerza de la hermana Celia, que nos acaba de dar un canto de esperanza, un canto de fuerza, un canto de luz, de cariño, de mucha, mucha fuerza, que realmente es algo que necesitamos en estos momentos. Ahora nos vamos a ir de Brasil, desde el corazón de la Amazonía, vamos a viajar a Iximuleu, a la tierra de Guatemala, con una hermana muy querida, una hermana Pocomchi, una hermana que tengo muchos años de conocer, que tiene una trayectoria de música, una trayectoria desde el pueblo Pocomam, que han estado haciendo trabajo en comunicación, que es una cantora, que es una zanquera, que es una artista y gestora cultural indígena muy joven. Así que quiero darle la más cordial bienvenida a Quetzalí, una hermana indígena que pues nos va a acompañar con su canto, que nos va a acompañar con su esperanza.
¿Qué tal? Mucho gusto, hola a todas, todos y todes. Pues me encuentro un poquito de camino para otro espacio también donde tengo que hacer una pequeña intervención, entonces va a tocar hacer esto, pero estoy muy emocionada porque también creo que es lindo tener estas experiencias para poder compartir también la música. Y antes de empezar la pequeña intervención que tengo, que va a ser una canción que se llama Kush, que es corazón, que es Kush, es una palabra en el idioma maya que se utiliza en muchos idiomas, ¿verdad?, del pueblo maya, para referirse a eso de la esencia. Entonces, es una canción que quiero compartirles, pero quería recordar un par de palabras también que la compañera de Brasil estaba diciendo, ¿no? Y cómo nosotras en este día pues reivindicamos ese ser parteras, ¿no? Y no solo desde parir humanidad, sino también parir arte, parir palabras, parir creatividad, parir también la tierra como tal. Entonces quería recordar esa parte con la compañera, y pues muchísimas gracias siempre por el espacio, y súper agradecida con compartir este espacio con tantas mujeres que pues tienen una trayectoria magnífica. Entonces voy a empezar el pequeño espacio. Hay viento, corre ya, sol ven amanecer, cantan los pájaros tu llegar, vamos a soñar tu mirar, tu kush besar, kush akal, para yukla lowulko, tu kush besar, kush akal, para yukna kashahuan. Hoy estamos aquí, tú estás aquí, yo estoy aquí, la voz sigue aquí. La lobo la y pues desde aquí, con el corazón en la tierra. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Quetzalí, hermosa, por tu canto, por tu energía. El camino de la carretera es algo que justo cuando platicábamos de hacer de participar en este encuentro, ella me decía, pues voy a hacerlo en el camino, y es parte de mi historia como cantora, de mi trabajo, de eso. Estamos desde la autogestión, haciendo nuestro trabajo. Agradecer tanto, agradecer muestras de cariño también, porque por tanto estamos comunicando el día de hoy, que desde los vientres, desde los pies, como son para y por la madre tierra.
Sí, muchas gracias. Gracias. Gracias.
Bueno, queremos agradecer nuevamente a todas las personas que nos sintonizan desde distintos lugares. Sabemos que pues ha sido un día bastante lleno de energía, de la energía femenina, de la energía de las mujeres indígenas. Yo soy Lucía Ischú, del colectivo Festivales Solidarios, parte del equipo organizador de Cura da Terra, de este preella indígena, que es el camino a nuestro encuentro, ella que va a realizarse en octubre. Estamos realmente muy contentas y abiertas a la invitación para que todas las mujeres diversas del globo se puedan sumar a este encuentro. Sabemos que tenemos retos enormes, que tenemos en realidad mucha complejidad con el tema de la nueva normalidad, con el tema de la pandemia, que justamente nos hace buscar otras formas para poder seguir haciendo música, para seguir haciendo el abrazo. Creemos que las redes nos están sirviendo para poder justamente posicionar, hablar y visibilizar nuestros sentires, nuestros cantares. Particularmente nos sentimos muy conmovidas el día de hoy en la asamblea que se tuvo, donde pudimos disfrutar de los sentires y el intercambio de distintas hermanas que nos fueron compartiendo, nos fueron hablando y nos fueron diciendo cuáles son las realidades que se están viviendo en nuestros territorios. Y eso es algo que creo que es fundamental, que creo que es importante. Sabemos que vivimos distintas realidades desde los pueblos en las distintas partes del globo, y eso fue lo que quisimos compartir, lo que quisimos visibilizar en este primer encuentro, Curada Terra, Preella Indígena, que va hacia el camino de nuestro encuentro Ella. Sabemos que obviamente existimos porque resistimos, y sabemos que nuestra simple existencia es una forma de rebelarnos ante este sistema hegemónico que decreta genocidios, que decreta el exterminio de nuestros pueblos, pero queremos ofrendar a la Madre Tierra, queremos ofrendar al corazón del cielo, al corazón del universo, al corazón de la tierra, toda esta energía, todo este canto, toda esta música que queremos compartir con ustedes. Estamos ahorita ya, pues, siguiendo con nuestra agenda cultural, que tiene mujeres increíbles, que tiene mujeres que se han conectado desde distintos lugares. Hemos viajado al Brasil, hemos regresado a Iximuleu, a Guatemala, ahora nos vamos a la Patagonia, nos vamos a Argentina con una hermana, una cantora increíble que ha estado pues presente también con su canto, que ha estado y que está con mucha energía, con muchas ganas de poder participar, con muchas ganas de poder cantar. Es una hermana realmente muy potente, que yo admiro mucho, que la conocí, pues cuando escuché su canto con el cortometraje que se realizó de Doña Ubenza, pero es una cantora que tiene mucho por cantar, que tiene mucho por decir desde el corazón de los pueblos. Entonces, hermana Mariana Carrizo, un fuerte abrazo y bienvenida a este Festival de Cura de Tierra desde las mujeres indígenas de distintas partes del globo. Te damos la más cordial bienvenida. Es un honor para mí realmente poder compartir contigo este espacio energético, sentir tu fuerza, tu canto, y pues el espacio es todo tuyo. Adelante.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Ahí me escuchas bien?
Te escucho perfectamente.
Perfecto. Parecía que se había perdido un poquito. Bueno, un gusto enorme para mí estar en este espacio, cantando estas coplas, esta forma de decir de nuestra región de acá de Sudamérica, de la parte andina, los valles calchaquíes de Salta, norte de Argentina, a donde pertenezco, y es mi voz, la voz de nuestros ancestros, y en este tambor que le llamamos caja nosotros. Yo soy hija de la luna, nacida del rayo el sol, hecha con muchas estrellas, mujer de mucho valor. Si esta caja fuera queso, palabra la comería. Si yo me como mi caja, se me acaba la alegría. Pañuelo verde, pájaro libertario de las mujeres. Solitaria soy en el mundo, solita como el cardo. De noche me da la luna, de día me pega el sol. Soy salteña y libre y dueña, libre y dueña. Pachamama, madre tierra, no me comas todavía. Mira que soy jovencita, voy a dejar la semilla. Soy salteña, libre y dueña, libre y dueña. Este era un poquito de algunas coplas de mi tierra y me voy a despedir con esta canción que también es un ritmo andino, se llama Calullo, es pariente del huayno, y una canción que está dedicada a la mujer de los Andes, a la mujer que sufrió ese avasallamiento como cultura, y bueno, interviene en ese avasallamiento el sistema que nos que nos domina como poder, y bueno, parte del sincretismo religioso, ¿no? Doña Ubenza se llama, es una canción que hice dedicada especialmente a la niñez. A quienes quieran encontrarla por ahí, búsquenme ahí como Mariana Carrizo en internet, en YouTube, ahí está, es un videíto de animación hecho en lana, que se los recomiendo para los más chiquititos, pero para el corazón de la niñez. Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. No sé cómo estoy del tiempo, creo que con esto ya termino y voy a estar bien.
Adelante,
así.
adelante, tú sigue, el espacio está para que puedas, por favor, tomarte el tiempo que necesites, hermano.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Para mí es una emoción muy grande ser parte de este acontecimiento tan bonito. Lo he estado siguiendo desde que comenzó y compartir con todas las mujeres que ponen el cuerpo en este momento en el mundo, con todas las circunstancias que atravesamos todos como sociedad. Muchas gracias y bueno, acá estamos para aportar desde el lugar de cada uno lo que se pueda. Doña Ubenza se llama una canción de un maestro poeta, Chacho Echenique. También esta canción se la hago llegar a todas las mujeres que sufren el abuso de poder del patriarcado, por esa libertad que nos merecemos. Ando llorando pa' adentro, aunque me ría pa' afuera, así tengo yo que vivir esperando a que me muera. Le doy ventaja a los vientos porque no puedo volar hasta que agarro mi caja y la empiezo a bagualear. Mi reza que pedirá allá en el monte de caridad. No tiene tiempo, ya no da más. Reza que reza, ¿por qué será? Valles sonoros de Peregal, piedra por piedra el viento va, borrando huellas a mi dolor. Silencio puro es mi corazón, silencio puro es mi corazón. Me persinó por si acaso no vaya que Dios exista y me lleve pa'l infierno y con todas mis ovejitas. No sé si habrá otro mundo donde las almas suspiran. Yo vivo sobre la tierra y trajinando todo el día. Mi raza reza que pedirán allá en el monte de caridad. No tiene tiempo, ya no da más. Reza que reza, ¿por qué será? Valles sonoros de Peregal, piedra por piedra el viento baja, borrando huellas a mi dolor. Silencio puro es mi corazón, silencio puro es mi corazón. Estoy ronca de mi garganta, dolorida de mi pecho, así cantando y bailando. Siento que me hace provecho.
Arriba, 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 toda la buena energía. Yo me gustaría antes de que te fueras, porque tenemos el tiempo bastante holgado, afortunadamente, yo quiero contar y compartir que cuando yo vi por primera vez Doña Ubenza lloré de la emoción, lloré porque el canto es liberador, porque el canto conecta con la energía de la tierra y me pareció realmente una obra hermosa. Y gracias por tu canto. Me gustaría que nos pudieses pues contar un poco más de ti, que nos pudieses también, si quieres cantar otra melodía ahí, pues estamos más que contentas. En realidad no nos molestaría para nada que tú nos compartieras otro.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Mando mi abrazo fuerte a todas las mujeres indígenas del mundo, a todas las mujeres, porque no vamos a separar, somos la madre tierra es una sola y todo el planeta somos parte de la naturaleza, somos un granito de arena, así que, bueno, canto un poquito, bueno, contarles de mí, no sé, lo que ya dije un poco, soy cantora desde chiquita, y estas melodías que llevo son de aquí del norte argentino, pero bueno, la copla, las estrofas son poesías del pueblo que están también extensas en toda Latinoamérica, en cada una de sus canciones, y acá en el norte de Argentina, sobre todo en las zonas de montaña, se la canta con esta caja, con este tambor, o a veces a voz pura, nada más a capela, digamos, a golpe de corazón simplemente. Voy a cantar a ver esto. El hombre hiere la tierra con la reja del arado. La tierra devuelve en fruto todo el dolor que le ha dado. De la punta de aquel Viene una piedra rodando, así se viene hasta vos, mi corazón despeñando. Bueno, en este canto se canta la vida entera, cosas tristes, alegres, de profundidad, a la tierra, al hombre, a la mujer, a todo. Y le voy a cantar unas coplas más divertidas. Dice: media luna, luna entera, florcita de cortadera. En mi casa soy casada, saliendo afuera soltera. Cuando quiero soy soltera, cuando quiero soy casada. Cuando se me da la gana, digo que soy divorciada. Yo me casé por un año para ver la vida del casado. Y el año se está acabando, solterita voy quedando. Soy salteña, libre y dueña, libre y dueña. Ya me voy, ya me retiro, de su presencia me alejo. Siquiera para recuerdo, mi corazón se lo dejo. Muchísimas gracias.
Por todo el cariño, gracias por tu canto, por tu fuerza, hermana, de verdad que eres inspiradora, yo te agradezco tanto, un fuerte abrazo a una cantora tan hermosa como tú, Mariana, hasta donde estás, te abrazo.
Igualmente, muchísimas gracias a todas, a ustedes, a toda la gente que estuvo ahí trabajando, y acá estoy para cuando precisen otra vez que uno haga su granito de arena. Gracias.
Más que bienvenida, hermana, muchas gracias. Ha sido realmente hermoso poder compartir, poder sentir. Yo particularmente desde que escuché el canto de doña Ubenza, el canto de Mariana, sentí que me pude conectar con la libertad, con del canto de las mujeres. Y eso es lo que queremos compartir en este canto de cura de la tierra. Y bueno, creo que es importante poder pensar, poder imaginar, poder soñar otras formas de construir. Sabemos que el camino a la decolonización del pensamiento, de las acciones, es un camino difícil para los pueblos que hemos sido colonizados, pero no es imposible. Siempre hay un punto de partida para empezar a decolonizar nuestro pensamiento, nuestras acciones sobre todo. Yo tengo el honor de compartir, de conocer la sabiduría de una hermana indígena quiché que ha estado acompañándonos desde hace algunos años en nuestros procesos creativos, en nuestros procesos del arte, y quiero invitar a nuestra hermana Carmen Álvarez, una hermana maya quiché es hermana quiché de Guatemala. En realidad, pues nos ha acompañado con su análisis, con todo su poder. Y bueno, ahora la invitamos a este espacio, Carmen, para que nos pueda compartir las reflexiones y lo que usted quiera compartir en este espacio, en esta ofrenda de la cura de la tierra, en este Día de las Mujeres Indígenas.
Pues le vamos a tener que pedir permiso al agua, a ver si me escuchan.
Sí.
Porque está lloviendo fuerte. Y pues qué regalo que la lluvia nos acompañe. Entonces lo que voy a hacer es que las voy a invitar a tomar una respiración profunda, sintiendo que el aire entra por nuestro corazón. Y vamos a hacer una conexión de corazón a corazón. Tomando nuestra respiración, el pulso de nuestro corazón, podemos poner nuestra mano encima de nuestro corazón, escuchando cómo palpita nuestro corazón. Y vamos a sentir cómo ese palpitar se une a todos los palpitares de los otros corazones. Y nos sentimos unidas y nos sentimos juntas en ese junam que decimos nosotras, juntas en una sola red. Y nuestro corazón se va llenando de luz y esa luz va a ir por abajo hasta la planta de nuestros pies. Y en la planta de nuestros pies nos vamos a conectar con nuestros ancestros y ancestras, con esas raíces profundas de nuestros linajes, porque gracias a ellos, a ellas respiramos hoy día. Y luego vamos a bajar un poco más por todas las capas de la tierra, capas y capas de la tierra, hasta llegar al corazón de la tierra. Y ese nuestro corazón se une al corazón de la tierra. Y tomamos la fuerza de la tierra. Tomamos la más alta frecuencia de la tierra para sentir que estamos vivas, para agradecerle que nos nutre, que nos recuerda que el 30% de nuestro cuerpo son todos esos nutrientes que la tierra nos regala. Y sentimos todo eso, sentimos que respiramos por la vida también a través de la tierra. Y esa frecuencia nos impulsa para ir para arriba en nuestro cuerpo y que a través de nuestra columna vertebral vamos a ir para arriba, para arriba, para arriba. Vamos a respirar y vamos a sentir que esa energía recorre toda nuestra columna hasta llegar a nuestra coronilla. Y ahí nos vamos a conectar con el corazón del universo. Somos una célula de ese universo. Y desde ahí conectadas con nuestro corazón, con el Rupush Leu, con el Rupush Ka, vamos a agradecer profundamente por la vida. Vamos a agradecer por la fuerza de nuestros músculos, por la creatividad de nuestras manos. Vamos a agradecer por nuestra mente, por toda la capacidad creativa también. Vamos a agradecer por nuestros territorios. Vamos a agradecer por los elementos, por el agua, por la tierra, por el aire, por el sol. Y con ese agradecimiento profundo, vamos a sentir de nuevo que todos los elementos son nuestra propia vida, son la vida misma. Que respiramos la vida, que el agua está adentro de nuestro cuerpo. Y vamos a ir sintiendo todo eso que está a través de nosotros y vamos a sentir todos esos dolores, esa indignación, todo ese enojo por todas las muertes, los despojos, las violencias, los silenciamientos. Todo lo que hemos vivido lo vamos a sentir en nuestro cuerpo. Y vamos a sentir en qué parte de nuestro cuerpo está eso. Vamos a darnos permiso para sentir eso. Y vamos a sentir que con el apoyo de nuestros ancestros y ancestras y con todas esas energías, vamos a poder dejar todo eso y que cada vez que respiramos y exhalamos, vamos dejando todo eso, todas esas cargas y todos esos dolores. Y va a ir bajando por nuestro cuerpo y se lo vamos a dar a la tierra. Y le vamos a decir a la tierra que con su bondad reciba todos esos dolores, que se los damos como una ofrenda para, sabiendo que ella tiene la capacidad de transformar todo ello. Y todas esas palabras de dolor que hoy en la mañana se compartieron, todo el enojo, toda la indignación, todo ese miedo, toda esa conexión con esa muerte, la vamos a ir dejando. Y vamos sintiendo que con nuestra respiración va llegando todo eso hasta nuestros pies y eso sale a la tierra. Y ahora que está lloviendo, le vamos a pedir al agua que por favor pueda llevar eso a lo más profundo de la tierra, para que eso se vuelva alimento de la tierra. Y le vamos a agradecer que reciba todo eso. Y vamos a sentir que habiéndonos vaciado de todo eso, vamos a poder llenar nuestro corazón de nuevas semillas. Vamos a sentir que podemos ir sembrando las propias semillas en nuestro corazón. Y cada quien va sintiendo qué es lo que necesita. Yo voy a repetir algunas cosas que dijeron todas las mujeres que hablaron hoy en la mañana. Queremos un espíritu libre. Queremos escribir nuevas narrativas. Queremos honrar al territorio cuerpo. Sentir que el espíritu es uno solo. Queremos seguir sembrando semillas de apoyo mutuo, de despertares, de honrar esa cultura que llene todas nuestras necesidades humanas esenciales, cada una en su territorio. Vamos a sembrar semillas de identidad como especie humana, una especie que tiene un regalo en el cerebro, que es el lóbulo frontal y que mira al futuro. Hoy, junto a ese nahual que se llama Chiquín, que mira para el futuro, mira por la especie humana, mira por el todo, mira por el bosque, mira por la biodiversidad, vamos a sentir y tomar esa fuerza en nuestro corazón. Vamos a sembrar semillas también reconociendo nuestra esencia y nuestra existencia y nuestra alegría por estar viva. Vamos a sembrar también semillas de sentir la sacralidad de nuestro cuerpo y de nuestro territorio. Y vamos a sembrar semillas también para tejer redes de alianzas como huipiles de muchos colores, de muchas formas y colores. Vamos a honrar a la red de la vida en donde cada uno, cada una tiene su lugar. Como médicas, como sabias, como sanadoras, como defensoras, como parteras, como madres, como cuidadoras, como guardianas, como guerreras. Vamos a honrar la vida desde la misión que cada una tiene en esta tierra y lo vamos a hacer con alegría. Voy a cerrar con una meditación que fue heredada de la tradición náhuatl de Nicaragua. Y es un compromiso alegre con la vida. Y vamos a agradecer porque respiramos la vida y vamos a sentir y a honrar los elementos que forman parte de tu cuerpo, de nuestro cuerpo, del cuerpo de nuestro territorio, del cuerpo del planeta. Hoy nos comprometemos a ser luminosas como el sol para que nuestra luz llegue a otros seres. Vamos a ser transparentes como el aire para que la luz de otros seres llegue hasta lo más profundo de nuestras oscuridades. Vamos a ser fluidas y disolventes como el agua que todo lo disuelve y lo vuelve unidad. Vamos a ser fuertes y generosas como la tierra que a los golpes y a las heridas nos da flores y frutos. Seremos poderosas como el jaguar y colectiva como las hormigas para defender el bosque, el agua, la red de la vida, la alegría y la esperanza. Que nuestra corta vida sea tan perfecta como la de las flores y tan útil como las lombrices de tierra. Agua limpia, lávame las manos. Agua limpia, lávame los pies, las penas y los dolores, lávame bien. Así es, hecho está, hecho está, hecho está. Gracias.
Hecho está, hermana Carmen. Muchas gracias realmente por su voz, por su contundencia, por ser siempre también ese llamado a sacar a los humanos del centro y vernos como como parte de todo, ¿no? Yo creo que eso es algo bien importante que aporta también a los nuevos conocimientos, esos nuevos sentires o retomar nuestra conexión con la tierra. Muchas gracias. Si tiene algo más por qué decir, algo más que comentar.
Pues solamente decir que tenemos una misión como especie y esa es una de las identidades más importantes que necesitamos retomar. Y que los pueblos indígenas somos herederos, herederas de una gran tradición, una tradición científica, una tradición integral, una tradición que no separa, sino que une. Y ese es el llamado, a que recordemos eso y lo vayamos reintegrando a nuestra vida cotidiana, con alegría, con entendimiento, con comprensiones y muchas veces también diciendo sí, así fue y vamos a seguir adelante hacia la vida, siempre hacia la vida.
Muchas gracias. Para todas y todos los que nos observan desde las distintas redes sociales, pueden seguir a Carmen desde el espacio Sanar Conciencia, que es un espacio que aporta a información importante de conexión con el cuerpo. Si nos puede hablar un poco más de Sanar Conciencia, sería importante.
Bueno, sobre todo trabajamos, aparte de que somos mujeres terapeutas, muchas mujeres terapeutas que nos hemos sanado durante muchos años, y ahora estamos compartiendo todo eso que hemos sanado, y nos hemos sanado también con ayuda de todo, de los elementos, del agua, de todas las energías. Y la invitación es que, y además con las energías de los nahuales, que muchas veces se han visto como signos, ¿verdad? Como signos zodiacales, casi. En realidad los nahuales son bien potentes porque nos hablan de la misión que cada una trae, ¿verdad? En su vida, que tiene en su vida. Y la invitación es vivir en conciencia cotidiana. Saber qué es lo que yo estoy cargando, qué es lo que tengo, qué es lo que yo tengo que trabajar para poder sanarlo y tener esa fuerza y recuperar nuestra fuerza y nuestro poder. ¿Verdad? Yo creo que una cosa fundamental que tenemos que hacer las mujeres es recuperar nuestro poder y no pedirle permiso a nadie para existir porque ya existimos.
Así es. Muchas gracias por su fuerza, gracias por siempre movernos el piso y con todo lo que dice, le mando un abrazo fuerte de verdad para nosotras desde el equipo que estamos organizando el encuentro Cura da Terra. Es de verdad un honor compartir con usted en los dos espacios y estamos muy agradecidas por contar con su fuerza y su energía. Hasta pronto y nos seguimos viendo entonces.
Las abrazo, gracias.
En realidad ha sido este ritual que quisimos compartir, una meditación. ¿Por qué? porque el capitalismo se ha encargado de que no conectemos con nuestro cuerpo, porque el capitalismo se ha olvidado de que sintamos nuestros dedos, de que sintamos nuestra cara, de que sintamos nuestro cuerpo, y esa es parte fundamental de la desconexión de la humanidad con la tierra, con los elementos. Y si queremos en este ritual de tierra llamar a las flores, llamar al canto, llamar también a esa conexión con nuestro cuerpo que es fundamental, esa conexión con nuestros pies, agradecer. Hay un ritual del agradecimiento que es todos los días al amanecer y ver el sol, agradecer por nuestra existencia, agradecer a todos los elementos que confluyen para que podamos existir. Y esto es lo que queremos compartir en este ritual de cura de la tierra. La tierra nos cura, nosotros curamos a la tierra. Y nosotros somos parte de una red de la vida, somos parte de la tierra y estamos profundamente agradecidas y agradecidos con todos los hermanos y hermanas que han colaborado para que esto pueda ser posible. Las hermanas que se encuentran del equipo de Ninja, de Planeta Ella, del Hijo Dignidad, del Festival de Cine Guayú, de CLACPI, de Festivales Solidarios, Mujeres en Movimiento, el Hijo Dignidad, todo el equipo que ha hecho posible esta actividad con mucho cariño, con mucho respeto a la conmemoración del Día Internacional de las Mujeres Indígenas, pero también para la conexión que hay en este momento de pandemia, de urgencia colectiva, de conectar con otros espacios, de conectar desde otros lugares, desde el reconocimiento del conocimiento ancestral que ha estado ahí desde hace siglos y que ha sido invisibilizado. Esto que estamos haciendo hoy aquí de visibilizar es una forma de aportar a esa decolonización, a esa construcción también desde el arte, desde la cultura, para poder también luchar desde la alegría, porque sabemos que la revolución va a ser bailada y a eso es a donde vamos, eso es lo que queremos construir. Queremos seguir agradeciendo a la Sandía Digital, a Hackeo Cultural, a Federación de Escuelas Radiofónicas, a JUNAOJ. Es una lista interminable de organizaciones que han apoyado, que han colaborado, que llevamos semanas de trabajo continuo, pero estamos por fin materializando con mucho cariño este ritual de la cura de la tierra desde las mujeres indígenas, desde los distintos territorios, porque también esa complicidad que hemos logrado entretejer entre hermanas distintas y diversas, queremos agradecer a cada una por nombre, 1, 2, 3 veces gracias. Gracias, hermanas, por tejer esta complicidad desde la realidad y desde la mirada de las mujeres indígenas. Y en medio de eso, ya que hemos evocado la música, ya que hemos evocado la conexión con el cuerpo, nos vamos a la palabra, nos vamos a la poesía desde las mujeres indígenas que se viene construyendo desde siempre. El ejemplo de Bartolina Sisa evidencia, la historia de Bartolina Sisa evidencia que las mujeres indígenas hemos estado y estaremos presentes en esta lucha de la humanidad. Estamos esperando a que se pueda conectar nuestra hermana Mariela Tash, que es una poeta indígena quiché, que está, creo, teniendo distintas problemáticas con su conexión. Queremos seguir agradeciendo a quienes han hecho posible esto, a la Articulación de Pueblos Indígenas de Brasil, a PIB, a Media Ninja, y así, a las radios comunitarias que se conectaron también, a La Voz de Colomba, a la Chiazutacá, que es pues una radio quechí, que ha estado, con quien nosotros tenemos el gusto de trabajar aquí en Guatemala. Han estado también distintas organizaciones retransmitiendo este programa a distintos espacios, y ya, creo que ya tenemos conexión con la hermana. Bienvenida. Si puedes presentarte, contarnos un poco de tu magia, de tu poesía, Mariela, eres más que bienvenida. Gracias por estar aquí, gracias por llegar a esta cura de la tierra, por sumar tu poesía, que siempre que la vemos, que la escuchamos, pues nos deja sin aliento.
Gracias, Lucía.
Bienvenida, y es todo tuyo.
Muchas gracias, Lucía. Estoy bastante contenta de poder estar acá en este día en que conmemoramos el Día Internacional de las Mujeres Indígenas, un espacio para poder compartir, para poder escuchar, para poder reflexionar también acerca del papel que tenemos dentro de la sociedad dentro de nuestros países, dentro de nuestras culturas. Creo que es bastante importante poder unirnos en este camino y seguir avanzando juntas, ¿verdad? Bueno, como usted lo ha dicho, pues he escrito algunos versos y me gustaría compartirlos. Voy a leer este primero que se llama Somos Hijas y hace referencia a cómo nosotras como mujeres indígenas, como mujeres, somos hijas de la naturaleza, de la vida y cómo nos vamos forjando cada día. Somos hijas de la tierra, somos un jardín diverso, un bosque sagrado. Si nos entierran, florecerá la vida, pero si nos dejan vivir, florecerá el mundo. Somos hijas de la tierra, fecunda, sabia y sagrada. Somos con fuerza. Somos hijas del viento, volamos porque nacimos libres. Somos hijas del agua, corremos y fluimos como la vida misma que corre por nuestras venas, como la savia que enjuaga nuestras penas. Somos hijas de la pulpa, de la vulva, de la mies y de la miel. Somos hijas del cansancio, del dolor inevitable. Somos hijas de la fuerza que se del llanto que se ahoga. Somos hijas de la vida que muere, como mueren los gritos, como mueren las lunas. Lloramos como lloran los calendarios. Somos hijas de las madres que lloran. Somos las madres que lloran por las hijas perdidas. Mientras nos lloran o lloramos, florecen en el llano los cuerpos sepultados, que en el anonimato los restos fueron ocultados. Somos hijas de la vulva que besa, no de la que nos pesa, ni de la vergüenza que impone el pecho que engendra. Este siguiente poema se llama Soy jornalera y creo que es también parte de lo que nos conecta con la vida, lo que nos conecta con la tierra. Soy jornalera, hija del barro soy grito, soy fuerza, mi herencia viene de la tierra, mis cabellos nacidos de la arcilla. Un pedazo de lienzo cubre mi pecho, hecho del hilo tejido del alma de Minán. Un trozo de caña me como en el camino para calmar esta sed. Sed que me trae vacilando un trozo del alma. Soy jornalera, recojo el maíz, recojo la miel y la niña que tejió a solas su red. Jornalera, hija del barro soy. También es importante recordar a todas las mujeres que nos anteceden, a nuestras ancestras, a nuestras abuelas, y de cómo a través del linaje, a través de esa conexión con las experiencias, con las vivencias, vamos nosotros forjando un camino nuevo para las nuevas generaciones, para las nuevas mujeres. Este siguiente poema se llama Linaje. Habita en mí el tiempo de las abuelas, el deseo de sus almas. Habita en mí el concierto de sus voces, el sonido de sus llantos. Habita en mí cada uno de sus pasos, cada uno de sus sueños cobra vida a través de sus hijas. En mí germina una semilla sembrada desde el linaje de mis ancestras. Los hilitos de plata que trenzaban mis abuelas, parte de un ritual de afecto que mi madre también a trenzar el pelo del maíz, como cuando se borra la memoria de teje la esperanza de un futuro. Y bueno, y hablando de futuro, también pensando en las niñas, ¿verdad? Es un poco, este poema se llama Niña y bueno, lo escribí pensando en qué le diría a la niña que creció, a esa niña que hace algún tiempo pues tenía miedos y tenía sueños. Yo creo que de alguna forma todos tuvimos esa niña en algún momento. Niña, te tejí un par de sueños, un lienzo colorido con hilos de mish. Niña, preparé tu suelo, germiné tus semillas, coseché tu tierra. Mi niña, te escribí un par de sueños, los tejí en un par de versos, en mis petates te acuné.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, querida Mariela, de verdad es un gusto enorme. Vamos a volver contigo porque el Instagram vamos a continuar, solo vamos a tener que cerrar esta transmisión porque nos corta y nos va a cortar inmediatamente, entonces vamos a volver con el cierre tuyo y queremos decirle a todas las personas que nos sintonizan en las distintas redes y en las distintas plataformas que vamos a volver en breve, que vamos a ir cerrando este bloque y queremos agradecer a todas y todos los que están sintonizando. Vamos a volver en breve.
Este festival de Cura de la Tierra, Festival Cura da Terra, estamos de vuelta ya, nos encontramos nuevamente ya estando listas y listos para continuar, para poder darle la continuidad a nuestro festival. Estamos realmente muy contentas, muy agradecidas con todas las personas que se han unido, con todas las personas que han hecho posible este encuentro de mujeres indígenas, este Pereella, este Cura da Terra, y estamos aquí, vamos a continuar con la potente poesía de la hermana Mariela Tash, que estaba contándonos un poco sobre el poema escrito. Mariela, agradeciendo la transmisión y la retransmisión de las distintas páginas, agradecer a las mujeres, a Conectadas Latam, que es una red de gestoras culturales también que se ha sumado a este espacio que hemos asumido. Estamos agradeciendo de verdad a las distintas hermanas. Es un listado interminable de nombres individuales. Queremos agradecer también tu presencia, Mariana, por favor, continúa.
Gracias, Lucía. Bueno, voy a leer este siguiente poema que se llama Azucenas y dice: florecimos como las azucenas, en medio del mar de lluvia, en medio de la canícula, en medio de todo y nada. Y florecimos en medio de las que escapan dentro de las nubes. Y florecimos en medio de nada, en medio de todo, aguantando el frío o quemándonos bajo el sol. Así como las azucenas, nuestros pétalos se abrieron a la existencia, conscientes de la muerte y de lo efímero de la vida. Los gorriones se posan sobre nuestro néctar, se deleitan con nuestro existir. Así florecimos como las azucenas, en medio de todo y de nada, compartiendo la miel o viviendo la amargura. Este siguiente poema hace un poco de referencia a cómo somos mujeres de una gran gama de diversidad, de nuestros colores, de nuestras formas y de cómo esa aceptación nos va también a construir riqueza. Somos un tejido de hilos de colores, un tejido hecho con amor. Nuestra indumentaria cuenta historias, cuenta nahuales. Somos una semilla que germina lento aún en medio del zacate. Llevamos en la piel una historia milenaria, una historia marchita o una historia florida. Llevamos en el pecho la comida, la leche de cada día. Cargamos a escondidas el universo sobre nuestros hombros. Cada noche miles de estrellas florecen en nuestros lunares. Y bueno, no sé cómo estoy de tiempo, Lucía.
Pues puedes continuar, sí, también me encanta mucho tu poesía, puedes continuar.
Este poema juntas. Caminamos juntas sin saber el camino. Caminamos juntas sin saber que en el dolor nuestras lágrimas se volverían mar. Caminamos juntas sin saber que en la risa sería. Caminamos juntas sin saber que en nuestra soledad la de al lado sería amiga, hermana y compañera. Caminamos juntas sin saber que nuestra voz por fin rompería el silencio. Una y mil veces más, caminemos juntas.
Bravísimo, bravísimo, bravísimo. Un fuerte aplauso, un fuerte abrazo, querida compañera, por tu poesía, por tu canto, por
por tus letras tan certeras. Tú tienes una serie de poemas increíbles. Gracias por compartir con nosotros tu magia. Y pues si hay algo más que quieras decir, algo que quieras compartir.
Gracias, pues estoy bastante contenta de poder compartir en este espacio. Creo que es importante que nuestras voces sean escuchadas, que nuestros pensamientos puedan salir. Después de tanto tiempo de vivir pues bajo represión, es importante poder hablar, ¿verdad? Que son para que todas podamos compartir, para que otras personas y especialmente para que otras personas también puedan animarse a salir, a poder sacar sus voces y no tener miedo de que podamos escucharles. Un abrazo para cada una, estoy muy feliz y bueno, vamos a seguir compartiendo con música, con letras y bueno, a seguir luchando por la vida. Así que un abrazo fuerte.
Así es, un abrazo fuerte a la distancia. Mariela, gracias de verdad por tu poesía, por todo ese trabajo también de evidenciar las letras desde las mujeres. Y bueno, nos hemos traído un recorrido de distintos territorios. Hemos viajado al corazón de la Amazonía con nuestra hermana Celia, con un ritual de cura muy potente, muy poderoso. Después nos vamos con el canto hasta Argentina, nos vamos con trabajo corporal para conectar con el cuerpo con la hermana Carmen, con el canto de Quetzalí aquí en Iximuleu. Ahora regresamos a Iximuleu con la hermana Mariela, que es pues una poeta de los pueblos, le decimos nosotras, y estamos realmente muy contentas porque hay mucho trabajo. Yo quiero compartir que hemos tenido recorrido desde distintos lugares artísticos. Yo soy parte del colectivo Festivales Solidarios y quiero compartir y presentarles a una amiga muy querida que se llama Alma, que es parte del colectivo Festivales Solidarios, que pues hace un trabajo increíble, que hace un trabajo de conexión corporal, que hace un trabajo en otro lugar, que es una cantora, voladora, una artista increíble y pues el espacio es todo.
Gracias, Lucía. En un momento tenemos la participación de Alma. Transmisión desde Cardumen, zona 1 de Ciudad de Guatemala. Con nuestras manos trabajamos la tierra, con nuestras manos escribimos, pintamos, hacemos música, las juntamos para orar, con nuestras manos creamos.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Cuando observamos a Alma haciendo telas en comunidades y nos damos cuenta de que las cosas que creemos imposibles son posibles, ¿no? Y esa posibilidad de volar, de conectar nuestro cuerpo con el viento, de conectar nuestro cuerpo con los aires, es increíble. Y Alma es una artista increíble que ha hecho un trabajo muy importante de acompañamiento y de visibilizar que las mujeres podemos hacer circo, podemos hacer movimiento corporal, podemos hacer distintas cosas, sobre todo las mujeres indígenas, ¿no? Que se nos ha castrado, que se nos ha enseñado y se nos ha impuesto muchos roles, se nos ha impuesto muchas realidades, menos las del arte. Entonces estamos realmente muy emocionadas de haber podido compartir con ustedes el trabajo corporal de nuestra amiga querida y hermana Alma Ignacio. Y ahora nos vamos con una maravillosa colibrí, con una chica muy querida, una chica organizada desde el movimiento estudiantil que representa a las mujeres indígenas en la Asociación de Estudiantes Universitarios Oliverio Castañeda de León. Ella va a ser nuestra vocera, que va a compartir un poco de lo que se recogió en nuestro ritual de cura en este encuentro que se ha desarrollado durante todo el día, y estamos realmente muy agradecidas y agradecidos con toda la audiencia que ha estado desde el inicio y que se ha mantenido. Queremos agradecer a las distintas plataformas, Ninja, Elijo Dignidad, Festivales Solidarios, Planeta Ella, Mujeres en Movimiento, Sandía Digital, la PIB, CLACPI, Festival de Cine Guayuse, Festival de Cine Indígena, a la Federación de Escuelas Radiofónicas, por sumarse a esta conmemoración, a este Cura da Terra, por organizarlo a este Preella Indígena, a Conectadas Latam, a las radios comunitarias de distintos territorios que se sumaron a transmitirlo, a todas las hermanas que participaron y que están por participar. Y quiero pues invitar entonces a Matsilka May para que nos pueda compartir al respecto de todo el encuentro que tuvimos de la Terra, de toda esa mirada colectiva desde las mujeres. Matsil, pues buenas tardes y bienvenida a este espacio de cierre de nuestro primer bloque de este ritual de cura da Terra, porque vamos a continuar.
Hola Lucía, buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Gracias por el espacio y por poder compartir con ustedes un poco sobre lo que se vivió en el encuentro global de mujeres indígenas Cura da Terra. Les voy a leer un poco de lo que pues fue este encuentro, y es un poco como de poesía y bueno, palabras que escribieron varias hermanas y dijeron durante este encuentro. En tiempos de pandemia y crisis climática, las mujeres indígenas, ¿cómo sanamos el territorio, el cuerpo y el espíritu? Desde el norte de Kenia, Wayu es una tribu pequeña. Hasta el año 2000 no conocíamos nuestra identidad. No voten por ella, no es de nuestra tribu, pero nos juntamos. ¿Quiénes somos? Buscamos profundo en nuestras raíces, somos Wayu. Nos toman por bárbaros, mendigos, pero nos aceptamos a nosotras, seguras de nuestra identidad. Hablamos de una voz. En la crisis climática tenemos nuestra mitigación, cuidamos abejas, somos gente de medicina, guardamos la comida para mucho tiempo. Estamos conectadas con nuestras ancianas, con nuestras mujeres, nos guían, estamos protegidas, rezamos y hacemos sacrificios. No nos hemos enfermado de COVID, estamos conectadas con el aire, con las plantas. De una región en Nueva Caledonia, felicidades a todas las hermanas. Trabajaremos sin descanso. Seguimos manteniendo nuestro espíritu vivo. La cultura de juntarnos se ha expandido a otras comunidades, otras tierras, en el Océano Pacífico. Estamos viviendo en un mundo diferente. Las consecuencias de lo que estamos viviendo a las mujeres, tenemos que comenzar desde el inicio. Todas mis madres y todas mis hermanas están aquí presentes. ¿Significa que estoy viva? ¿Qué importa? Queremos sanar a nuestras comunidades, recursos que nos han sido negados. Seguimos el ejemplo de nuestras abuelas. Vengo de una isla colonizada, Kanaka, el ser humano, una perspectiva feminista, testigos de muchas protestas. El racismo está representado en nuestras islas. Necesitamos ser valientes, Al hacer esto, construir experiencias mutuas. Estoy muy arraigada a raíces culturales, tradiciones. Siempre tenemos miedo. Escogemos tomarlo como un descanso. Mantener esta luz de vida, nuestra curandera nos dijo esto: proteger la canaca. Desde el territorio Sami, en el norte de este planeta, colonizado por Noruega. Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches, a compañeras, hermanas. Soy activista, investigadora, comunicadora, ser mujer Sami que lucha por nuestra existencia. Reconocimiento a las abuelas sagradas, las fuerzas femeninas que nos han cuidado, a las ancestras que han luchado. Asegurado que podemos estar aquí. A todas las mujeres Sami y mujeres indígenas que luchan, estamos vivas. Estar aquí reunidas es un gran logro. Siento las fuerzas y las energías. Redes hermanas, en particular en Abiyala. Construyendo hermanamiento entre lucha Sami y Maya. Las tierras de mis ancestras creemos que siguen viviendo en nuestras montañas. Las montañas son espíritus, guardianas de sabiduría milenaria. Dicen que hay que promover la energía verde, sacrificar parte de nuestro territorio para salvar el planeta. ¿Qué tan verde es su energía? Neoextractivismo, industria eólica en el colonialismo verde. Son parques, no son parques, son sitios industriales. Quieren comercializar el viento, despojarnos de nuestros últimos refugios. Las compañeras mayas se reconocieron en nuestra lucha entre el norte y el sur para defender la madre tierra. Desde las mujeres, luchar no solamente es estar en manifestaciones, cada día estamos luchando, cuando estamos reivindicando nuestra identidad, hablar o cantar en nuestros idiomas, nuestros conocimientos. Frente a estos tiempos, estamos vivas y resistimos. A todas las que han sido arrancadas de la vida, Adelina Caal, Matilde Cholchoc, Berta Cáceres, para andar hacia la vida. Desde el territorio amazónico, contenta de estar con ustedes, diversas mujeres de todas partes del mundo. La mamá de Brasil es indígena, el papá es europeo colonizador. Hace más de 5 siglos que sucedió la invasión de Brasil. Esas prácticas permanecen muy vivas. Nos juntamos en la línea de frente, igualdad, autonomía. Para que nuestras voces puedan alcanzar las estructuras legales, es la madre tierra, esa que da el sustento, esa que da la vida. Cuando ella grita es porque ya está sangrando. Cuando ella se queda en silencio, somos agua, somos floresta, somos la propia tierra. Luchando por nuestro territorio, que es nuestro cuerpo y es nuestro espíritu, que nos conecta con la ancestralidad. Estamos preparadas para enfrentar una nueva violencia. Infecto 30.000 indígenas, 800 muertes, 3 veces más letal en pueblos indígenas que a la población general en Brasil. Estamos en estado de emergencia, 3 veces más deforestación que el año pasado. Cuando se quema la floresta, nosotros sentimos en el cuerpo como si nuestra historia fuese quemada. No solo árboles, suelo, se incendia nuestra identidad. Somos nosotras las mujeres que tenemos que dominar el sistema y jamás volver a ser dominadas. Precisamos romper esas fronteras. Necesitamos ocupar estos lugares que deciden sobre nuestras vidas. Dejo este llamado para poder traer mujeres jóvenes juntas, poder buscar esa cura de la humanidad. Salve el Día Internacional de las Mujeres Indígenas. Desde Guatemala. Los quebrantos de salud, los pensamientos que yo he escuchado, me siento que yo estuviera en el bosque. Palabras sabias, somos pensamientos, conocedoras de saberes, médicas, sanadoras, defensoras, lideresas, madres, creativas. Acá no hay dolor, no hay clase social, es todo un planeta Tierra. La Tierra nos cura. La pandemia nos tiene encerradas, traumadas, dañadas. Son creadas por el hombre que nos quiere arrodillar. Los pueblos nativos, los hijos y las hijas que habitamos estas tierras, las Amazonías, mujeres que han ofrendado su vida. Las saludo. Desde las tierras indígenas del territorio quechí, quiero invocar su vida. Adelina Maquín, una mujer quechí, inalcanzable, asesinada. Mama Makin en los años 80. Margarita Cucche, asesinada por las Cañeras 2012. Hasta la actualidad, el pueblo, las mujeres seguimos siendo resistencia, criminalización, encarcelación, asesinato. Estoy con un arresto domiciliario por ser intérprete del idioma materno al castellano. ¿Qué tenemos que tener intérprete en todo ámbito social? Coronavirus, pandemia, confinamiento. A nuestro alrededor existen las plantas medicinales. Más unidas, somos parteras, somos comadronas, somos psicólogas, más unidas con nuestras ancestras. Pidamos consejos y sabiduría. Debemos hablar desde la realidad, desde la que estamos viviendo letras, que las llevo al viento, queremos acciones, hechos, somos sabias. Les habla María Choc. He enfrentado un estado de sitio hace un mes. El gobierno nos prohibió organizarnos. La movilización, empresas extractivas, monocultivos, no les prohíben nada. ¿Por qué a ellos sí les dan permiso? ¿Por qué son los dueños de tantas Amazonas? Hemos sufrido la quema de nuestros ranchos, viviendas, han llegado a nuestro alrededor. La firma de la paz llegó a otra estrategia. Las empresas se han adueñado. No nos sintamos solas. Desde el Estorizabal, Guatemala. Exigimos por la libertad de los compañeros. Desde el pueblo Nasa, en Colombia. Enviar un abrazo grande. En este transcurso de la pandemia, consideramos que la Madre Tierra también está enferma. Nos está llamando, nos está enviando unos mensajes. Afuera se llama el cambio climático. Hay una crisis, han violentado el agua, contaminado el aire, contaminado el pensamiento. Se impone la muerte por encima de la vida. ¿Quién es la esperanza entonces? ¿Quién va a curar esta herida? Nos llamó a parar. En este pare me llevó a reflexionar, volver a nuestras raíces. Que hacer algo, de ofrendar con ellos para seguir luchando es un reto. Estamos en un genocidio. Hemos tenido una cantidad de niñas violadas por fuerza pública. No se está mirando a la mujer indígena como mujer humana, sino como un objeto. Conflicto armado. No estamos en casa, estamos en el territorio. Guardia indígena. La paz nunca llegó, ni ha llegado. Todos trabajan juntos para el narcotráfico. Muchas de las mujeres somos las víctimas. Tenemos que cumplir con muchas tareas, unir nuestros espíritus, buscar mecanismos de alianza. No mi voz, sino la voz de las comunidades. Luchamos por la dignidad y la vida. Si nos toca caminar, caminemos. Si nos toca llorar, lloremos. Cada 5 de septiembre rendir tributo para que sus gestas y sus acciones puedan ser compartidas por todas, acuerpadas por todas. Se recuerda este día por esta conducta racista, este asesinato. Caminamos con su memoria. Asesinar el reconocimiento de nuestras hijas. Hablamos desde un territorio viviendo un golpe. Ha empezado humillando a nuestras hermanas. 238 han vuelto a hacer arrodillar a nuestras abuelas. Este es un golpe racista. Queremos buscar su acuerpamiento, su abrazo, un golpe al pueblo, violencia sexual. ¿Dónde la vamos a denunciar? Desde los paramilitares, desde la policía, para volver a imponer el colonialismo. A ellos queremos decirles, no vamos a dar un paso atrás. En nuestros saberes está la resistencia. Desde esa sabiduría, saber cuáles van a ser los caminos, educación, descolonizadora. Los estados nos sirven a los pueblos. ¿Vamos a seguir apostando a una democracia? La pandemia se ha planteado como la enfermedad de la madre tierra. No aceptamos la culpa, no aceptamos la responsabilidad. Los responsables son los extractivistas, no la humanidad. Si hay una especie que se tiene que extinguir, son los grandes capitales. Se ha negado la atención en salud. Hemos vivido una pandemia con permanente persecución. No podemos denunciar. Golpe con pandemia Hemos recuperado toda la memoria ancestral. Hemos recuperado la huira huira, el eucalipto, las plantas ancestrales para que nos curen. El miedo mata. Tenemos que hacer fuerza de ese miedo. Las abuelas nos han enseñado a hablar con el miedo. Estos gobiernos masacradores nos pueden imponer su miedo. Hay que recuperar el ajayu. Libertad para los presos políticos mapuches en Guatemala. Presos y presas políticas en Bolivia. Justicia para Macarena Valdés. Justicia para Berta. Seguimos con el fueguito para pasarles nuestras energías. Para celebrar esta lucha que han venido dando tantas mujeres en el mundo, de dar mi palabra, desde mi niña aprendí que nuestro entorno natural es muy importante, entorno sano, en el que vayamos a sembrar la milpa, trabajar con el marido, la tierra, para vender nuestras artesanías. Por la necesidad empezamos a vender. Hemos trabajado el tema de derechos humanos, salud preventiva, el reconocimiento de nuestra cultura náhuatl, la forma de trabajar, la mano vuelta, ir transmitiendo estos conocimientos. Logramos parar una cuádruple hidroeléctrica en una cuenca. Tuvimos la amenaza de una subestación eléctrica. Intentaron negociar con engaños, que daría puerta a que entrara la minería. Nuestra lucha siempre ha sido pacífica, para no poner en riesgo la vida de nuestras hermanas y hermanos. Decisiones radicales. No estamos con palabras a medias. Cuando decimos no, es no. No a la explotación petrolera en nuestro territorio. Hemos visto cómo, con dolor, lo que pasa con las hermanas donde hay explotación petrolera, violencia sexual, física, en el territorio, provocado por industrias extractivas. Nos han dañado nuestra energía. No estamos dispuestas a seguir callando. Ser protagonistas con nuestra propia voz, defender desde nuestro sentimiento, intuición de riesgo, pérdidas de nuestras personas mayores en pandemia, nos ha tomado una sorpresa. Los ríos crecen, el fuego quema. Esta era 2020 ha sacado toda la luz, la podredumbre de la corrupción estatal. Hemos tenido que estar al frente, principios de naturaleza, la vida, desmesurada ambición de gobiernos e industrias. Consecuencia de sobreexplotación de los recursos. Tenemos que denunciar. Muchas han muerto por no callar. Nos enjuician, nos queman las casas, pero creen que nos van a callar. Aquí estamos, vamos a seguir hablando, hermandando entre nosotras. Hoy, en Internet, en Instagram, conectadas en la energía, nos conectamos en el mundo. Mujeres indígenas, nuestra sola existencia es resistencia y diversidad es nuestra fuerza. Como solo la vida misma, por eso juntas somos la cura de la tierra. Cura de la tierra, 5 de septiembre del 2020.
Ay, gracias por tu voz tan hermosa. Yo estoy muy, muy contenta de que puedas acompañarnos, de que puedas tú ser la vocera del encuentro, compartir la memoria colectiva de distintas mujeres. Y me gustaría me gustaría que nos compartieras, bueno, ¿cómo sentiste, cómo viviste tú el Cura da Terra? Desde tu mirada de una mujer joven, jovencísima, indígena.
Bueno, creo que, es mi primer encuentro de mujeres indígenas, entonces creo que fue un espacio en el que pude sentirme como muy cómoda, muy entre familia. Creo que compartir espacios en los que estás con mujeres indígenas te hace ver como esas mismas vivencias que compartes con las mujeres. No es lo mismo como una lucha de mujeres no indígenas a nuestra lucha, porque tenemos diferentes sentires, tenemos diferentes pensares, y eso lo pueden notar en el encuentro de Cura da Terra. Había varias panelistas, con algunas me pude identificar y con algunas pues también compartí pues esa lucha que tenían, el sentir como también todas sus vivencias. Creo que la que más me gustó, no como que me gustó su intervención, fue María Chuk. Creo que es una mujer muy poderosa de acá de Guatemala. Y creo que es un claro ejemplo de cómo aquí en Guatemala somos criminalizados por ser defensores políticos, defensores de la tierra, defensores del río. Entonces, pues ver todo esto dentro del encuentro fue muy bonito. Bueno, creo que si hubiera sido un encuentro personal, presencial, pues hubiera sido, no sé, diferente. Pero pues creo que el medio por internet pudo como lograr que nosotras interactuáramos y estuviéramos hablando, conocer nuevas historias, a nuevas mujeres de diferentes partes del mundo. Creo que fue muy bonito y muy enriquecedor para mi persona.
Muchas gracias. Es un gusto haber contado con tu participación. Te mando un abrazo fuerte hasta donde estés. Te abrazo a distancia. Y bueno, entonces vamos a cerrar esta parte, este bloque de participaciones de distintas hermanas. Este festival continúa con la participación de hermanas que nos van a acompañar de distintos territorios y que por la zona horaria pues tenemos que conectarnos. Va a estar la hermana Luzmila Carpio, Miquea Sánchez, Hilda Lazan y Princes Luján. Estamos realmente muy contentas. Vamos a cerrar este bloque. Por favor, no se vayan porque vamos a continuar en este festival de cierre, en este ritual de cura, la cura de la tierra, como bien nos lo enseñó nuestra hermana Celia desde la Amazonía, desde el corazón, y que nos hemos venido con un viaje de distintas artes, con un viaje por distintos territorios. Así que muchas gracias y vamos a continuar.
Mi gratitud infinita al hermano país de Guatemala, a todos los organizadores que nos han convocado para este hermoso encuentro con el título Cura da Terra. Un saludo muy cariñoso para todas las hermanitas que están participando. Pachamama, Jalpamama, Maizuma Mama Kanki, Pachamama. mamá. Meditemos, hermanos. ¿Por qué? Porque siempre estamos olvidando el respeto, el cuidarla a Madre Tierra. Meditemos, hermanos. Meditemos, hermanos. Meditemos, hermanos. Hay un pájaro que canta y hace su rogativa para que llueva. Chuliochi, chuliochi, curitupa. Chuliochi, chuliochi, curitupa. Haz que caigan gotitas de lluvia para que las lombrecillas no tengan sed. Los ríos, el mar, la lluvia son tan importantes para nuestra vivencia. Cuidemos de no contaminarla, protejamos, amémoslo al espíritu del agua, al agua. Parita, chilchi mulai puni, chilchi parita. Chilchi yai, chilchi mulai puni, chilchi parita. Chilchi yai, chilchi mulai puni, chilchi parita.
juntos pidamos justicia y exijamos respeto para nuestros pueblos, rompamos este silencio que vivimos, siempre valientes y dignos. Pueblos del Tahuantinsuyo, Pachamama, Madre Tierra, canto pica bellas flores. Pueblos del Tahuantinsuyo, Pachamama, Madre Tierra, canto pica bellas flores. Charango contigo, hermano, seguiremos, trinando sendas del mundo. Charando contigo, hermano, pediremos justicia para nuestros pueblos. Justicia para nuestros pueblos, charando contigo, hermano, pediremos justicia para nuestros pueblos, charando contigo, hermano, pediremos respeto para nuestros pueblos.
Emoción profunda siento al escuchar a la hermana Luzmila Carpio. Es una cantora quien da vida al cortometraje inspirador que habla y explica la lucha por el agua, la abuela Grillo, que es un referente para los pueblos indígenas en Latinoamérica y en el mundo. Para quienes no han tenido la posibilidad de ver Abuela Grillo, por favor, les invitamos a que puedan buscarlo. Se encuentra su vida en distintas plataformas, es de acceso libre para difundir en todos lados. Luzmila Carpio es una mujer que representa la voz del canto de las mujeres indígenas en toda Latinoamérica. Queremos aprovechar para agradecer a todas las artistas que han participado con su poesía, con su cuerpo, con su meditación, con su canto, a todas las hermanas que se han sumado desde distintas latitudes del territorio, desde distintos continentes. Tenemos aquí una amalgama de artes que se está presentando a todas y todos ustedes. Estamos realmente muy agradecidas. Estamos haciendo esta transmisión desde Planeta Ella, desde Festivales Solidarios, desde Media Ninja. Estamos realmente muy, muy contentas y contentos de las múltiples plataformas y esfuerzos que le están dando seguimiento, y estamos más que agradecidas y agradecidos con el público, porque desde que empezamos este encuentro a las 11 de la mañana en horario Centroamérica, aún continúan, aún permanecen. La gente sigue, ha estado presente, ha estado en esta transmisión en vivo que ha durado bastante tiempo, pero la gente ha estado porque es un canto de la tierra, es un canto esperanzador que lo que busca obviamente es hermanar a los pueblos, que lo que busca obviamente es que podamos ofrendar a la madre tierra, porque la madre tierra en este momento de pandemia nos está hablando. Hay que escucharla. Es importante que nos salgamos nosotros del centro y que nos pongamos como parte de la red de la vida, que es algo que hemos venido hablando, que hemos venido escuchando con las distintas hermanas. Es realmente increíble, increíble lo que estamos construyendo aquí, lo que queremos compartir, que se ha construido desde mucho cariño, desde el corazón para todas y todos. En realidad, queremos presentar entonces ahora a Miquea Sánchez, una poeta del pueblo Zoque de Chiapas, México, que trae con nosotras, que trae su poesía a compartir aquí con todas nosotras y nosotros.
Hola, mi nombre es Miquea Sánchez
Los saludo desde Ahuay, Chiapas, en México. Soy hablante de Ore, lengua zoque del norte alto, aquí en el estado de Chiapas. Un placer, un privilegio ser parte de este encuentro global de mujeres indígenas en este 5 de septiembre, una fecha muy importante para conmemorar a la mujer rural, una fecha para recordar que las mujeres indígenas estamos muy activas en la defensa de nuestros territorios, un momento también para tener presente que el arte es un arma para defender la tierra y la poesía es una medicina para la tierra, es una medicina que reconcilia con la naturaleza, que reconcilia con este planeta tan afectado, tan dañado por nosotros los seres humanos, y creo que es un momento muy importante para reconocer que hemos cometido una serie de errores catastróficas que nos han llevado, que nos están llevando a esta crisis mundial, a esta crisis global en salud, en educación, en alimentación, en crisis climática. Y también es un buen momento para reconocer nuestros errores y darle voz a la tierra, darle voz a través de la palabra, a través de la poesía. Y en esta ocasión quiero compartirles 3 poemas que hablan justamente de esa nueva relación que queremos tener con la naturaleza y con ese nuevo ser humano que necesitamos ser para poder acceder, para tener todavía este privilegio de estar en la tierra. Quiero comenzar con este poema que se titula Pistin. Pistin masanayubo abus yunesta nianga se chambat si yunasa kovaskosi hamburanda hutsi tochuk tanda hutsi Ihtu shutahubais yahayama hameram Ihtu shutahubais tutochuk kayama dozokoyam Ihtu shutahubais yahamburama dabamiram Muhakush tochuk yahubo tochuk tanda husche utam orepot teserike oreyomoram Da isansirama husche mabashuyama wina itkuyomose Huche bat virurama huatziram. Ceiba. Sagrada Ceiba, los descendientes de Saspalanqui honramos tu presencia sobre la tierra. Fuimos olvidados, fuimos inmolados. Alguien sepultó nuestra memoria, alguien enturbió nuestro corazón. Alguien quiso apagar nuestra llama. Gran árbol mutilado, lo mismo que los orepot y las oreyomo. Permítenos ahora soñar de nuevo y encontrar nuestra raíz. Sonerambote. Mina onasomo, necha mitangucham, kakuchillao te no yonyaspabo wakasistam, yaskaya yao te hospactam. Tungayao putsi mutpamotena, mutpamodogomis virangna. Angumakuyang atsiram, sabsiyao te tumin, sasachamba kirawayomora, te sudgui muspaba da huya. Angumakuyao nzutsuram, sabsiyao kowina ahkui, sasmayao hucherewapio te kirawaitkui. Mina unasomo. Nispiao mindangucham, yahyapavois te kasakyucham, da isansiramo te toya, te yakshuitkui, te tukui ispiami, sonerambote, hinminatstame. Somos millones. Ven a mi tierra, instala tus máquinas, envenena los ríos que bebe el ganado, contamina los manantiales. Llena de podredumbre el ojo de agua y el ojo de Dios. Engaña a mis hermanos, ofréceles el pan y la codicia, los placeres de la carne, el amor que se oferta al mejor postor. Soborna a mis hermanas, promételes poder y riqueza, háblales de las maravillas del primer mundo. Ven a mi tierra, instala tus máquinas aniquiladoras de ternura. Muéstranos el dolor y la desesperanza, el impacto de las balas. Somos millones y no te tenemos miedo. Ore yo mocho. Jame mitad si septiembre polla. Angiyaspana kotzakma. Mikshapana unangukuis miusokyuyan. Tujkuyaspana yomos yas yomoran. Yomoran windi gishyahuwais yunasakobak. Teyibure unanguku. Te mambasagua. Kyoke babais mingohama. Te tzabasma. Hikeb. Otsin dodbatsi. Tochahkui. Teserike yahkui. Ore yo mocho. Soy una orillón. Recuerdo septiembre, relámpagos volcánicos agitándose en la memoria de mis ancestros, enredándose en la cabellera de las primeras mujeres que caminaron la tierra. Vengo de esa estirpe. Soy el viento del norte que protege tu alma. Soy el rayo rojo que nunca muere. Soy resistente a la violencia y al exterminio. Soy una orillón. Muchas gracias. Les mando un gran abrazo a todos los participantes de este evento tan importante para celebrarnos nosotras como mujeres indígenas, mujeres sanadoras, mujeres defensoras del territorio, mujeres que damos vida y que queremos que este planeta siga floreciendo a través del arte, a través de la poesía. Muchas gracias.
Grande, muchas gracias por esta poesía, por esta energía, por esa voz de las mujeres indígenas posicionadas desde distintos lugares. Y justamente eso, todo el mundo está rodeado y está lleno de pueblos indígenas y lo sabemos. Todas y todos venimos de ese origen. Y queremos compartir en este momento un canto precioso, un canto esperanzador que comparte con nosotros la hermana Princess Lukaj de Alaska, que pues tiene algunas palabras y un canto precioso para compartir con nosotros en este festival, en esta cura de la tierra que estamos queriendo construir entre todas las mujeres indígenas, que hemos estado hablando, que hemos estado construyendo, que hemos estado llamando a las plantas, agradeciendo a la tierra, agradeciendo a las palabras, agradeciendo la energía que nos hace permitir estar aquí y ahora. Y hecho está. Vamos entonces con Princess.
Buenos días. Shalaknai shojri ta jayoji nets aigwich en isli shiachanai. Buenos días. Shalaknai shojri ta jayoji nets aigwich en isli shiachanai Catherines a Stephen Peter oji gavakwa shahan atlines a shijunai kitsaya za downlords a aldak shakai James jukdrin shidri sho isli. My name is Princess Dajrai Johnson, and my grandparents are the late Catherine and Stephen Peter from Arctic Village, Alaska. I am a Netzaigwichin person, and I am a mother. I have 3 boys. Their names are Delnor, Katzaya, and Aldzak, and my husband's name is James. And I just want to extend my gratitude, muchas gracias, for being invited to share with you all at Cura de Terra. And while we cannot be in person at this time, I'm very grateful to have the space virtually to connect over this very important subject matter. And I wanted to just start with a poem that I wrote a number of years ago, and it's titled I Am Water. I am water. Do you know me? I take many forms. Some I am losing. I am ice. I am glacier. I am rain. I am vapor. I am a determined and patient sculptor of mountains, of granite, of glass, of soil. I delight in creation. I am water, gentle as a drop of dew, nestled along the vein of a birch leaf, fierce as the current of the mighty Yukon. I am water. Do you remember? I surrounded you in your mother's womb. Many times I was lulled by the beat of your brilliant heart. It felt good to protect you. You used to make offerings. You used to love me. I remember. You asked permission before you traveled upon me. You sang and danced for me as I fell upon your planted seeds. How happy you made me then, when we spoke the same language. Then something changed. You stopped singing. You stopped placing your hands gently upon me. You still used me. You built large cement blocks and you trapped me. You cut me off, circumcised my travels. I could no longer bring life along my routes. You carelessly dumped chemicals into me. How I suffered knowing that I would make you ill. The swimming ones inside of me, the winged, the four-legged, I was helpless. I couldn't breathe. And there was death all around. I do not understand. As I circulate through your body, so must I circulate through the land. I am life. I am water. I am life. I am the only answer to scorched, cracked earth. I germinate your seeds. I cleanse your body, your soul. I see your lips now. Do you not recognize your own thirst? Dried and flaked and uttering incoherently something about money and oil. I will tell you. You will not survive without me. This is my harsh truth. Do you remember now? I am water. I am life. So one of the questions that was posed is, how do we as Indigenous women during this time of a global pandemic and climate crisis heal our territory, our bodies, and our spirits? And I can't say that I have any solid answer for that, and I can only share my own heart and my personal experience, but it's my belief that we need to restore balance with our plant relatives, with our four-legged relatives, our winged relatives, those relatives are ours that are in the water. For my culture, the Shukcho, and especially the Vatsai, the caribou, are tantamount to our way of life, and our stories teach us about how sacred our ties are from creation on. And I'll just speak briefly about the porcupine caribou herd because it is under threat right now. And very recently, the Gwich'in Steering Committee and a few other groups brought to the United Nations attention to the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination a letter of how our human rights are being violated with the threat of oil development in the coastal plain of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. And the UN has responded to that and is doing an investigation, so that's good. There was just recently a local hunt of another caribou herd off the road system that was open to everybody, and many animals were not harvested honorably. There was a lot of waste. In fact, one of the local papers called it a massacre, which I agree with. there's a way of respecting the animal, and in our belief system, we believe that any animal that we depend upon when we go out, the llukcho, the salmon, they give themselves to us, and the vatsai, the caribou or the dinjik, it's a very spiritual relationship. It's a reciprocal relationship, and we use every part of the animal. And so I believe that part of our obligation right now, or our duty in honoring these systems and doing our best to heal these lands and these waters, is to share out our native values and teach people how to respect water, how to respect the animal when it gives itself to you. You know, how we process our food, how we grow our food, how we share our food, how we provide mutual aid, how we take care of one another. Those are all really critical lessons, and you would think that more people would have this appreciation and just common sense respect for life. But unfortunately, you know, the modern lifestyle and consumerism has just removed us so far from the reality that we are human beings, and that we are absolutely dependent upon these ecosystems. So for me, healing on a personal level is being able to go into the sweat with my sisters. It's being able to get out on the land and go berry picking, or go for that hike and just do some exploring with my children, and teach them about what it means to engage in honorable harvest, to thank the plants, to understand our relationship, you know, to the land and animals, to the water, and to greet each day with gratitude. You know, these are difficult times. I myself, earlier in the summer, tested positive for COVID, and it was spiritually challenging. Fortunately, I was asymptomatic, but up until that time, really since February, I have just been thinking about how do I maintain my best optimum health in case I get it. And sure enough, that's what happened. And this slowing down, you know, Mother Nature forcing us to slow down, I believe is a part of that yearning that we need to restore our relationships with Mother Earth and heal collectively together. So I guess that's really, for me, all that I have to share at this moment. I just want to, you know, offer all that love in my heart and light in my heart and my spirit to all of you who are suffering, who are concerned about our Mother Earth and the future generations. It's a difficult time. It's a very difficult, challenging time to be alive, but it's also an incredible time to be alive, because life is a blessing, and we're here, and we have to make the best of it. So with that being said, mi hermanas, I hope the rest of this event goes well. I look forward to watching online, and one day maybe we'll meet in person. Masicho, muchas gracias.
este ritual de cura da terra, de la cura de la tierra. La madre tierra nos sana. La madre tierra está enferma porque la especie humana le está haciendo daño, porque el capitalismo le está haciendo daño. Estamos agradecidas y queremos, creo que no van a alcanzar los agradecimientos en esta tarde-noche en Guatemala, para agradecer a todas las personas que hicieron posible este gran tejido de complicidades. Empezamos agradeciendo a las hermanas artistas que nos prestaron su voz, que nos prestaron su canto, que nos prestaron su movimiento, su meditación. Gracias a Celia Chacriaba, a Quetzalí Pérez, a Mariana Carrizo, a Crécida, a Carmen Álvarez, a Mariela Tash, a Alma Ignacio, a Itzun Kamei, a Miquea Sánchez, a Luzmila Carpio, a Hilda Lanzmann, que nos acompaña próximamente, y a Princes Lucaj. No alcanzan las voces, no alcanzan las manos para agradecer. Gracias a todo el equipo, gracias a todas las organizaciones, a la PIB, a las hermanas que decidieron sumarse a este esfuerzo colectivo. Gracias por la inspiración de la lucha por la Amazonía. Queremos encender una llama de fuego, queremos encender esperanza, y esto es lo que estábamos buscando hacer con la cura de la tierra. Y quiero simbólicamente hacer este cierre encendiendo la luz, esa luz que es fundamental para la tierra, que es fundamental para la vida, esa luz que nuestras abuelas y abuelos nos enseñan, que nos habla. Queremos encender este fuego simbólico que estamos queriendo construir entre las distintas latitudes y entre los distintos territorios como mujeres indígenas a nivel mundial. Somos un solo latido, somos un solo corazón que se siente aquí. Como dijo Carmen Álvarez, sintamos, conectemos con nuestro corazón, con nuestra respiración, agradecidas y agradecidos profundamente por todas las energías, por toda esta confluencia de complicidades por la cura de la tierra. Gracias a Media Ninja, Planeta Ella, Santiago Digital, Federación de Escuelas Radiofónicas, Festival de Cine Indígena Guayú, de Cine Indígena de Venezuela, Festivales Solidarios, Mujeres en Movimiento, Elijo Dignidad, Hackeo Cultural, Conectadas Latam. Gracias a todas y todos por esto, por encender este fuego, esta complicidad de la cura de la tierra. Queremos agradecer a toda la audiencia que se ha quedado, a todas las hermanas de distintos territorios que nos acompañaron conectándose al encuentro y que aún nos acompañan en esta transmisión en vivo, pues con bastante tiempo, pero con mucho cariño. Cada elemento, cada tejido ha sido puesto con mucho amor y con mucho respeto, y entonces hacemos ese llamado a curar la tierra, a hacer nosotros ese cambio de paradigma que la humanidad y que la madre tierra tanto necesitan. Muchas gracias, y vamos a cerrar este espacio artístico con nuestra hermana Hilda Lanzmann, hermana Sápmi de Finlandia. Así que muchas gracias a todas y todos por sumarse a la cura de la tierra.
Hello all you indigenous women around the globe. I am Hilda Lanzmann from Sápmi, occupied by Finland, and I wanted to perform you a yoke that I have made for strong female figures.
people, a yoik is a very powerful way of strengthening our connection with the land, with our ancestry, and with the people who have been here before us and who are here now today with us and who are still to come. Yoik can be used as a healing method, as a friend when you are spending time in forests and in nature. It can be used when you're honoring the people and the places and the situations. By yoiking, you can come in touch with parts of yourselves that would have normally been forgotten, to come in touch with the land and with the guiding spirits and with the Sami female goddesses and with the powerful force of creation that is embodied in all you indigenous women.
La Madre Tierra está enferma. Nuestros pueblos también. Hoy vivimos las consecuencias de un modelo económico, social y espiritual que ha infectado nuestros territorios y cuerpos. Un virus que pone el dinero por encima de la vida. En medio del exterminio, las mujeres indígenas hacemos de la lucha melodía. Recuperamos la tierra robada. Insistimos en celebrar nuestra existencia. Sembramos esperanzas, pues sabemos que somos la cura. Las llamamos a curarnos el susto y a ser las parteras del futuro. Las invitamos a reunirnos, pues somos tan diversas como gotas en un río, y juntas somos la cura de la tierra.